picking up from where Season 2 left off.
After clearing the first wave of magical beasts in the Red Gate, Jinwoo pressed forward with his summoned soldiers, advancing toward the next target. Then, the dungeon boss emerged. Flanked by his elite guards, he scanned the battlefield, searching for the one responsible for the massacre of his forces. His gaze locked onto Jinwoo, an overwhelming presence that sent a ripple of unease through him. But before he could even issue a command, a chilling realization set in. The battlefield was silent. His entire army, all of them, had already been wiped out. Jinwoo found the situation amusing. He commanded his shadow soldiers to reveal themselves, then, with a cold gaze, ordered them to eliminate the enemies standing before him. Jinwoo, along with his shadow army, marched forward, exuding an overwhelming aura that was impossible to ignore. Sensing the imminent threat, the magic beasts charged with ferocity, but they were no match. The battlefield descended into chaos as Jinwoo's forces brutally tore through their enemies, dismantling them piece by piece. The boss, now paralyzed with fear, could do nothing but watch as his forces were annihilated. His agonized screams echoed through the dungeon as he called out for his fallen subordinates, but none remained. In a final desperate attempt, the boss lunged forward, but Beru, moving at lightning speed, struck first. His claws pierced through the boss's body. Igris followed up, severing an arm in one swift motion. Tusk delivered the finishing blow, slamming the boss into the ground with overwhelming force. The entire battlefield trembled from the impact. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stepped forward. The boss lay in a pool of his own blood, barely clinging to life. Jinwoo demanded answers, but the creature remained silent. The system was likely interfering again, preventing it from revealing any crucial information. With a sigh, Jinwoo dismissed the thought. For now, he had something else to focus on. He opened his inventory and, with a focused expression, took out a key. It was the cursed random box key, a rare item he had obtained after defeating Baran in the Demon Castle. At the time, the key had offered no information, leaving Jinwoo puzzled about its purpose. But now, after reaching level 100 following his achievements in the Jeju Island raid, the required conditions had been met. The system had finally revealed the details behind the mysterious key. It was the key to the Cartenon Temple's gate. A message popped up, stating that the location of the designated gate would be revealed once the allotted time had passed. The name struck a chord in Jinwoo's mind, Cartenon Temple. A rush of memories flooded in. The double dungeon, the ancient temple at its end, the eerie stone statues, and the stone slate held by one of them. The pieces were finally falling into place. Jinwoo realized that the system was calling him back to where it all began. The very place that had set him on the path of a reawakened hunter was summoning him once more. But this time, it felt different. If everything had been orchestrated from the start, if the system had been waiting for his return, then Jinwoo knew he had to answer the call. The challenge had been issued once again, and this time, he was ready. With steely resolve, Jinwoo declared in his mind for the statue of God to wait for him, because he was coming. As Jinwoo stepped out of the Red Gate after clearing it, daylight had already broken. He began walking toward his car, ready to head to his guild office, when a man suddenly approached him, introducing himself as Adam White, a senior official from the Federal Bureau of Hunters. The man's presence hinted at something important. Curious, Jinwoo asked why he had come all the way from the United States to meet him. Adam responded with something that immediately piqued his interest. He had information that no other country or institution could provide. Adam explained that the Bureau made it their mission to share knowledge with special individuals like Jinwoo, and after his performance on Jeju Island, their interest in him had skyrocketed. But Jinwoo, skeptical, was ready to walk away, until Adam said one word: upgrader. That stopped him in his tracks. Adam offered to explain further, and the two drove off to meet the Bureau's deputy director. Upon arriving, Jinwoo was greeted by Michael Connor, the deputy director himself, who wasted no time getting to the point. He extended an offer, an invitation to join the American Hunters. Jinwoo, uninterested in their proposal, cut straight to the real reason he was there: the upgrader. Soon, a middle-aged woman named Norma Selner entered the room. Connor introduced her as the upgrader, the only person in the world capable of enhancing an awakened being's abilities. Miss Selner explained her powers, though Jinwoo remained skeptical. When he questioned the effectiveness of her ability, she claimed that an individual could experience a 20 to 30% increase in strength after completing all 3 stages. Connor emphasized that the Bureau was willing to grant Jinwoo this incredible gift, hoping he would accept. To prove her abilities, Miss Selner offered to perform the first stage right there. She gently took Jinwoo's wrist, instructing him to look into her eyes. Connor, watching closely, was certain that once Jinwoo experienced the upgrade firsthand, he would be eager to continue and sign the agreement. But what happened next left everyone in shock. As Miss Selner gazed into Jinwoo's eyes, she suddenly found herself consumed by an overwhelming darkness. She searched frantically, but saw nothing until a shadow emerged. It moved closer, revealing its terrifying presence as it opened its eyes and stared directly at her. Overwhelmed by fear, she screamed and fell off her chair, completely shaken by what she had seen. The two agents guarding Miss Selner instantly drew their guns, aiming at Jinwoo in a panic. Connor, alarmed by their reaction, quickly intervened, shouting for them to lower their weapons. He reminded them of who Jinwoo was, warning that if they had acted this way towards someone like Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigang, they wouldn't have lived to regret it. Realizing their mistake, the agents swiftly holstered their guns and rushed to assist the trembling Miss Selner. Connor turned back and bowed deeply to Jinwoo, apologizing profusely for his agent's actions. Still trying to process what had just happened, Jinwoo reassured him that it was okay. Connor rushed to Miss Selner's side, trying to understand what had happened. She could barely speak, her breathing unsteady. Seeing her distress, he quickly decided it would be best to reschedule their meeting with Jinwoo. Without hesitation, Adam escorted Jinwoo out of the room. Still struggling to catch her breath, Miss Selner finally managed to speak. To her, Jinwoo was no ordinary hunter. He was a king, a powerful king beyond anything she had ever encountered. Connor, trying to grasp the magnitude of her words, asked if this meant Jinwoo was as strong as a national-level hunter, but Miss Selner admitted that this wasn't something she could measure. What she had experienced went far beyond rankings or classifications. Still trembling, she described the sensation that had shaken her to her core. When she looked at Jinwoo, it wasn't just him she saw, but a presence within him, a force so deep and overwhelming that it had looked into her as she tried to peer into him. As fear gripped her, she shared one last chilling realization with Connor. There was no limit to Jinwoo's power. As Jinwoo left the room, the atmosphere remained tense. The Bureau had sought to recruit him, believing they could offer him something valuable. Instead, they had just uncovered something far beyond their understanding. The story then shifted to an earlier event in the timeline. The scene cut to America, where a hunter was trapped in a high-level dungeon. Fear gripped his face as a chilling presence emerged before him, Silid, the Frost Monarch who was on the hunt for the rulers within the country. A moment later, a gate opened behind him, revealing Yogimund, the Transfiguration Monarch. He hurried towards Silid, bringing urgent news about a small island to the east. Silid frowned, questioning why Yogimund was bringing up a place he had already claimed, as the island in the east was home to the Shadow Monarch. Yogimund explained that the rulers were attempting to free Legia, south of that location, and he needed to head there immediately. He urged the Frost Monarch to take his place in the east, but Silid pressed again. What about the Shadow Monarch? Yogimund reassured him that as long as the architect fulfilled the contract, and everything would go according to plan. However, he also shared an intriguing detail that made Silid grin with excitement. The greatest fragment of light had been located in the east. Just then, the Frost Monarch sensed a powerful presence. A ruler had arrived. It was Song Il-hwan, Jinwoo's father. He had deliberately left traces of his power, luring the monarchs to America. His glare was filled with fury as he demanded to know if they were referring to Korea as the small island to the east. As they prepared to leave, the Frost Monarch confirmed it, taunting Il-hwan to chase them if he dared. Not one to back down, Il-hwan launched a swift attack, but Silid countered effortlessly, erecting a massive ice wall that exploded upon impact, shaking the entire area. Back in the present, Yu Jinho sat in the office, fully committed to his new mission, silencing anyone who dared to badmouth Jinwoo. After the Jeju Island raid and the controversy surrounding Jinwoo's involvement, he was determined to protect both his partner and their guild's reputation. Wasting no time, he meticulously went through each offending comment, reporting them one by one with unwavering focus. Just then, Jinwoo appeared silently beside him. The sudden presence startled Jinho, snapping him out of his concentration. Jinwoo casually asked if there was any trouble, but Jinho assured him everything was fine. That's when he noticed something unusual. Jinwoo was still in his hunter gear. Jinwoo explained that he had just returned from a gate, bringing back high-level magic cores to fund their guild. Hearing this, Jinho was both relieved and impressed. With such valuable resources, they wouldn't have to worry about salaries for future employees. Jinwoo, however, looked confused when Jinho mentioned employees. Jinho reminded him that they still needed one more member to officially establish the guild. But before they could dwell on it, another pressing issue came up: the guild's name. Jinwoo initially dismissed it as unimportant, but Jinho emphasized that a name would define their identity. As they debated potential names, a knock at the door interrupted their discussion. Jinho hesitated, curious about who could be visiting. As he creaked the door open, he froze in shock. Standing before him was Hunter Cha Hae-in. Jinwoo was just as surprised. Someone of her stature showing up at his office was completely unexpected. He asked what brought her there, and Hae-in, without hesitation, stated her reason. She wanted to join his guild. Jinwoo, puzzled by her request, sought clarification. It had only been 2 years since her awakening, which meant she was still under contract with the Hunters Guild. He assumed she wouldn't be able to leave so easily, but to his surprise, Hae-in was willing to pay the penalty to break her contract. What shocked him even more was that she expected nothing in return, not even a signing bonus or a salary. Jinwoo couldn't understand why she would abandon one of Korea's most powerful guilds for his newly formed, unproven one. Pressing further, he asked why she was making such a drastic decision. Hae-in hesitated. She lowered her gaze, struggling to put her feelings into words. She couldn't possibly admit the truth. After what happened in Jeju and how he saved her from the jaws of death, she wanted to be near him. But she couldn't say that. Instead, she composed herself and gave a made-up excuse. She simply wanted a simpler life. Jinwoo listened, understanding more than he let on. As an S-rank hunter himself, he knew the burden that came with it. But he wasn't about to let her join just like that. To test her resolve, Jinwoo introduced a guild entrance test. Hae-in was caught off guard, as there was no mention of a test in the recruitment notice. However, Jinwoo smoothly deflected, implying it must have been an oversight on Jinho's part. For the test, Jinwoo announced that she would have to face one of his summons, his strongest one. Yet, despite the unexpected challenge, Hae-in didn't even flinch. There was no fear, no hesitation. She was ready to take it on. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo suggested heading to the Hunter Association's gymnasium to conduct the test. As they prepared to leave, Jinwoo realized that the gymnasium was quite far from their office. He wanted to test if his shadow exchange skill could transport both of them together. He reassured Hae-in that there was no need for a long walk. They could take a shortcut, but she needed to stay close. As Jinwoo stepped toward her, Hae-in felt a lump in her throat. He was closer than she expected. Before she could process it, Jinwoo activated Shadow Exchange. In an instant, their forms sank into the shadows, vanishing from the room without a sound. As they arrived at the gymnasium, the lights flickered on automatically, reacting to their mana. The vast space was brightly illuminated, and Hae-in couldn't hide her amazement at what she had just experienced. She took a moment to take in her surroundings before her gaze finally settled on Jinwoo, who was already prepared to begin the test. Just as they were about to start, Hae-in realized she had left her weapon behind. Jinwoo pointed out that the gymnasium had reserve weapons, though they were mostly for training and not of the highest quality. Without hesitation, she examined the selection and chose a sword similar in weight and length to her usual one. Once she confirmed her choice, Jinwoo summoned Igris, the best swordsman among his shadow soldiers. While Beru was undoubtedly his strongest summon, Jinwoo knew unleashing him against Hae-in might be too much, potentially even traumatizing, so he settled on Igris for this test. Jinwoo explained the conditions. Victory would be achieved by destroying the summon, while defeat would occur if Hae-in surrendered. To make the fight fair, he retrieved the Demon Monarch's sword from his inventory and handed it to Igris. Without wasting any time, Jinwoo gave the signal, and the match began. Igris struck first, swinging the Demon Monarch's sword with deadly precision. A bolt of lightning shot toward Hae-in, crackling with immense power. She reacted instantly, dodging with cat-like agility as the blast struck the wall behind her, leaving a deep, charred mark. Jinwoo watched closely, impressed. A lesser hunter would have been fatally wounded if they had been even slightly grazed by that attack. Without losing momentum, Hae-in gripped her sword and charged forward. Her focus was unwavering, and Igris met her head-on. Their blades clashed, sending sparks flying, each strike resonating through the gymnasium. Jinwoo had expected a good fight, but as he observed the battle, he realized he had underestimated Hae-in. Despite wielding the Demon Monarch's sword, Igris was struggling. Hae-in's attacks were relentless, her technique refined and precise. With one final blow, she sent Igris crashing into the wall. The impact reverberated through the space, and Jinwoo knew the outcome was decided. Before Igris could rise again, he called off the match. But Hae-in wasn't satisfied. She stepped forward, her breathing steady, and questioned whether Igris was truly the strongest summon Jinwoo had. Her gaze was unwavering as she insisted on facing his strongest one now. Jinwoo hesitated, knowing exactly who she meant. He was concerned she might get hurt, but Hae-in's determination was absolute. She wasn't backing down. She wanted this fight. After a brief pause, Jinwoo finally agreed, and, without saying another word, summoned Beru. The moment the shadow ant materialized, the atmosphere in the gymnasium shifted, but despite the crushing weight of his aura, Hae-in stood firm. Beru, ever loyal to Jinwoo, awaited confirmation of his orders. Jinwoo commanded him to defeat Hae-in, but made one thing clear: she must not be harmed. With his mission set, Beru unleashed a thunderous battle cry that shook the gymnasium. His blade-like claws extended menacingly from his fingers, ready to strike. Just as the tension peaked, Jinwoo's stern voice cut through the silence, reminding Beru of his command. Hearing his liege's instruction, Beru immediately retracted his claws. In that instant, Hai-In saw an opening and moved to seize the moment, but before she could react, Beru vanished from her sight. An icy shiver ran down her spine. She had seen this move before, on Jeju Island. She steeled herself, refusing to fall for the same trick twice. Beru reappeared behind her, his presence looming over her, but this time, she was ready. Her blade lashed out in a flurry of precise strikes. Dozens of slashes cut through the air, yet not a single one landed. Beru dodged effortlessly, his form unmoving, his gaze impassive. The overwhelming difference in their power became painfully clear. No matter how fast or how precise her attacks were, they simply couldn't reach him. Confusion and frustration began to set in for Hai-In. She couldn't understand, how could he be so powerful? And more importantly, what kind of strength did Jinwoo possess to command a monster like this with such ease? As doubt settled in, Beru suddenly closed the distance between them. A suffocating stench of death washed over her, paralyzing her limbs. For a fleeting moment, she felt as if it was over, but instead of attacking, Beru released a terrifying roar. The force of his magic power sent Hai-In skidding backward, momentarily stunned. Jinwoo watched the one-sided fight unfold with a grimace. He found no pleasure in the spectacle and asked if Hai-In was satisfied, hoping she would yield. But despite everything, her resolve hadn't wavered. She still wanted to fight. Jinwoo observed closely, trying to understand her intentions. By now, she knew she couldn't win. She had seen the sheer gap in their strength, yet she still refused to back down. He could sense Beru's growing irritation. Unlike his other summons, Beru was still a predator at heart. Even now, Jinwoo could feel him suppressing his overwhelming instinct to kill. Suddenly, Beru's patience snapped. His instincts flared, and he could no longer tolerate prey standing up to its predator. With a flick of his wrist, his claws extended once more as he lunged at Hai-In with lethal intent. But she dodged, barely. Realizing she had to take a risk, Hai-In activated her most powerful technique, Sword Dance. Moving with increasing speed, her blade carved elegant arcs in the air, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. The sound of metal clashing filled the room as Beru blocked every attack with his claws. Despite his calm demeanor, his displeasure was evident. Growing tired of the game, Beru decided to end it. As Hai-In lunged for another strike, he caught her sword with his bare hand. With a sickening crunch, he shattered it. Half the blade fell to the floor. But Hai-In didn't hesitate. She channeled all her remaining magic power into the broken weapon, its jagged edge glowing with an intense light. She was about to unleash a skill she had never used before, Blade of Light. Seeing her chance, Hai-In thrust her glowing weapon toward Beru, who had briefly lowered his guard after breaking her sword. Watching from the sidelines, Jinwoo's eyes widened. Something was wrong. In that brief moment, Beru's mind reset. Jinwoo's command to avoid harming Hai-In was overridden, and an old, deeply ingrained instinct from his previous life resurfaced: annihilate all enemies. To Beru, Hai-In was no longer an opponent. She was prey. Claws outstretched, Beru launched himself at Hai-In with terrifying speed, intent on ending her. She froze, her instinct screaming at her, but it was too late to react. Just as his claws were about to reach her, Jinwoo intervened. In a blur, he caught Beru's attack with his bare hands. Beru trembled as his gaze met Jinwoo's. Realizing his mistake, he leaped back, dropping to the ground, begging for forgiveness. Jinwoo sighed, understanding what had happened. Beru's protective instincts had momentarily overridden his command. For a moment, he glared at the kneeling shadow before shifting his gaze toward Hai-In. She had fallen to one knee, her breathing ragged. He still didn't understand. Why was she pushing herself so hard? Someone of her caliber didn't need to risk her life over a guild entrance exam. It wasn't worth it. Jinwoo asked her why she was pushing herself so hard, hoping for an answer that would make sense. But Hai-In remained silent, avoiding his gaze. Her silence only deepened his confusion. Still confused, Jinwoo asked Hai-In if she was interested in him. Hai-In's head snapped up, her expression betraying her shock. She looked completely caught off guard, as if the question had pulled her out of a daze. Jinwoo, sensing her surprise, dismissed the thought with a shrug. But after a long pause, Hai-In quietly admitted the truth. Jinwoo was right. She did have feelings for him. At the Federal Bureau of Hunters in the United States, Director David Brennan wasn't pleased with the recent news. His men had failed to recruit Sung Jinwoo, a hunter the Bureau had been determined to bring into their ranks ever since witnessing his overwhelming strength during the Jeju Island raid. Assistant Director Connor, accompanied by Norma Selner standing beside him, apologized for their failure in completing the assignment. Brennan, eager to get to the bottom of the situation, wasted no time in demanding an explanation. He wasn't interested in apologies, he needed to know what had gone wrong. Connor detailed everything that had happened in Korea, describing their failed efforts to bring Jinwoo under the Bureau's authority. He explained to the director that, based on Miss Selner's observations, Jinwoo was supposed to be one of the monarchs. This revelation about Jinwoo took Brennan by surprise. If true, it meant Jinwoo's power was beyond what they had anticipated. Brennan immediately sought clarification, questioning whether this put him on the level of a national-level hunter. Miss Selner took a deep breath before explaining. All reawakened hunters drew their strength from a realm known as the Other Side. Their abilities were not their own, but channeled from this unseen force. She had always been able to perceive these connections, feeling the energy each hunter borrowed. Some hunters glowed brighter than the rest, appearing to her as streaks of blinding light. She had always referred to them as monarchs. But Jinwoo's case was different. A chill ran through her as she recalled the experience. When she looked into Jinwoo's eyes, she hadn't seen a connection to another source of power. Instead, she had seen darkness, a vast, overwhelming force, something endless and all-consuming. Unlike other hunters, Jinwoo did not borrow his strength from anywhere. He was the source of his own power. No external forces granted him abilities, no limitations restricted his growth. He was the darkness itself. The weight of her words settled over the room like a suffocating pressure. Director Brennan, now understanding the gravity of the situation, thanked Miss Selner for her time. The implications were far beyond what he had expected. Connor watched as Director Brennan abruptly began walking, clearly having a plan in mind. When he asked where he was headed, Brennan instructed Connor to follow him to basement level 24. Both men walked to the elevator and stepped inside. As the doors closed and the descent began, Director Brennan finally broke the silence. If they couldn't use Miss Selner's abilities to bring Jinwoo into the Bureau, they would need to find another way. He wasn't willing to give up so easily. He then reminded Connor of the first ever S-rank gate that had opened, a moment in history that no one could forget. Connor immediately understood what he was referring to. That catastrophic dungeon break had unleashed destruction on a scale never seen before, wiping out the entire West Coast. In response to the disaster, America had launched an unprecedented operation, offering massive rewards to gather the world's strongest hunters. Out of all those who had participated in the legendary raid, only 5 had survived. These 5 warriors, forged in the flames of battle, had been granted a title that carried the weight of an entire nation, national-level hunters. The monster responsible for the carnage was Kamish, the dragon known as the Undying Flame, a beast so powerful that it had single-handedly slaughtered hundreds of top-ranking hunters. Its name was etched into history as a symbol of absolute terror. As they reached basement level 24, Director Brennan questioned whether Connor could truly believe that nothing had been gained from such a tragedy. Connor hesitated for a moment before realizing what the director was implying. Brennan silently confirmed his suspicion as they stepped into the last room on the level. The reinforced door slid open, revealing a chamber unlike any other in the facility. Brennan stepped forward and carefully opened a safe embedded into the wall, unveiling the heavily secured artifact. It was a runestone extracted from Kamish's remains. Brennan explained that it had been 8 years since this rune had been recovered from the remains of the most fearsome monster in human history, and yet, in all that time, not a single hunter had been able to activate it. The power of the rune remained untouched, waiting in the shadows as if it had been left behind for someone else, for the one hunter who might finally unlock its secrets. As Brennan stared at Kamish's mortal remains, his mind raced with possibilities, wondering if this powerful artifact could be the key to their dilemma. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, Jinwoo stood in front of his bathroom mirror, lost in thought. Heian's words from earlier lingered in his mind. Jinwoo wondered if he had really changed that much, considering himself fairly slim with average looks. Curious about how others might see him, he glanced into the living room where Jinna was lying on the couch. Grinning to himself, he decided to ask for her opinion. But Jinna, unimpressed, shot him down instantly. She questioned where he had gotten such baseless confidence and playfully teased him, insisting that, in her eyes, he still looked like a bum. Jinwoo smirked before pinching her cheek, which quickly escalated into their usual playful banter. Their conversation soon shifted when Jinwoo mentioned his plans to form a new guild. Jinna, now genuinely intrigued, asked if he had settled on a name. He suggested Solo Play Guild. Jinna, however, immediately rejected it. She pointed out the obvious contradiction. Jinwoo wasn't a true solo player. His strength came from his ability to summon an army of shadow soldiers, so the name didn't make any sense. After thinking for a moment, Jinna offered an alternative, Ajin Guild. She explained the meaning behind it, where A meant I and Jin meant to go forward. Jinwoo found it surprisingly clever, but what amused him the most was when Jinha revealed the real reason behind her choice. It was simply her name spelled backward. After mulling it over, Jinwoo admitted it wasn't a bad name for his new guild. That night, Hai-In lay on her bed, feeling overwhelmed with embarrassment. The memory of her earlier conversation with Jinwoo kept replaying in her mind. She had practically confessed her feelings. The realization made her cringe. She buried her face deeper into the blanket, wondering if Jinwoo now thought of her as a strange woman. Every time she tried to brush it off, the moment resurfaced, making her mind go completely blank. She told herself it was natural to be interested in him. After all, he had saved her life. But deep down, she knew her feelings were far more complicated. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted to Min Byung-gyu, the healer whose abilities had actually saved her. But just as she recalled him, a faint voice rang in her head. The voice was familiar, yet distant. She closed her eyes, desperately trying to grasp the fleeting memory. Something about it felt urgent, as if it had been buried in her subconscious, waiting for the right moment to surface. The voice echoed again. It spoke about Jinwoo. Slowly, the memory began to take shape. The fog in her mind lifted, revealing Min Byung-gyu's shadow. But something was different. His usual calm demeanor was tinged with an unusual worry. His eyes, filled with concern, were locked onto her as he spoke. He had told her to warn Jinwoo, to tell him to be careful of the power he possessed. A chill ran down Hai-In's spine. Her eyes snapped open as she sat up abruptly. At the Knights Guild, Yuntai arrived with urgent news for Guildmaster Park Jong-soo. A new gate had appeared the previous day, and securing a raid permit was proving difficult due to its high rank. While it wasn't an S-rank gate, it was dangerously close, enough to cause concern. The problem was clear. The Knights Guild simply didn't have the manpower to form a proper assault squad for such a high-level raid, but as one of the 5 major guilds in the country, failing to take it on would damage their reputation. Yuntai pointed out that if they passed on this gate, the Fame Guild would likely seize the opportunity. The idea of handing over a gate that had appeared so close to their own territory made Jong-soo fume with anger. While their A-rank hunters were strong, comparable to those in other major guilds, their biggest weakness remained unchanged. They had no S-rank hunters. That single fact alone prevented them from taking on the raid. As Jong-soo and Yuntai discussed their limited options, Jung Yerim, an A-rank healer, joined the conversation. She suggested forming an alliance with another guild, a logical choice under normal circumstances, but Jong-soo was skeptical. However, Yerim had a different idea. Instead of a guild alliance, she proposed bringing in a single hunter. Jong-soo initially dismissed the idea, questioning how a single hunter could make a difference in such a high-level raid, but before he could brush it off completely, something clicked. He suddenly realized who Jung Yerim was referring to. He knew that if they could bring Hunter Sung Jinwoo into the raid, it wouldn't just increase their chances of safely clearing the gate, but also enhance their public image. With no time to waste, Jong-soo immediately decided to meet Jinwoo in person to discuss this crucial matter. With the Knights Guild planning ahead for their crucial meeting, Jinwoo arrived at his office the next day, having made a decision about his new guild's name. He proposed Ajin Guild. Jinho was thrilled with the suggestion, feeling relieved that it wasn't something ridiculous like Solo Play Guild. With the name settled, Jinwoo and Jinho knew they only needed one last founding member to complete the team. Jinho was taken by surprise when Jinwoo dismissed Hunter Cha Hai-In as the potential candidate. Even though she seemed perfect for their guild, Jinwoo explained that she wasn't the right fit. He was looking for someone with a hunter's license who had no interest in guild activities. As they were discussing, a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. Jinwoo briefly wondered if it might be Hai-In again, but when he opened the door, he was met with 3 unfamiliar faces: Park Jong-soo, Yuntai, and Jung Yerim from the Knights Guild. Jong-soo introduced himself and immediately got to the point, showing Jinwoo a video of a massive gate that had appeared in Busan. While it hadn't been officially classified as S-rank, its sheer size made it the largest gate ever recorded in the city. The situation was urgent. Jong-soo explained that the Knights Guild was struggling to obtain a raid permit because they had no S-rank hunters. That was the real reason for their visit. They had traveled all this way to ask Jinwoo to join their assault team. If he agreed, it would fulfill the requirements needed to secure the permit they desperately wanted. To make the offer more appealing, Jong-soo offered Jinwoo 20% of the profits, a generous share compared to the usual 10% most S-rank hunters received. Jinwoo, however, countered with a 50-50 split. He made it clear that he would only join them if they treated him as a guild rather than just an individual hunter. Jong-soo, realizing that Jinwoo was far from a pushover, agreed to the terms, but with one condition. Jinwoo would have to defeat the dungeon boss. Without hesitation, Jinwoo accepted. Jiangsu informed him that the raid needed to happen by the next day at the latest. Jinwoo had no objections and assured them he wouldn't be late. Just as the meeting was wrapping up, Jinwoo's phone vibrated. Stepping outside to take the call, he was greeted by a familiar voice, his mother. She had just bought a cell phone and called simply because she wanted to hear his voice. Jinwoo, happy to hear from her, suggested they have dinner together that night. As it had been a while since they had spent time together, she agreed, and Jinwoo looked forward to the evening. The next day, at Gwangali Beach in Busan, the elite hunters of the Knights Guild had gathered at the designated meeting point. Guildmaster Park Jong-soo stood among them, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as he anxiously awaited Jinwoo's arrival. The scheduled start time was fast approaching. Only 5 minutes remained before the raid was set to begin. At that exact moment, Jinwoo stepped out of his apartment building. He glanced up at the sky, sensing that it was time. Without wasting a second, he activated Shadow Exchange and disappeared. Back at Gwangali Beach, a large crowd had formed, their eyes locked on the enormous gate, despite the gloomy clouds overhead. The sheer size of it was intimidating, even up close. Jinwoo observed the scene carefully, noting the various raid teams assembled, and was quietly impressed by the number of A-rank hunters present. As he walked forward, he quickly found himself surrounded by the other hunters. They were eager to see him in action, especially after his legendary performance during the Jeju Island raid. The air buzzed with excitement and curiosity, but Jinwoo found the sudden attention somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his unease, Jung Yerim stepped in to deflect some of the attention. Her intervention gave Jinwoo a much-needed moment of respite from the barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Jong-soo, thrilled to see Jinwoo arrive, greeted him with enthusiasm. Jong-soo quickly addressed the group, officially announcing that as guildmaster, he would be leading the raid. The declaration was met with disappointment from several hunters, many of whom had hoped that Jinwoo would take command instead. Despite their reactions, Jong-soo remained firm, explaining that Jinwoo's role was to protect the backline and ensure the team's safety. With everything in place, Jong-soo signaled the start of the raid. The team moved forward, stepping toward the unknown dangers lurking beyond the gate, ready to face whatever awaited them inside. While things had settled at Gwangali Beach with Jinwoo's arrival, a storm was silently brewing elsewhere, inside Jinna's high school. 3 male students, grumbling about being sent on an errand, wandered through the halls, following their art teacher's instructions. Their destination was the second art classroom, a room that had long been repurposed into a storage space. As they unlocked the door, a thick cloud of dust greeted them, filling the air with the stale scent of neglect. Casually discussing how many statues they needed to carry back, one of them suddenly froze. His eyes locked onto something unusual in the far corner of the room. The others followed his gaze. There, embedded in the wall, was a large, blue gate. Curiosity got the better of them. One of the students stepped forward, reaching out to inspect the gate, completely convinced that nothing would happen. At that moment, a deep crack split through the gate's surface. Before he could react, a hand shot out. It clamped down on the boy's head with an iron grip. He struggled desperately, but the hand's strength was absolute. Soon, a sickening crack echoed through the room. Blood splattered across the walls as his skull was crushed instantly. The remaining 2 students, paralyzed in horror, barely had time to scream before the gate shattered like glass. From the fractured portal, beasts began pouring into the world. The first creatures to emerge were 2 massive orcs. Their keen senses immediately detected prey nearby. The entire building was teeming with prey. One of them, eager for the thrill of the hunt, decided the time had come. He ordered his companion to summon their brothers. Once their forces were assembled, they would wipe out every human in the building before fortifying their position. As the leader orc walked through the corridor, he spotted 2 students in the distance and, without hesitation, charged at them with his axe raised high. The students, caught in the monster's bloodthirsty gaze, stood paralyzed in terror. In the blink of an eye, a normal school day had turned into a massacre. As the nightmare unfolded, one student managed to fumble for their phone. With shaking hands, they dialed the Hunters Association Emergency Center. An employee answered quickly. On the other end was a teenage girl, her voice trembling with fear. The receptionist tried to remain calm and professional, asking how she could assist. The girl, barely able to get her words out, whispered that she was at her school, hiding in a bathroom while terrifying beasts roamed outside. The receptionist's breath caught for a moment as she realized the gravity of the situation. As the girl struggled to form a sentence, overwhelmed by sheer terror, the receptionist urged her to stay calm and assured that hunters were already on their way. She gently asked the girl to describe the creatures. Through quiet sobs, the girl explained. They had human-like bodies, ugly faces, and green skin. A shiver ran down the receptionist's spine. She knew what they were dealing with, an orc outbreak. But before she could warn the girl, it was too late. A deep guttural growl rumbled through the speaker. Then came a single, blood-curdling scream, and the line went dead. The school had turned into a slaughterhouse. While some students had managed to flee, many weren't as lucky. Bloodied corpses littered the hallways, and those still alive were either running for their lives or cowering and hiding. Orcs, with blood dripping from their axes, stood over the lifeless bodies of their victims. Though some prey had managed to escape, their cruel, beastly eyes gleamed with satisfaction. There were still plenty more students trapped inside. On the top floor, a group of students huddled together, their bodies pressed against the walls as they listened to the horrors unfolding below. They had barricaded the classroom door with desks and chairs, but it was a feeble defense at best. The boys in the room clutched whatever they could find, chairs, mops, anything that could be used as a weapon, but their hands trembled and their eyes betrayed the truth. They knew none of it would make a difference. Suddenly, the door exploded from its frame as the leader orc burst into the classroom. Panic surged through the students as one boy, desperate to escape, sprinted toward the back door, only to be struck down instantly by an orc waiting in the shadows. With both exits blocked, the remaining students were trapped like cornered prey. Pressed against the wall, they could only watch in horror as the orcs closed in. Amid the chaos, Jinna huddled with her classmates in a corner, her heart pounding. Fear consumed her, but in that moment of terror, she clung to a single hope, her brother Jinwoo. She called out to him in her mind, believing with all her heart that he would come for her. An orc scanned the group of terrified students and sensed something unusual, a surge of magic energy. It was coming from Jinna. Her presence stood out, and the orc's bloodthirsty gaze locked onto her as he became fixated on killing her. As the orc took a step toward her, Jinna's classmate stepped in the way. Summoning every ounce of courage she had, she tried to block the orc's path, but it was futile. His eyes remained locked on Jinna as he raised his massive axe, ready to strike. Jinna watched in horror as the weapon rose above her head. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen in fear. Desperately, she squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. Just as the orc prepared to strike, something completely unexpected happened. All of a sudden, a high orc shadow soldier clad in black armor emerged, gripping the orc's wrist with an iron grip. The orc barely had time to react before the shadow soldier slammed its fist down on its head with overwhelming force. The impact was so brutal that the orc shot through the roof like a rocket. Soon, more high orc shadow soldiers materialized, their imposing figures rising from the darkness, their eyes locked onto any remaining threats as they moved in unison, forming an impenetrable wall around Jinna. The battle had shifted. She was no longer in danger. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had turned up at the school just in time, securing the area, while their master, on the other hand, had entered the dungeon alongside the Knights Guild raid party. Upon entering, they were met with a twin-headed ogre. The creature roared and swung its massive battle axe with all its might, aiming to crush anything in its path. Jongsu, the tank of the group, charged forward, raising his shield just in time to block the powerful blow. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves through the ground, but he held firm. As Jongsu held the line, he called out to Yuntai, who dashed in with lightning speed. With precision and agility, he leapt onto the ogre and slashed at both of its eyes. The beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly as Yuntai signaled the others to strike and inflict as much damage as possible. Seizing the opportunity, the Knights Guild hunters launched a coordinated counterattack. Their frontline fighters moved in sync, slashing deep into the ogre's thick hide, while the mages positioned behind them rained down scorching spells. The monstrous creature, now covered in wounds and burns, staggered backward before collapsing with a heavy thud. Jongsu called for a brief regroup, acknowledging the difficulty of the raid. Encountering a twin-headed ogre at the entrance of a dungeon was rare, an ominous sign. Jinwoo, surveying the scene, identified it as a gravekeeper. Jongsu explained that such creatures often signified an army of undead lurking deeper within. Trying to keep the tension in check, Yuntai joked about not jinxing their situation. But before anyone could respond, they noticed something strange. The undead creatures within the dungeon weren't charging at them as expected. Instead, they were retreating, backing away as if something far more terrifying was chasing them. Jinwoo's instincts flared. A sudden jolt of adrenaline shot through him as his heart pounded. He picked up urgent signals from the High Orc warriors he had stationed to protect Jinna. Something was wrong. Without hesitation, he turned to Jongsu, informing him that he had an urgent matter to attend to. Jongsu, startled by the sudden announcement, protested, concerned about the dangers they might face without his presence. But Jinwoo remained unfazed. With a cold, steady gaze, he assured them that he would summon someone just as reliable to take his place. Then, without delay, he called forth the most powerful soldier in his shadow army, Beru. He instructed him to protect the humans while dealing with any other creatures however he pleased. The sheer presence of Beru, radiating overwhelming mana, sent a wave of fear through the hunters. They instinctively backed away, uneasy at the thought of finishing the raid alongside such a monstrous being. Jinwoo calmly informed them that his summoned soldiers, including Beru, would assist them. He assured Jongsu that 20 of his shadows were more than enough to clear the dungeon. Yerim, still in shock, questioned Jinwoo's decision to leave after summoning such an overwhelming force, but one glance at Jinwoo's icy expression silenced her. He made it clear, if they didn't want his help, he could withdraw his summons, but whatever happened next would be on the Knights Guild, not him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Jongsu quickly agreed. Jinwoo checked the cooldown timer for his shadow exchange skill, frustration washing over him as he realized there was still over an hour left before he could use it. He couldn't afford to wait. Determined, Jinwoo turned and sprinted toward the exit, but just as he prepared to cut through the undead blocking his path, something unexpected happened. The creatures, instead of attacking, dropped to their knees, bowing before him. Jinwoo's eyes narrowed. Perhaps they were reacting to his necromancer abilities, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. Dismissing his dagger back into his inventory, he burst out of the dungeon's exit and summoned his winged dragon, Kaisel. As he emerged, the crowd outside the gate stood frozen, watching in awe. Ignoring their curious stares, Jinwoo climbed onto Kaisel's back, eyes burning with determination. With one command, he took off, soaring through the skies at breakneck speed, racing toward Jinna. Back at the high school, the leader orc's head was sliced in half, its massive body collapsing to the floor. The towering shadow soldier slammed the remaining 2 orcs into the ground with a lethal blow. The students, frozen in fear, could only watch in horror, unable to comprehend what had just happened. In an instant, all 3 orcs attacking the classroom had been eliminated. Now, the shadow soldiers stood silently, guarding Jinna. Confused and still in shock, Jinna wondered if her brother had arrived, but as she looked around, the shadow soldiers refused to let her leave their side, pointing toward the lingering dangers still present in the building. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the halls. The dungeon gate cracked open, and a throne emerged. The final restriction had been lifted, unleashing the dungeon's master, Groktar, the orc warlord and chief of the Red Blade tribe. Sitting atop his throne, he exuded a terrifying presence, ready to bring mayhem upon the school. His moment of stillness was broken by a panicked subordinate rushing to his side, breathlessly, reporting that a group of high orcs was assisting the humans. Groktar, unimpressed, asked how many there were. Upon learning there were only 3, he scoffed at the idea that his warriors couldn't handle them. Calling it pathetic, he lifted his massive axe and commanded his subordinate to lead the way. Reaching the classroom, Groktar wasted no time. With a powerful swing, his axe struck the towering shadow soldier, sending it flying. The other orcs erupted in cheers, chanting their leader's name. Despite their formidable strength, the shadow warriors were no match for the chief of the Red Blade tribe. Boasting about his countless victories, Groktar pointed to the tattoos covering his body, each a symbol of an enemy he had slain. He taunted the shadow soldiers, demanding a better fight. When they managed to block his strikes, he acknowledged their resilience but remained dominant. With a swift motion, he cut through them, expecting them to fall for good, but to his shock, the shadows regenerated instantly. Groktar frowned. Was this some kind of sorcery? No matter how many times he cut them down, they kept coming back. Frustration boiled inside him. As he pondered a way to eliminate the shadow soldiers, a voice rang in his head, urging him to kill the humans. The constant nagging gave him a headache. He then suddenly realized that if these shadows were controlled by magic, eliminating their caster would put an end to them. His gaze scanned the room, and then he saw Jinna. She stood behind the towering shadows, trembling. Groktar was certain she was the source. Without hesitation, he commanded his orcs to seize her, knowing the shadow warriors would be powerless while regenerating. One of his subordinates lunged toward Jinna. The shadow soldiers tried to intercept, but they were swarmed by the other orcs, who relentlessly slashed and stabbed, keeping them at bay. As the battle raged on, Groktar advanced on Jinna himself. He grabbed her by the mouth, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. A wicked grin spread across his face. He was about to squeeze the life out of her when a deafening roar echoed from the distance. Groktar's instinct screamed at him. Something was coming, fast. A surge of fear locked him in place as the thunderous sound of an approaching force grew louder. His grip loosened, and Jinna fell to the ground, gasping for air. Her friend rushed to her side, frantic with concern, but Groktar wasn't paying attention anymore. His focus was locked on the overwhelming presence closing in. Every second, it drew closer. Groktar's jaw clenched, his eyes widening as he grasped the sheer magnitude of the power rushing toward them. Panic surged through him as he bellowed to his orc warriors, ordering them to brace for impact. But before they could react, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the building. The classroom wall was obliterated, sending dust and debris billowing through the air. Jinna coughed, struggling to catch her breath, her vision blurred by the chaos around her. But amid the destruction, a familiar presence emerged beside her. Without a word, Jinwoo gently patted her head, a silent reassurance that she was safe now. Groktar swallowed hard as he faced this new and incredibly powerful adversary. The overwhelming presence of Jinwoo sent a chilling fear through him, a feeling he had never experienced before. Desperate to assert himself, Groktar straightened and introduced himself as the chief of the Red Blade tribe. But before he could finish, Jinwoo's hand rose. Filled with rage, Jinwoo pointed directly at Groktar, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade as he commanded him to shut up and wait. The orc chief froze, instantly silenced by the overwhelming presence before him. Jinna, tears welling in her eyes, threw her arms around her brother the moment her coughing subsided. Jinwoo stroked her hair gently, asking if she was okay. Apologizing for being late, he glanced around, ensuring the students were safe. They nodded in relief, confirming they were unharmed. His gaze then landed on Jinna's face, where a distinct handprint on her cheek and neck made his blood boil. Without hesitation, he commanded Igris to stay by her side and protect her, then summoned additional shadow soldiers to escort the remaining students to safety. As the orcs tried to budge, seeing their prey slipping away, Jinwoo glared at them with anger, demanding to know who had allowed them to move. Groktar, realizing the situation was far beyond his understanding, questioned Jinwoo. Who was he, and how could he speak their language? But Jinwoo's expression remained unreadable, his silence more terrifying than any answer he could give. Seeing no response, Groktar didn't waste another second. With a roar, he commanded his warriors to attack. The orcs surged forward, their weapons raised, but they never stood a chance. One swung a massive axe at Jinwoo, but before it could land, Jinwoo caught its fingers effortlessly, crushing them in his grip. The orc howled in pain before Jinwoo flipped it upside down, slammed it into the ground, and crushed it beneath his foot. Two more orcs lunged, but Jinwoo barely moved. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Commander's Touch, sending them colliding midair before clenching his fist, causing their bodies to burst apart. Despite the mounting losses, the orcs pressed forward, charging at him with reckless abandon. But Jinwoo weaved through them with ease, dismantling them with nothing but his fingers. Wherever he touched, heads, shoulders, arms, torsos, the orcs exploded on impact, their remains painting the walls in carnage. In mere moments, dozens of orcs lay motionless, and Jinwoo stood face to face with Groktar. The orc chief barely had time to react before Jinwoo grabbed him by the jaw and slammed his head against the wall. Groktar gasped for air, his vision spinning as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. Jinwoo's gaze shifted, scanning the hallway. The sight of fallen students, lifeless bodies littered across the floor, sent his rage boiling over. His cold eyes locked onto Groktar once more as he pressed for an answer for the slaughter of humans. Groktar, trembling, stammered a response, claiming that a voice in his head had ordered him to slaughter all humans. Jinwoo leaned in, his gaze piercing as he pressed for more. Had the voice commanded him to kill him as well? Groktar, now desperate, pleaded for forgiveness, swearing that he hadn't intended to challenge Jinwoo. But Jinwoo wasn't satisfied with his answer. The orc chief continued to beg, but Jinwoo only grew colder. Perhaps, he thought, Groktar hadn't considered him human at all. Jinwoo, in an eerily calm voice, told Groktar that he might forgive him, but the path to forgiveness would not be easy. And in the next instant, without another word, Jinwoo summoned the Demon Monarch's dagger and brutally ended Groktar's life. Meanwhile, at Gwangali Beach, the dungeon raid pressed on. Jinwoo's shadow ants swarmed the cavern walls, their battle cries echoing through the space. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the Knights Guild hunters, some of whom began voicing concerns, fearing these creatures might turn on them at any moment. Yuntae, uneasy, looked toward Jongsu for direction. Jongsu, deep in thought, realized they couldn't afford to back out now. If they retreated, they would have to face the reporters waiting outside, and calling off the raid out of fear wasn't an option. Just as he was steeling himself, Beru suddenly appeared in front of him. The unexpected appearance of the monstrous figure made Jongsu freeze, his confidence draining instantly. He struggled to find the right words, nervously attempting to address the creature with respect. Beru, however, simply stared at him in silence, heightening Jongsu's unease before vanishing just as quickly as he had appeared. The moment Jongsu began to process what had happened, Beru reappeared again, startling him further, and tossed something toward his feet. It was a severed head. the remains of a Death Knight, one of the strongest monsters they could encounter. Jiangsu's breath hitched as he registered what he was looking at. The realization that Beru had effortlessly slain such a formidable foe in an instant left him in stunned silence. As Beru returned to commanding the Shadow Ants, Jiangsu slumped to the ground, overwhelmed. His teammates rushed to check on him, asking if it was safe to continue following the shadow creatures. Gathering himself, Jiangsu assured them he was fine and pointed at the decapitated head. He reminded them of the immense value of magic stones harvested from high-ranking monsters like this. Then, turning to his party, he asked if they still wanted to proceed. Before he could even finish his sentence, the raid party had already started moving. Yuntai chuckled, calling out to Jiangsu to hurry up and keep pace. It had been quite a while since the raid began, and at last, the Knights Guild strike squad reached the entrance of the boss's lair. As they stepped inside, a chilling sight awaited them. An Archlich, the dungeon's boss, flanked by a group of Death Knights. The moment they laid eyes on it, fear paralyzed them. None of them had expected to face a creature this powerful and infamous. Jiangsu quickly assessed the situation. Archliches were notorious for wiping out entire guilds. He recalled the devastating incident involving China's Gold Dragon Guild, an elite force that was annihilated by an Archlich, resulting in a near-catastrophic dungeon break that was only contained thanks to Liu Zhigang's intervention. His gut told him they were in trouble. Their squad, composed of only A-rank hunters, stood little chance against such a formidable opponent. Sensing the danger, Yuntai turned to Jiangsu, anxiously asking what they should do. But before he could respond, the hunters noticed a horde of Death Knights marching toward them, weapons raised and ready to attack. Jiangsu snapped into action, urgently ordering his team to block the doors. Yerim, reacting instantly, activated her holy shield, erecting a barrier that sealed the entrance in an instant. Jiangsu knew they were running out of options, and without Jinwu, survival seemed impossible. Yerim, already struggling to maintain the barrier, turned to Jiangsu with a look of concern. She warned him that it wouldn't hold for even 5 minutes. Then, at that critical moment, Beru stepped forward. Without hesitation, he strode past the hunters and stood directly in front of the Archlich. The boss, upon recognizing the Shadow Army's presence, was momentarily taken aback. It demanded to know why the monarch's personal army was attacking them. Beru remained unfazed. Baring his mandibles and extending his claws, he coldly declared that they had been chosen by the king, while the Archlich had not. Indignant and in disbelief, the Archlich insisted that it would speak to the king itself. But before it could finish its sentence, Beru materialized mere inches from its face. The Archlich barely had a moment to react before Beru's claw pierced through its chest. A stunned silence filled the room as the Lich looked down, eyes wide in horror. Beru gripped its heart and yanked it free. The boss trembled, shaking its head in denial, desperately pleading for Beru not to break it. But the Ant King didn't care for its screams. Without hesitation, he crushed the life source in his fist. In an instant, the Archlich and its Death Knights disintegrated into the air, leaving nothing but a fading echo of their existence. Beru roared triumphantly as he struck down the final boss of the dungeon. The Knights Guild members stood in a mix of disbelief and excitement, watching as the raid concluded without a single casualty on their side. But things weren't as calm at Jinna's high school, where a large crowd had gathered, shaken by the tragic incident. The atmosphere was heavy with panic, grief, and the cries of parents mourning the loss of their children in the dungeon outbreak. Meanwhile, Jinwu had already left the scene, seated in a car alongside President Go Gunhee. As they rode together, President Go provided a report on the situation. Out of all the students, 213 had managed to escape safely, while 10 others were rescued from the building. The rest, tragically, hadn't made it in time. He then shared additional data with Jinwu, revealing an alarming trend. Gate appearances had been steadily increasing worldwide over the last 6 months. Alongside this surge, there was also a noticeable rise in the number of people awakening as hunters. It was as if the world was trying to maintain a balance between the threats emerging from the gates and those who could stop them. Jinwu then calmly asked about the reason behind the chairman's sudden visit. President Go explained that several countries had expressed interest in meeting him. Due to his S-rank status, many nations were eager to recruit him for their own purposes, with some even making highly lucrative offers. He assured Jinwu that the association had protected his personal information thus far, but ultimately, the decision to engage with these nations rested with him. As Jinwu listened closely, President Go voiced his concern. If he were to leave Korea, the country might struggle to adapt to the changes looming on the horizon. Soon, the chairman's car arrived at the hospital where Jinna had been taken. As Jinwu stepped out, President Go made one final plea, urging him to stay in the country. He reassured Jinwoo that the association would do everything in its power to provide him with the resources he needed. The Korean Hunter Association had already lost 3 of its official S-rank hunters, 2 in the Jeju raid and 1 to the United States. Losing another, especially someone of Jinwoo's caliber, would be a devastating blow. President Go was determined to prevent that at all costs. After a brief moment of thought, Jinwoo made an unexpected request. He asked for permission to enter high-ranking gates alone, bypassing the minimum capacity requirement. President Go was taken aback. The law requiring a set number of hunters in raids was designed to protect them from unnecessary risks. However, as he considered Jinwoo's words, it became clear that this might have been the very reason he had formed his own guild. Jinwoo confirmed this and asked if his request was too much. While the idea of a single-man raid team was unheard of, President Go understood that Jinwoo wasn't just any hunter. Though hesitant, he agreed that it wasn't impossible and promised to do everything in his power to make it happen. After dropping Jinwoo at the hospital, President Go headed straight to the National Assembly to discuss Jinwoo's urgent matter. As he presented his request to recognize summoned minions as official members of strike squads, one of the assembly members immediately rejected the idea, calling it absurd. The member argued that the Hunters Association was meant to serve all hunters equally and accused President Go of bending regulations solely for hunter Sung Jinwoo. Remaining calm, President Go acknowledged that this was indeed preferential treatment. He then posed a simple yet powerful question to the assembly. If they had to choose between sending an assault squad of regular hunters or letting Jinwoo clear a dungeon alone, which would they pick? The room fell silent as the weight of the question sank in. President Go then reminded them that guilds from around the world were eager to recruit Jinwoo. If Korea refused to compromise, there was a real risk he might leave for another country. He urged them not to repeat past mistakes, referencing how hunter Hwang Dong-soo had defected to the United States. He then nudged the assembly, reminding them that if another S-rank gate appeared in Korea, they would need someone capable of protecting them. Meanwhile, unaware of all the buzz surrounding her, Yoo Soo-yeon was fully engrossed in her work in the entertainment industry. After wrapping up a shoot, she noticed her phone buzzing with a call from her brother, Jinho. He invited her to join Ajin Guild, assuring her she wouldn't have to do any actual work. He explained that they needed one more founding member to finalize the guild's registration. Skeptical, Soo-yeon teased Jinho, asking if he had fallen for some kind of scam. Jinho, amused, told her she'd be shocked when she found out who this so-called shady guy was. After their call, Soo-yeon made her way to Ajin Guild's office. Upon arriving, Jinho introduced her to Jinwoo, explaining that she was his cousin and a certified A-rank hunter. The realization hit Soo-yeon. She was standing before the famous Sung Jinwoo. Jinho, ever playful, reminded her that she was the real celebrity in the family. But Soo-yeon remained more excited to meet Jinwoo than to bask in her own fame. Observing their interaction, Jinwoo considered the family dynamics. Jinho was a D-rank hunter, while Soo-yeon was A-rank. He pondered whether genetics played a role in the awakening process, recalling cases of siblings gaining abilities and reflecting on his own father, who had been a hunter. Turning his attention back to Soo-yeon, Jinwoo asked if Jinho had explained everything to her. She confirmed that she understood they needed a founding member. Jinwoo then warned her that joining their guild would likely cause a media frenzy and asked if she was prepared for that. Unbothered, Soo-yeon brushed it off, saying that anything was better than being involved with Jin-sung. Curious, Jinwoo asked who she was referring to, and Jinho quietly explained that Jin-sung was his older brother, infamous for his bad personality. As Jinwoo processed the conversation, Soo-yeon hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to him. With a small smile, she asked if he would mind taking a selfie with her. Jinwoo obliged, and Soo-yeon quickly posted it on social media. The post went viral almost instantly, sparking conversations everywhere. When Hae-in saw the photo, an uneasy feeling washed over her. Her heart ached, her body trembled, and for the first time, she felt a deep sense of insecurity she couldn't ignore. After the National Assembly approved Jinwoo's request to recognize his summoned minions as official members of strike squads, he arrived with Jinho at the site of an A-rank gate that had recently appeared. It was their guild's first ever raid after receiving authorization, and Jinho stood in awe, staring at the massive, towering structure before him. Jinwoo, always focused, led the way as they prepared for their mission. However, they weren't alone. The chief inspector of the Hunters Association's surveillance team, Woo Jinchul, was also present, assessing Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. Observing them closely, he noted that each of them was at least B rank, with some likely reaching A rank. Jinwoo and his soldiers easily passed the safety checks required for the A rank gate, proving they were more than capable. Jinchul quickly realized that those questioning whether Jinwoo received special treatment simply didn't understand the full extent of his power. With preparations complete, Jinchul signaled that they were ready to proceed. However, before stepping into the gate, he unexpectedly removed his coat. Both Jinwoo and Jinho were taken aback as Jinchul revealed a full suit of armor underneath his formal attire. He then explained that Chairman Go had ordered him to personally observe the raid to ensure everything was truly safe. He asked if he could accompany them as a representative of the inspection team, just for the day. Jinwoo questioned whether Chief Jinchul was truly prepared for what lay ahead. At that moment, Jinchul didn't fully grasp what Jinwoo meant, but he soon realized it after witnessing the gruesome scene unfolding before him in the dungeon. An A-rank monster, a Naga, was being ruthlessly stabbed and slashed by Jinwoo's shadow soldiers. On the other side of the battlefield, the shadow ants devoured their prey alive, creating a disturbing sight. Iron and Tank tore through the monsters with sheer brute force, while the formidable Beru decapitated a Naga with a single effortless slice. Sweat dripped down Jinchul's forehead as he observed the massacre. Even elite veteran hunters with exceptional combat and magic skills would struggle against such formidable opponents. Yet, these monsters stood no chance against Jinwoo's shadow army. Among them, one figure stood out the most. Igris, wielding the Demon Monarch's sword, moved with blinding speed, lightning striking from his blade with every swing. He annihilated the Nagas in an instant, his overwhelming presence making Jinchul wonder if he surpassed even A-rank hunters. For a brief moment, Jinchul questioned whether he himself would stand a chance in a one-on-one fight against Igris. While his army handled the monsters, Jinwoo commanded another squad to mine the mana crystals, ensuring every resource was efficiently utilized. Jinchul, still in shock, now fully understood why Chairman Go had sent him to observe Jinwoo firsthand. This wasn't just a one-man assault squad. Jinwoo was capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon, retrieving valuable corpses, and mining mana crystals entirely on his own. Just then, the boss of the dungeon appeared, a massive Naga wielding dual tridents. Its presence alone sent a wave of unease through Jinchul. Jinwoo, however, remained calm. He instructed his mining team to keep working while commanding the rest of his soldiers to return to him. Jinchul was puzzled. Why send away the shadow soldiers when they could easily handle the boss? Jinwoo simply smirked, taking out his Demon Monarch's dagger. He explained that relying too much on his shadows could dull his own abilities. Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward. The Naga boss roared, swinging its tridents with immense force, but Jinwoo had already moved. In a flash, he closed the distance, dodging effortlessly. Before the creature could react, Jinwoo sliced through its head in one swift, precise strike. Jinchul watched in awe as the beast's lifeless body crumpled to the ground with a heavy thud. A notification appeared before Jinwoo. He had reached level 101. Even more surprising, all his job-exclusive skills had leveled up. His Shadow Exchange cooldown had decreased by an hour. Jinwoo's eyes widened with delight as he realized that if it continued to decrease with each level he gained, he would eventually be able to move freely anywhere without worrying about his mother and sister's safety. Meanwhile, Jinchul stood frozen, still trying to process what he had just witnessed. Jinwoo had sliced through the thick Naga scales with nothing but 2 daggers, something that should have been impossible. Just then, something else caught Jinchul's attention. Jinwoo raised his hand over the fallen Naga boss and murmured a single word, "Arise." The system notified him that the shadow enhancement was successful. His new soldier started at level 13. Despite being smaller, it radiated an enormous amount of mana. Jinwoo concluded that, like Tusk, it might be able to increase its size through magic. The system then prompted Jinwoo to choose a name for his new summon. After a brief moment of thought, he decided on Jima. Jinho, who had been watching closely in awe, was amazed at Jinwoo's ability to turn such a powerful monster into one of his own. Despite his excitement, he reminded Jinwoo that they should head out. However, Jinwoo's gaze remained locked on the massive carcass before him, contemplating what to do with it. Outside the gate, reporters stood in wait, ready to capture anything noteworthy. Then, from within the gate, an enormous figure emerged, carrying the Naga boss's carcass on its shoulders. It was Tusk. Gasps filled the air, cameras flashed wildly. Panic briefly set in among the reporters, but once they realized it was Jinwoo's summon, fear turned into excitement. Tusk, feeling self-conscious under the spotlight, responded with a big, awkward smile. Jinho and Jinwoo stood silently, realizing that their first raid had attracted far more attention than they had expected. Meanwhile, Chief Wu Jinchul, standing beside them, remained shaken. The scenes he had witnessed inside the dungeon refused to leave his mind. With the same exhausted and shaken expression, Chief Wu Jinchul arrived at the Hunter Association, recounting the entire ordeal to President Go Gunhee. Jinchul, his eyes dark with unease and sweat trickling down his brow, admitted that what he had witnessed wasn't a typical raid, it was a massacre. As he detailed every moment inside the dungeon, President Go let out a deep sigh. Understanding the toll this experience had taken on him, the chairman calmly instructed Jinchul to take some rest. Left alone in his office, President Go stood by the window, lost in deep thought. Hunter Sung Jinwoo had not only cleared an A-rank dungeon, but had also retrieved monster corpses and mined mana crystals, completely on his own. He recognized Jinwoo as a one-man guild, an army unto himself. A slow smile spread across President Go's face. His earlier instincts had been correct. Korea, and the world, was on the brink of a massive shift in power. And the first tremor of that shift was already underway. In Tokyo, the bustling city suddenly came to a standstill. Pedestrians froze. Conversations stopped. All eyes turned to the sky, where an enormous shadow loomed overhead. A gigantic portal, the size of a skyscraper, had opened in the heart of Shinjuku. An S-rank gate had just appeared. As terror settled in, the nation's top hunters gathered at the Prime Minister's residence to discuss the impending crisis. The leaders of Japan's major guilds, Draw Swords, Phantoms, Invincible Kings, and Snowy Mountains, were all present. Among the murmuring association employees, whispers spread as Reiji Sugimoto of the Draw Sword Guild arrived, flanked by Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, and Kanai Tawada. One employee mistakenly referred to Reiji as the Vice Guildmaster, only to be corrected. He had since risen to leader after Goto Ryuji's devastating loss in the Jeju Island raid. Speculation ran rampant. The loss of half of Draw Sword's S-rank hunters, coupled with Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo's underhanded dealings, had weakened the once dominant guild. Many saw this as an opportunity for other guilds to challenge their position at the top. Some even murmured that with Goto gone, Draw Sword's reign as Japan's strongest guild was nearing its end. Reiji and his team overheard the whispers, their steps momentarily pausing. A sharp glare from them was enough to silence the room. But before they could meet anyone's eyes, the gossiping employees had already turned their backs, pretending not to notice. Minoru was frustrated by the incident. He reflected on how no one would have dared to speak so boldly in front of them before. But now, with Goto gone, it seemed everyone had found their voice. Kanai added that rumors were circulating about a possible merger between the Phantom Guild and Snowy Mountain Guild. If true, their combined strength would give them 4 S-rank hunters, the same number as Draw Sword. Reiji scoffed at the idea, remarking that no matter how many guilds banded together, they still wouldn't match Draw Sword's true strength. Inside the Prime Minister's office, tension thickened. The Prime Minister slammed his fist against the table, furious. He demanded answers from the Japanese Hunters Association. Why had no solutions been presented? What was being done to prevent a dungeon break? Chairman Matsumoto, attempting to calm the storm, explained that even S-rank hunters were not guaranteed to survive an S-rank gate. The room erupted as one guildmaster snapped, arguing that there was no point in meetings anymore. The situation had already spiraled out of control, just like the Jeju raid. Another guild leader, recognizing the urgency, suggested a bold move, hiring the world's strongest hunter, Thomas Andre. His proposal was quickly shot down by another guildmaster who questioned whether Japan even had the funds to recruit someone of Thomas's caliber. Besides, with the sudden surge in high-level gates worldwide, every nation was struggling to hold its own. The Prime Minister, his worry deepening, doubted that many hunters would be willing to face such a perilous mission. The fear in the room was palpable. Then, Reiji spoke up. He mentioned that there was one hunter who would be willing to help, for the right price. That man was the barrier specialist, Yuri Orlov. Reiji took charge of the mission personally. Along with Minoru and Kanai, he traveled to Russia to negotiate with the one man who could keep Japan's S-rank gate under control, Yuri Orlov. Seated in a brightly lit room, Yuri barely spared them a glance as he swirled his drink. With an air of arrogance, he introduced himself, reminding the Japanese hunters of his reputation as the best support-type hunter in the world. After taking a slow sip, he got straight to the point. He had already reviewed the files sent by Draw Sword Guild. While he acknowledged their decision to evacuate civilians as the right call, he pointed out a glaring flaw, a lack of manpower. Yuri asked if it was true that Japan could only send 6 of their S-rank hunters on the mission. Reiji confirmed it. He explained that each had to leave 1 S-rank behind to handle the A-rank gates that had spawned across the country. Even Draw Sword could only afford to send 3 of its 4 S-ranks. Yuri chuckled, unimpressed. He pointed out that such a plan wouldn't be enough to protect Japan from the looming disaster. Shaking his head, he slammed his drink onto the table and made his offer clear: $10 million a day to keep the gate closed. Reiji was momentarily stunned by such an outrageous demand, but Yuri simply shrugged with a grin, saying it was a bargain compared to Thomas Andre who would have charged $36 trillion for the mission. Minoru, standing just behind Reiji, turned to Kanai, asking what exactly Yuri had said. Kanai, fluent in Russian but shocked by the audacity, hesitated before muttering, "Whatever it wasn't good." Yuri exhaled in amusement, his smirk widening. He gave the Japanese hunters a choice: pay $10 million a day to save their country, or risk everything just to save a little money. Mocking their hesitation, he questioned whether they even had the luxury of being picky. Then, with a sneer, he added that even if they begged while licking his boots, it still wouldn't be enough. Frustrated by Yuri's arrogance, Reiji challenged him, asking if he truly believed his abilities justified such demands. Unfazed, Yuri scoffed and confidently claimed he was far superior to the two S-ranks standing behind Reiji, dismissing them outright as losers. Minoru and Kanai's blood boiled. They had been silently enduring Yuri's arrogance, but this was too much. They lunged forward, ready to put the Russian in his place, only to freeze mid-motion, locked in place by an unseen force. Yuri's smirk deepened as he watched their futile struggle. With a chuckle, he taunted them, daring them to move if they could. Minoru and Kanai were stunned. As seasoned S-rank hunters, they had faced countless powerful foes, yet now, they couldn't even twitch a finger. How had Yuri managed to completely immobilize them with such ease? With a smug grin still on his face, Yuri turned back to Reiji and repeated his offer: to keep the S-rank gate sealed and, as a bonus, release the two hunters without any extra charge. Reiji remained still, carefully analyzing the situation. The Russians' power was undeniable. Even though the price was steep, Japan had no better option. Still clenching his fists from the humiliation, Reiji took a deep breath. After a brief moment of thought, he made his decision and reached out to the authorities. And just like that, the deal with Yuri Orlov was set in motion. While a dangerous crisis loomed over Japan, in neighboring Korea, Jinwoo was in high spirits as he made his way back to the Ajin Guild office. His mind buzzed with thoughts of his rapid progress. His skills had evolved at an astonishing rate. Now, at level 101, he marveled at having obtained the key to the Kartanon Temple. And with level 102, just within reach, he couldn't help but anticipate what lay ahead. As Jinwoo parked his car and stepped out of the vehicle, a familiar figure caught his eye near the office entrance. It was Hunter Cha Hai-in. The moment their eyes met, she quickly turned to leave, but Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He sprinted after her. Startled, Hai-in froze as he suddenly appeared beside her. Narrowing his gaze, Jinwoo asked why she was avoiding him and what she was doing near his office. Still surprised by his sudden approach, Hai-in explained that she had left her car in the parking lot during her last visit. Jinwoo immediately recalled their last encounter, when they had used Shadow Exchange to leave. Understanding the situation now, he relaxed slightly. But before Jinwoo could say anything else, Hai-in looked up at him, as if gathering her thoughts. Then, she hesitated for a moment, before asking if he was free right now. Hai-in's mind swirled with questions, about the photo Jinwoo had taken with Su-yeon, about why he had chosen an A rank instead of hiring her, an S rank. But despite these thoughts, what truly weighed on her was something else, something far more important. Taking a breath, she finally opened up about the dream she had of Min Byung-gyu and how it was connected to Jinwoo's powers. Jinwoo's expression shifted. A sudden jolt ran through his mind. Sensing the gravity of the conversation, he gestured toward the office, inviting Hai-in to continue their discussion upstairs. Inside the office, Hai-in found herself momentarily flustered. She hadn't expected to be alone with him. Jinwoo, however, remained focused. He casually made himself a cup of coffee before turning to Hai-in, inquiring how Min Byung-gyu had left a message for him. She recounted the strange events of that night, the eerie voice she had heard, and how Min Byung-gyu's shadow had manifested before her. His presence had felt urgent, almost desperate, as he warned her about the hidden danger within Jinwoo. He spoke of feeling as though he had been revived solely to serve him. Yet, the most unsettling part was that he felt content in that servitude, as if it was his natural purpose. Byung-gyu's final words hinted at something even more terrifying: Jinwoo's power, a force unlike anything else. Before his shadow could explain further and reveal the truth about Jinwoo's army, a sudden light engulfed him, cutting off the message. His last words still echoed in Hai-in's mind, leaving her with an uneasy sense of foreboding. Hai-in's words clung to him, even as Jinwoo resumed his usual routine. Seated in a dungeon while his shadow soldiers carried out the battle, his mind drifted. If what Hai-in had told him was true, then his powers weren't just about getting stronger. There was something deeper, something dangerous, and it was time to uncover the truth. As Jinwoo was lost in thought, Jinho took a nostalgic turn, reminiscing about their past and mentioning how the dungeon reminded him of their early days raiding C-rank dungeons. Jinwoo, barely paying attention, simply reminded him not to talk with his mouth full as Jinho ate. Undeterred, Jinho suggested that Jinwoo let his shadow soldiers handle everything while he focused on other matters, arguing that they could move on their own. But Jinwoo knew better. He earned fewer experience points when he was too far away from his summons, and besides, he couldn't always trust his soldiers to behave properly when unsupervised. Shifting the conversation to a more serious note, Jinho asked about Jinwoo's sister, Jinna, and how she was recovering after that horrific event. Jinwoo explained that she was still resting, but reassured himself that she was safe, knowing his most reliable shadow soldier was watching over her. Realizing he should check in, Jinwoo closed his eyes and activated his new skill, Shared Senses, allowing him to see through the vision of his shadows. Through Beru's perspective, he saw Jinna sound asleep while his mighty summon stood beside her, deeply engrossed in a historical drama, speaking in a manner that was overly formal and dramatic. Amused, Jinwoo decided to check on others as well. He suddenly heard the soft dripping of water. Focusing on the source, he was jolted by the realization that he had unintentionally glimpsed Heian in the bath. Jinwoo's eyes flew open in shock, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Jinho, catching the odd reaction, asked if he had dozed off for a moment. Jinwoo shook his head, quickly dismissing it as nothing, though a brief thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should take Heian out for dinner as an apology. Before he could dwell on it, Jinho broke the latest news, informing him about the S-rank gate that had recently appeared in Shinjuku and warning that if it wasn't cleared within 3 days, a dungeon break was inevitable. He then asked if Japan had reached out to Jinwoo for the mission. Jinwoo, already aware, confirmed that he had received the call but was still considering his options. There were more urgent matters at hand, and his decision wasn't immediate. As he spoke, Jinwoo summoned the key to the Cartenon Temple from his inventory, his mind racing with unanswered questions about the system, his powers, and what it all truly meant. With only a day left before he could use the key, he knew the long-awaited truth was finally within reach. Pushing the thought aside, he turned to Jinho, reminding him that if he was done eating, they still had work to do. Jinho, lifting his backpack, nodded enthusiastically and followed Jinwoo deeper into the dungeon. The next morning, Jinwoo was ready in his hunter gear to head out of his apartment. His mother glanced at him over her shoulder, concern evident in her eyes as she asked if there was anything she needed to worry about. Jinwoo quickly reassured her, telling her it was just an appointment and promising to return soon before stepping outside. As he walked, he summoned the black key once again, watching as a notification popped up, revealing the location where the key could be used. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Meanwhile, at Jinna's high school, a group of Hunter Association employees stood near another gate that had appeared in the exact same spot again. Jinwoo, cloaked in stealth, approached quietly, unnoticed at first. One of the employees moved to stop him, but he calmly lowered his hood, revealing his identity. The female employee, the same one he recognized from the Red Gate incident, looked surprised as she informed him the gate had been open for 3 days. Jinwoo's jaw tightened. The system had played him this time. He had assumed the location of the gate would only be disclosed today, but instead, it had already spawned days prior. Despite the gate being classified as C rank, something felt wrong. Jinwoo turned to the employee and asked if any hunters had already entered. When she confirmed that an assault team had gone in 2 hours ago, Jinwoo didn't hesitate. He told her to call them back immediately, warning that if they stayed inside, they would all die. The employee looked confused, alarmed even, questioning his urgency, but Jinwoo ignored her, walking straight towards the gate, stating firmly that there was no time to explain. Inside the dungeon, the assault team gathered in front of what they assumed was the boss room, struggling to open the door. Something was off. As they debated their next move, Jinwoo emerged from behind, halting them. His sudden appearance startled the group, who barely had time to register his presence before he stated that he was the survivor of the double dungeon and warned them of the danger they were in. The assault team exchanged bewildered glances, trying to process his words. Still, Jinwoo advised them to leave immediately, declaring that from here on, he would take care of the gate. Ignoring their murmurs of disbelief, Jinwoo stepped forward and examined the stone door blocking their path. It refused to budge. As he inspected it further, a notification appeared, informing him that the gate to the Cartenon Temple was locked and required the key to open. Summoning the key one last time, he pressed it into the stone, and with a heavy creak, the door began to open. The assault team stood frozen, stunned by how easily Jinwoo had accomplished what they couldn't. Just as he was about to enter, one of the group members stepped forward, reminding Jinwoo that the Dragon Guild had purchased the raid permit for this dungeon. Despite him being an S rank, they argued, he had no authority to take over. More voices joined in from behind, echoing their guildmates' concerns. Jinwoo listened silently, watching their anxious expressions. He knew convincing them otherwise would be difficult, so he simply gave them a choice. He wouldn't stop anyone from entering the gate if they wished to go forward. One hunter, emboldened by the challenge, stepped past him and crossed the threshold. A notification flashed instantly. Access denied to individuals who do not possess the key. The words had barely registered before a monstrous doorkeeper swung its massive sword down, aiming straight for the hunter's head. Jinwoo moved in an instant, yanking the hunter back just in time as the sword smashed into the stone tiles, shattering them. The squad members recoiled in terror, their gazes locking onto the crimson-eyed statue looming before them. Jinwoo turned to the shaken hunter, asking if he still wanted to continue. He explained that every monster in this dungeon was just as dangerous, if not more. The reality of their situation settled over the group like a suffocating weight. Jinwoo turned back to the rest of the assault team, warning them to leave the dungeon immediately and report to the Hunter Association that a double dungeon had appeared. Then, without waiting for their response, he stepped into the eerie chamber. A notification flashed. One who possesses the key has entered. The door slammed shut behind him, sealing the assault team outside. In Japan, the Russian S-rank hunter, Yuri Orlov's plane, finally arrived at the airport. As he walked towards the terminal, a massive crowd awaited him, cameras flashing as everyone eagerly tried to catch a glimpse. With a wide smile, Yuri greeted them all, reveling in the attention. Reporters rushed in, firing questions at him, the loudest one demanding to know how he planned on blocking off the S-rank gate. Exuding confidence as he stepped into the spotlight, Yuri simply explained that he would draw a large magic circle around the gate and pour his mana into it, creating a barrier strong enough to contain the magical beast. Skepticism rippled through the crowd as another reporter pressed him, asking if he could truly handle such a massive task alone. With a calm shrug, Yuri clarified that sustaining a barrier indefinitely by himself was beyond even his capabilities, but his magic circle had a solution. It would draw mana from its surroundings. By setting up large quantities of mana crystals around Tokyo, he assured, the circle would steadily absorb energy, strengthening over time. It was like starting a car, he added smugly. Once the engine was running, it would build up power on its own, transforming into an unbreakable wall. Lifting his chin, Yuri then made his bold declaration, reminding everyone that he was about to save their lives and that they should remember his name for it. Chairman Go Gun-hee watched the telecast unfold from his office, his fingers steepled as doubt lingered in his eyes. Yuri's confidence was undeniable, but the chairman wasn't entirely convinced of his ability to seal off such a powerful gate. If he failed, the consequences would be catastrophic, and Japan couldn't afford to gamble on empty promises. Turning to Jinchul, Chairman Go shifted the conversation, asking about Jinwoo's recent activities. Jinchul, prepared, handed over a list, explaining that Jinwoo had been keeping busy raiding gates in the capital. A chuckle escaped the chairman as he scanned the reports. He was amused by the sheer power of a one-man guild rivaling major organizations. It was nothing short of fascinating. Their discussion was cut short as Jinchul's phone buzzed. Seeking permission to step outside, he left the office to answer the call. As he listened, his usual composed expression faltered, his grip on the phone tightening. The caller's voice relayed urgent news. Another gate had opened at Jinna's school. But it wasn't just any gate. A double dungeon had been discovered inside. A panic surged through the Hunter Association, but Jinwoo remained undaunted as he stepped into the Cartanon Temple. The torches along the walls ignited upon his arrival, casting eerie shadows across the vast chamber. His eyes swept across the familiar sight. Towering statues lined the walls, their frozen gazes fixed forward, while at the far end of the hall, the largest of them all loomed on a stone throne, watching in silent judgment. Everything looked exactly as he remembered, yet something felt different. The stillness of the temple no longer unsettled him. It beckoned, whispering to a deeper understanding within him. He could sense it now, something he hadn't grasped before. These statues, these ominous figures that once struck fear into him, were neither living creatures nor magic beasts. They were mere puppets, empty husks tethered to a greater force. Jinwoo's sharp instincts latched onto the single presence in the room, something that concealed its monstrous nature beneath layers of stillness. His gaze locked onto one particular statue, its aura betraying it. Slowly, he advanced, his voice cutting through the silence as he demanded to know if it was the one orchestrating everything. There was no response. The statue remained motionless. Irritation flickered across Jinwoo's face as he took another step closer. He knew it was there, knew it was watching him. His voice was cold now, sharper, as he questioned why it was refusing to answer. He was now face to face with the towering stone figure, a hooded angel with 6 wings, its hands clasping a massive stone tablet. Finally, its eyes flickered to life, glowing an ominous red as a slow smile crept across its face. A voice filled the chamber, welcoming Jinwoo with a chilling certainty. At last, he had arrived. A powerful rumble echoed through the chamber as the angelic statue unfurled its massive wings, sending a gust of wind sweeping across the temple. Dust and debris swirled in the air, but Jinwoo stood firm, his gaze locked on the being before him. Without warning, the stone tablet in its hands began to crack, fractures racing across its surface, until, in a violent motion, the statue smashed it to pieces. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes, watching the fragments scatter across the floor. Something about that act felt wrong. Muttering that maybe the commandments inscribed on it never really mattered in the first place, he took a step forward. The statue's lips curled into a knowing grin as it admitted that once they held meaning, but no longer. Jinwoo's expression darkened, so it was the one who had brought him here. The realization settled in, and he demanded confirmation. The chilling chuckle that followed made his skin crawl as the statue finally admitted that yes, it had called him to this place. Jinwoo's stance remained firm as he questioned further, asking if it was a monster, but the statue simply clapped its hands, dismissing the question entirely. Instead of asking about its identity, it told him he should be questioning his own. The weight of those words pressed against him, but before he could dwell on them, movement flickered at the edges of his vision. The towering stone figures that lined the chamber, once frozen in place, were now shifting. The air grew thick with an oppressive force as the angelic statue declared the beginning of his final test, promising that if he remained standing by the end, he would be given the truth as a reward. Jinwoo's instincts flared. Reaching for his shadow soldiers, he prepared to summon them, only for the statue to snap its fingers. A notification appeared in his vision, restricting all job-exclusive skills. Jinwoo grit his teeth, understanding the message. This was a test for him alone. The statue watched him with amusement, reminding him that it was only interested in his strength, not that of his soldiers. Before Jinwoo could respond, a massive stone figure lunged at him, its sword slicing through the air. His instinct screamed. Then it hit him. His inventory was still accessible. Without hesitation, he caught the descending blade with his bare hands, his grip tightening as cracks formed along its surface. With a sharp motion, he snapped it in two. Wasting no time, he grabbed one of the broken shards and hurled it forward. The jagged piece whistled through the air before piercing deep into the temple of the stone figure. But he wasn't finished. Leaping into the air, he twisted mid-motion and kicked the shard even deeper, shattering the figure's head entirely. Another statue advanced, an axe raised high. Jinwoo met its strike head-on, his daggers flashing as he deflected the crushing blow. Without hesitation, he countered, his blade slicing clean through the axe handle before he leaped onto the figure's shoulders, his weapons carving through stone as he crushed its skull with a precise, devastating strike. Before he could land, an archer statue had already drawn its bow. The arrow tore through the air, but Jinwoo moved faster. His dagger sliced the projectile in two mid-air. Without missing a beat, he kicked one of the broken halves with lethal force, sending it flying back toward its source. The makeshift projectile struck the archer's head, shattering it instantly. Jinwoo didn't stop. His movements were fluid, calculated. He dodged, struck, and dismantled the statues one by one, their once overwhelming speed now nothing more than sluggish movements in his eyes. Every attack that once seemed unavoidable was now predictable. His heart surged with anticipation. This was the battle he had been waiting for. Across the chamber, the angelic statue trembled in delight. Watching Jinwoo carve through the stone figures with ruthless efficiency, it marveled at his growth, at the sheer power he had attained. This was beyond what it had expected. Jinwoo, however, paid it no mind. He was focused solely on the enemies before him. His daggers clashed against stone as he tore through them, their relentless assault becoming less of a challenge with every second that passed. But the angelic statue was not done. A deep, guttural rumble shook the temple, forcing Jinwoo's eyes toward the far end of the hall. The colossal figure seated on the throne, which had remained motionless all this time, was finally stirring. Slowly, it gripped the armrests of its massive seat and rose, the sheer weight of its presence making the ground tremble. Each step it took sent violent tremors through the chamber, the very air seeming to bow to its overwhelming power. Then, its glowing red eyes snapped open. From its perch, the angelic statue let out a delighted laugh. With a voice laced in twisted amusement, it announced that the time had come to worship God. Undaunted, Jinwoo surged forward with blinding speed, decapitating yet another stone figure with a swift slice from his daggers. Yet, no matter how many he cut down, their numbers constantly replenished. Glancing past the stone figures, he saw the statue of God standing tall, its eyes glowing an intense red. In a split second, he knew what was coming: the deadly heat vision. With no time to prepare, he abandoned his dagger for a moment and activated Commander's Touch. The skill yanked a few stone figures midair, pulling them into the line of fire just as the Colossus unleashed its beam. The attack struck with such force that the temple shook, vaporizing the statues into molten rubble. But the delay had been enough. Jinwoo had leaped back in time, avoiding the brunt of the blast. As the heat and dust cleared, a notification flashed before him. Commander's Touch had been upgraded to its final form, Commander's Authority. His instincts screamed that even at his current level, a direct hit from that beam would be fatal. It was clear. If he wanted any chance of surviving this test, the Colossus had to fall first. He launched himself forward. The statue of God tracked him, its massive foot rising before slamming down, cracking the floor with a deafening sound. A sinister smile crossed its face, certain it had crushed him. But Jinwoo's speed was beyond its comprehension. The foot struck empty ground as he weaved past, propelling himself upward with explosive force. The Colossus's eyes locked onto him again, preparing another beam. But Jinwoo had already formulated a plan. If he combined his speed with his newly upgraded skill, he could strike from its blind spot. Channeling Commander's Authority, he yanked himself toward the Colossus's shoulder. The red beam fired instantly, but veered off target as the giant lost its balance, sending tremors rippling across the battlefield. The gravitational pull from his skill dragged Jinwoo toward the Colossus. Even at its enormous size, it couldn't resist the force. Now right beside its eerie face, Jinwoo gripped his daggers and activated Mutilation, slashing at its stone surface. Yet the blades barely left a mark. The Colossus smirked, mocking his efforts. Realizing his daggers were useless, Jinwoo shifted tactics. His eyes locked onto a deep crack on the statue's face. Without hesitation, he leaped onto it, grabbing hold as he funneled a tremendous amount of mana into his arms, his fist clenched, glowing with raw power, before he delivered his first punch. The impact sent a shockwave through the temple. The Colossus's face distorted slightly from the sheer force of the blow. The angelic statue watching from afar flinched in surprise. It had never anticipated such a direct, brute force approach against its perfect creation. Jinwoo didn't stop. Strike after strike, he hammered into the Colossus's face, his relentless assault echoing like thunder. Each punch carried the weight of his growing strength, his fury fueling every blow. He was determined to show what the power of a level 101 hunter truly looked like. Then, with one final devastating strike, the Colossus staggered before crashing to the floor, sending tremors through the lair. As the dust settled, Jinwoo stood unscathed amidst the destruction. But the battle wasn't over. The remaining stone figures lunged at him, seizing the opportunity. Before they could reach him, he activated Commander's Authority. Instantly, their heads slammed into the ground, immobilized. A moment of silence followed, the ground trembling before everything went still. Jinwoo clenched his fists, feeling the power surge through him. He had grown even stronger. Across the chamber, the angelic statue clapped, impressed by his triumph. Narrowing his eyes, Jinwoo demanded answers, but instead of an explanation, a hollow, chilling laugh filled the room. The test wasn't over. A sudden notification flashed before his eyes, an urgent quest carrying an ominous message that sent a chill down his spine. The angelic statue's voice cut through the silence. It was Jinwoo's final test. The message was clear. If he failed to defeat the enemy in front of him within 10 minutes, his heart would stop beating. The seconds ticked away. Frustration rising, Jinwoo demanded once more to know who the angelic statue truly was. Grinning, the statue's stone face began to crumble. As the dust settled, its true identity was revealed. It was the architect of the system itself. Outside the double dungeon, Chief Wu Jinchul and his surveillance team arrived at the location. The moment he stepped closer, a suffocating wave of magic power poured from the gate, warping the air itself. Jinchul froze. The sheer intensity of the mana storm sent a deep chill through his body, his instincts screaming at him to retreat. His breath hitched as he forced himself to speak, muttering about the overwhelming aura. It wasn't just dangerous, it felt monstrous, unlike anything he'd encountered before. He turned to his team, his voice sharp, as he demanded to know if any major guilds were nearby. A subordinate quickly confirmed that the Hunters Guild remained on standby, with both of their S-rank hunters ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Jinchul didn't hesitate. Recognizing the scale of the threat, he barked an order to send an emergency request for cooperation. They needed reinforcements, now. As the final test commenced, the architect stretched out his wings, morphing them into hands. Jinwoo watched closely, standing face to face with the orchestrator behind the system. The air between them crackled with tension, heavy with the anticipation of battle. A smirk crossed the architect's face before he lunged forward at blinding speed. Jinwoo barely registered the movement before a crushing force struck him. He braced himself, but the impact sent him hurtling across the chamber, slamming into the stone wall with a sickening crunch. Blood trickled from his mouth as the architect wasted no time, launching another strike. Jinwoo barely twisted away, the architect's fist missing him by mere inches. Jinwoo hardly had time to breathe before a relentless barrage of attacks rained down upon him. The sheer force of the blows shattered the floor while the architect grinned, reveling in the onslaught. Yet, even as the architect pressed its advantage, Jinwoo adapted. His hands moved with blinding speed, blocking, deflecting, and countering. His sharp gaze locked onto his foe, unwavering even in the midst of overwhelming aggression. The architect's expression flickered with surprise. Jinwoo was exceeding expectations. Then, suddenly, a brutal jab crashed into Jinwoo's jaw, snapping his head back. The architect prepared to follow up, convinced he had him on the ropes, but fiery determination ignited in Jinwoo's eyes. With all his strength, he countered with a devastating punch to the architect's face, blasting him backward. The architect recovered swiftly, landing gracefully, yet something had changed. A slow grin spread across his face. He was amused. For the first time in his existence, the architect had encountered a human who could truly stand against him. Blood dripped into Jinwoo's eye, partially obscuring his vision, but his thoughts remained razor-sharp. The architect had summoned him here as soon as he reached level 101, assuming he wouldn't be a match. But Jinwoo knew otherwise. He had the power to take the architect down. Determined, Jinwoo pressed for answers, demanding to know why the architect had created the system and why he had been chosen as its player. The architect, intrigued by Jinwoo's defiance, moved swiftly to strike again. Realizing close combat put him at a disadvantage, Jinwoo backed away, activating Commander's authority to launch a counterattack. But his assault met an unexpected resistance. The architect wielded the very same skill. Their powers clashed midair, gravitational force tearing through the battlefield, shattering the ground beneath them. Jinwoo's eyes widened as he realized that the architect could use the same abilities as him. That meant long-range attacks were futile. He needed a new strategy. The architect, now with all 8 arms outstretched, spoke with eerie finality, asserting that his own demise would make no difference, that the outcome had already been decided. Suddenly, weapons scattered across the chamber trembled, rising into the air. An ominous energy crackled around them as they floated toward the architect, aligning perfectly in his grasp. As each of his 8 hands gripped a different weapon, the architect stated that the answers Jinwoo sought had been predetermined from the very beginning, and that, no matter what, he would come to know the truth. Jinwoo tightened his grip on his daggers, demanding to know how the architect had created such a powerful system and how he had gained such immense abilities. The architect, now brandishing his weapons, stated that he had never chosen Jinwoo in the first place. In fact, he had opposed the idea entirely. He was merely the designer and overseer of the player breeding system. Less than 7 minutes remained. Time was slipping away, and Jinwoo knew he had no choice but to end this now. The architect, sensing the urgency as well, prepared to unleash his full power for the final stretch. In a blur, he soared into the air before crashing down in front of Jinwoo with a force that shook the ground. Armed with 8 different weapons, the architect unleashed a relentless flurry of attacks. Each strike sent shockwaves through the chamber, the deafening impact echoing as blades and hammers tore into the ground and walls around Jinwoo. Yet amid the chaos, something within Jinwoo shifted. His instincts sharpened, his movements growing more precise with every passing second. Even with one eye impaired by blood, he saw the patterns, reading the attacks before they landed. The architect moved with incredible speed, but Jinwoo, despite the storm of attacks surrounding him, weaved through the barrage with an uncanny ease. The architect was taken aback. He had unleashed his full force, yet Jinwoo was not only blocking his blows, but also counterattacking with relentless precision. With every passing moment, Jinwoo's speed increased, his strike sharper, his movements more fluid. Before the architect could even comprehend what was happening, Jinwoo's blade sliced through the air, severing one of his arms in a clean, merciless strike. The architect staggered back, a pained groan escaping his lips. He couldn't believe it. Jinwoo had managed to wound him, even though he resided within a mere imitation of a body. His eyes narrowed as he studied the hunter, realization dawning upon him. Within Jinwoo, there existed a fragment of something far greater, something that allowed him to stand against forces beyond human comprehension. Yet Jinwoo remained calm, his unwavering gaze locked onto his opponent. The architect, filled with rage and disbelief, let out a furious bellow. He couldn't fathom how a human could defy him in such a way. In desperation, he summoned the remaining stone figures to attack. Even those with shattered heads and broken limbs began to rise, their fractured forms obeying his will. Time was running out. Just over 3 minutes remained. Wasting no time, Jinwu leaped forward and activated his skill Commander's Authority once again. Landing in the midst of the statues, he sent them flying backward. Then, he dashed through the chaos, narrowly avoiding the massive fist of the Colossus before cutting down another stone figure with a swift slash of his daggers. The gap between him and the architect was closing rapidly. In a blur of motion, Jinwu's blade struck again, severing another arm from the architect, making him roar in fury. Desperate, the architect swung his sword with full force, the blade barely grazing Jinwu. Before Jinwu could regain his footing, another devastating impact slammed into his back. A shield, wielded by one of the statues, crashed into him with bone-rattling force. Gritting his teeth, Jinwu turned his gaze to the culprit. It was the same statue from his first expedition into the Double Dungeon, the one that had nearly ended his life. A surge of fury erupted within him. With less than 3 minutes left, he launched himself into the air, descending with a brutal elbow strike that shattered the statue's head into dust and rubble. Fueled by vengeance, Jinwu sprinted toward the architect, who could do nothing but watch in disbelief. In a flash, he slashed again, severing more of the architect's arms. The lair trembled under the force of the battle as the architect crashed to the ground. As the dust settled, Jinwu stood over the fallen architect, his dagger pressed against his throat. 2 minutes remained. With a heavy breath, the architect finally admitted defeat, declaring that the final test had come to an end. But Jinwu wasn't done. It was time for the answers he had been seeking. The architect, however, merely lifted a trembling finger and pointed directly at Jinwu, stating that everything he had been searching for was already within him. Jinwu's brow furrowed in confusion, but before he could press further, a system notification flashed before his eyes, asking if he wished to retrieve the data stored in his memory. The architect locked eyes with him, making it clear that the choice was Jinwu's alone. Thoughts surged through his mind as he grappled with the idea of data hidden within him. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself and accepted the system's prompt. In an instant, radiant light erupted around him, engulfing him in its brilliance. The world around him twisted, and suddenly, Jinwu felt himself being hurled through an endless tunnel at an unfathomable speed, as if time and space had lost all meaning. The sensation was overwhelming, yet familiar, like returning to a place he had long forgotten. Jinwu gasped at the breathtaking spectacle before him. Beneath his feet stretched an endless army of monstrous creatures, their ranks so vast they seemed to extend beyond the horizon. Every species imaginable, high orcs, ice elves, goblins, giants, stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes locked onto something in the sky above. Following their gaze, Jinwu lifted his head. Suspended high above was an enormous jet-black gate, looming like a celestial void against the eerie purple sky. It exuded a menacing aura, as though sealing something terrifying beyond its threshold. Jinwu's breath caught in his throat. This was not Earth. The realization hit him hard. If these creatures ever crossed into his world, humanity would be annihilated. Yet, something told him the monsters weren't focused on Earth. They were preparing for something else. Then, it happened. A deafening crack split the silence as fractures spread across the surface of the gate. With a final, ear-shattering rupture, it burst open, revealing what lay beyond. From the void emerged legions of silver-armored warriors, their radiant wings unfurling as they flooded into the sky like divine retribution. If the monsters blanketed the earth, these celestial soldiers eclipsed the heavens, forming an endless tide of light and steel. It didn't take long for Jinwu to grasp what was about to unfold. The silver-armored soldiers in the sky raised their majestic horns, and an earth-shaking blast echoed across the battlefield. What followed was a war of unimaginable scale and intensity. The two opposing forces, both radiating raw hostility, clashed just above the ground. But the outcome became clear almost immediately. The silver-clad soldiers overwhelmed their monstrous foes in an instant. Wave after wave of their ranks advanced like an unrelenting storm, cutting through the monstrous horde and reducing them to nothing but lifeless husks. It was an overwhelming display of power, one that left no doubt as to who the victors would be. And then suddenly, everything changed. Just as the Silver Army was on the verge of totally annihilating their nemesis, they all came to a sudden, eerie halt. Their collective attention drawn to something ominous, stirring in the distance. A dark shadow spread across the battlefield, swallowing the reddish-brown land beneath it. A suffocating stillness took hold, until a single word shattered the silence. Arise. The moment the command was spoken, a ripple of dark energy surged outward, devouring the battlefield in an abyss of writhing shadows. The blood-soaked earth became a sea of blackness as something unfathomable emerged from the darkness. Jinwoo's eyes widened. He knew this power. His gaze darted toward the source of the command. There, atop a warhorse wreathed in black energy, stood a towering knight clad in jet-black armor. The strands of dark aura rising from him were so thick they seemed almost alive. The Shadow Monarch had arrived. As if answering their sovereign's call, an endless legion of shadow soldiers erupted from the darkness. The battlefield, once painted with the blood of slain monsters, had now transformed into a nightmarish expanse of reborn warriors standing at their master's command. Jinwoo's breath hitched as he took in the spectacle. The sheer magnitude of the Shadow Monarch's power, his ability to summon an infinite army, left him awestruck. Compared to this force, even his own skills seemed insignificant. And then, with a flash of silver, the battle resumed. The silver-armored soldiers descended upon the shadow soldiers like lightning, clashing with newfound ferocity. But this time, they did not cut through their enemies as effortlessly as before. The battlefield erupted into chaos once more, the two armies now evenly matched. Explosions ripped through the air, the ground cracked under the relentless force of battle, and the very atmosphere quivered under the weight of the war. What had once been a one-sided slaughter had transformed into an apocalyptic showdown, all because of the arrival of a single, all-powerful being. The flow of the war shifted instantly when the Shadow Monarch entered the fray. The battlefield, once dominated by the radiant silver-armored soldiers of the sky, now quaked under the force of a singular presence. The black horse carrying the monarch thundered forward, its hooves shattering the blood-stained ground beneath it. With each sweep of his sword, thousands of enemy troops fell, their bodies dissolving into darkness. A single flick of the monarch's hand sent the soldiers of the sky flying backward, their pristine wings fracturing like brittle glass as they plummeted back to the ground. Jinwoo, watching through the monarch's eyes, immediately recognized the technique, Commander's authority. It was a power he himself possessed, but never had he seen it wielded with such devastating efficiency. The Shadow Monarch carved a path of destruction, sweeping through the battlefield like an unrelenting storm. For the first time since the war began, the Silver Army faltered. Yet just as the shadow soldiers began to gain ground, an ominous wind howled across the battlefield. The monarch paused, turning his gaze away from the battle. Jinwoo, still bound to his vision, followed suit. In the distance, two colossal gates materialized, their sheer size rivaling those suspended in the sky. From their gaping maws, two armies poured forth, one composed of monstrous, beast-like creatures led by a wolf the size of a mountain, and the other of heavily armored knights, their banners bearing the insignias of the noble clans from the demon's castle. Among them, Jinwoo spotted the familiar crest of Ezel's clan. The battlefield, already drenched in carnage, now teetered on the brink of further chaos. The new arrivals wasted no time, encircling the Shadow Monarch's forces. Jinwoo's confusion deepened. Why had the demons joined this fight? They had no stake in this war between the Silver Soldiers and the monstrous horde. What did they stand to gain? Before he could make sense of it, the demons and beasts charged. The Shadow Soldiers, unyielding as ever, fought back. But for every soldier they lost, the enemy's numbers seemed endless. Jinwoo's mind raced. Was the Shadow Monarch not on the same side as these creatures? Or was this a betrayal from within? The battlefield descended into further ruin, the ground torn asunder by battle. The monarch, now without his mount, stood firm at the heart of the chaos. His dark armor gleamed under the eerie light as he finally reached his true opponent. A lone demon slumped against a jagged rock formation, breathless and battered. Though the demon's face remained obscured by its helmet, the Shadow Monarch's piercing gaze revealed his recognition. He demanded an answer, his voice cold, asking why he had been betrayed. Why, when they could have ended the war together, the demon had chosen this path. The demon trembled, but slowly lifted its head. In a weak yet unwavering tone, it responded that it was a shame they couldn't end him instead. The monarch's expression hardened, his hand extended, dark energy surging forth as the demon was pulled toward him, his throat clenched in an unyielding grip. The metal of the demon's armor groaned under the pressure, but still, he spoke. Even as his breath waned, his words did not falter. Then, with a final mocking laugh, the demon uttered something in a language long forgotten. The monarch's grip tightened. His thumb crushed into the demon's throat with a sickening crunch. That was precisely the moment when the Shadow Monarch's gaze locked with the demon's eyes, glaring back from within the helm. Jinwoo, still witnessing through the monarch's perspective, recognized that seething rage. Startled by the realization, he let go of the demon's lifeless body, which crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. His gaze drifted to the fallen demon. Hesitantly, he stepped forward and removed the battered helmet. The metal clattered to the ground, revealing a face he had seen once before, on the top floor of the demon's castle. It was Baran, the Demon King. Jinwoo's breath hitched. His mind reeled. But before he could fully process the revelation, another realization struck him like a thunderbolt. He looked down at himself, at the armor now clad over his form. It wasn't his own. From an unknown moment in time, he had taken control of the Shadow Monarch's body. His heartbeat quickened, each thud echoing louder than the last, pounding against his ribs like war drums. As his hand moved instinctively to his chest, his fingers trembled. There it was. Not one, but two hearts, pulsing in perfect unison, their rhythm intensifying until it drowned out everything else. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, his gaze lifted to the sky. Descending from above, their 6 wings spanning wide, were 4 celestial beings, their divine forms shrouded in blinding light. Their presence loomed ominously over Jinwoo, casting a heavy weight on his shoulders. Then, a soft chime echoed in his mind. The system's notification rang out, confirming that the playback of the retrieved data had come to an end. In the meantime, the elite hunters from the Hunters Guild and the Association, led by Choi Jong-in and Woo Jin-chul, arrived at the entrance of the double dungeon gate. As they approached, a thick tension gripped the air. The overwhelming mana that surrounded the place was unlike anything they had encountered before. Among the group, Hunter Cha Hai-in observed the eerie surroundings, silently noting that the mana permeating the area didn't belong to Jinwoo. Her curiosity only grew as the team rushed past the massive doorway. Inside, what awaited them was beyond comprehension. Countless shattered stone statues lay strewn across the chamber floor. Their remains had piled into small hills. Jinchul's heart began to race wildly as he remembered the testimonies of survivors from the previous double dungeon incident. Everything they had described was real. The statue of God, the stone figures, all of it. As they took in the ruinous sight, a deep, booming voice echoed around them. The architect had risen. Tattered wings hung behind him, and only one of his arms remained. His glowing eyes swept across the intruders with disdain as he muttered menacingly that he hadn't invited any humans here. The hunters were stunned to hear a monster speaking their language, but the architect raised a finger to his lips and silenced them, warning them not to disturb the king's slumber. The action of a king made the hunters glance toward the far corner of the room, where Jinwoo stood silently, almost as if in a deep sleep. He was frozen in place, unaware of his surroundings. Myung-chul recognized Jinwoo instantly from a distance, but before he could react further, a brutal attack struck him and 2 other hunters in half. Hae-in's eyes widened in panic as she witnessed the shocking scene unfold. The architect stepped forward with a grin, declaring that these strong humans would make the perfect first offerings to the king. Fear swept through the group. In a desperate bid to save Myung-chul, the group's healers rushed in under Choi Jong-in's urgent orders, pouring all their power into reviving him while the wounded were dragged to safety. But something worse was coming. The shattered statues began to stir. One by one, the stone warriors started standing up. Soon, the most terrifying of them all, the statue of God, stood upright, glaring at the hunters as the architect's voice echoed ominously around the chamber. He taunted that anyone who survived until all of his puppets had fallen would be given the chance to witness the glorious rebirth of the king. Just as the words left his mouth, the Colossus' eyes lit up, charging a deadly laser. Choi Jong-in screamed at the top of his lungs for everyone to get down, and they narrowly avoided the laser, which sliced just above their heads. Then, skidding past the Colossus, Jong-in unleashed a powerful fire spell, engulfing the towering stone figure in flames. The explosion rocked the chamber, momentarily distracting their enemies. Jinchul seized the moment and hurled himself forward, winding up a crushing punch. His gauntlet connected with one of the statues, delivering a thunderous impact, but the figure didn't even crack. It was tougher than anything he'd ever faced. Before he could react, a shockwave blasted him across the room. Jong-in screamed again, warning Jinchul that the statues were highly resistant to physical attacks and spells. Other guild members quickly confirmed this, as their attacks had no effect. The statues remained completely unfazed. Quickly assessing the situation, Jong-in realized they were running out of options. His eyes locked onto Jinwoo, knowing their only hope lay in waking him. Taking a drastic measure, he fired a fireball directly at Jinwoo, hoping it might break whatever trance he was trapped in. But to his surprise, the architect suddenly stepped in front of the projectile and absorbed the explosion with his own body. Enraged that someone dared interrupt the king's slumber, the architect lunged at full speed toward Jong-in, aiming to strike him down. Before the attack could land, 3 hunters rushed past and intercepted the blow, blocking the architect's assault with sheer force. Seeing an opening, Jinchul urgently instructed Haiyan to wake Jinwoo while the rest of the team handled the chaos. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Haiyan sprinted toward Jinwoo, who still stood motionless, caught in a deep and unbreakable sleep. But before she could reach him, the architect stepped into her path, blocking her way. Amused by Haiyan's determination, he taunted her to push beyond her limits, prompting her to launch into her most powerful skill, sword dance. The architect seemed delighted, easily blocking her flurry of attacks without breaking a sweat. Haiyan struggled to keep pace with his speed until a strike sliced through her arm, drawing a scream of pain. Unimpressed, the architect smirked and boasted about the system he built, one that could predict and respond to every possible outcome. He mocked the hunters, claiming none of them were capable of breaching his creations. He hadn't even finished his taunt when a fireball blasted across his face. Zhong-in, exhausted but resolute, reminded everyone that their goal was to wake up Sung Jinwoo. Despite her injured arm, Haiyan launched forward again. The architect extended his arm, trying to grab her, then swung his sword with devastating force. She narrowly dodged the strike, which slammed into the ground and left a deep scar. Impressed, the architect grinned, until he suddenly flinched. He noticed a trace of a shadow soldier within Haiyan's shadow. Though it couldn't fully manifest due to the dungeon's rules, its presence was undeniable. Intrigued, he questioned her about the shadow's origin and her connection to Jinwoo. Gasping for breath, Haiyan declared she was Jinwoo's friend and had come to rescue him. The architect, amused by her determination, offered her a grim gift. She would witness the descent of one of the greatest monarchs, but only after every one of her companions lay dead. Before he could make good on his threat, a sudden voice cut through the chamber, and a rock-solid punch from Jinwoo slammed squarely into the architect's face. Jinwoo had finally awakened from his slumber, demanding answers from the fallen architect. Looking down at him, Jinwoo, feeling a surge of unfamiliar power, raged as he asked what the architect had done to his body. Jinchul and Haiyan stood frozen in shock, while Zhong-in exhaled in relief at seeing Jinwoo awake. Jinwoo's anger surged as he further stomped the architect into the ground. Howling in disbelief, the architect couldn't understand why Jinwoo was conscious instead of the king, or how he had awakened despite the Black Heart's influence. Hearing that name, Jinwoo's mind raced as he now realized where the irrational mana levels within him came from. A sudden notification appeared before his eyes. He had fulfilled the requirements for the title Demon Hunter. With it, he received the mystical Black Heart, granting him a staggering increase of 100,000 to his mana capacity. Yet something didn't add up. Jinwoo observed the architect closely, deducing that the Black Heart wasn't his doing, and certainly not intended to benefit Jinwoo. Despite the data retrieved, the system had yet to provide all the answers. He recalled that the architect had opposed his selection as a player, yet Jinwoo still didn't understand what being a player truly meant, or what had been planned for him. With narrowed eyes, he pressed the architect for answers. Before he could continue, the architect snapped, identifying Jinwoo as the Shadow Monarch, and warning that the other monarchs would never tolerate what had just occurred. Jinwoo, with no patience left, summoned every dagger from his inventory. The weapons pulsed with mana as they hovered ominously around him, his demand for answers pressing down like a storm. Even in his peril, the architect laughed darkly, hinting at a deeper reason behind Jinwoo's selection. But chaos erupted before he could say more. The other hunters began to panic as the stone statues reanimated. The architect chuckled at the panic and reminded Jinwoo that his puppets would keep attacking even if he died. Smirking, Jinwoo coldly threatened to kill the architect and then the puppets afterward. When the architect attempted to argue that Jinwoo would return to being an E-rank hunter upon his death, Jinwoo cut him off, asserting that the system wouldn't collapse with the architect's demise. The architect, stunned, realized Jinwoo had seen through his bluff. At that moment, the system pinged repeatedly as Jinwoo attempted to take over. The architect froze in disbelief. His access was denied again and again. Jinwoo stood his ground. He understood the mutual dependency between himself and the system. It needed him just as much as he needed it. With a chilling stare, he declared that he would devour the system entirely if needed. He then taunted the architect, claiming the system he'd built wasn't so flawless after all. Furious, the architect lunged, but Jinwoo's dagger tore through him first. The architect's face split in two as his body collapsed. In his final moments, he uttered a grim prophecy: when the pillars of fire that uphold the heavens rise, an inescapable death will descend upon Jinwoo. As his voice faltered and his body disintegrated, Jinwoo stood tall, his eyes steely and unshaken, coldly stating that he'd be waiting. It had been about an hour since the Hunters Guild had gone in, and the tension outside the dungeon had grown heavier with each passing minute. Bravery Guild remained on standby, their members growing increasingly impatient. Eyes remained fixed on the gate, hoping for any sign of movement. Then, finally, the first glimpse of the returning hunters appeared. Yong-in and Jinchul emerged from the gate, leading what remained of the Hunters Guild. Their faces were haggard, their bodies battered and bruised, not a single smile among them. The Bravery Guild members stood frozen, overwhelmed by the devastation before them. It was hard to believe that such ruin had come from a C-rank dungeon. Jinchul stepped forward, his voice low but steady as he addressed the Bravery Guild members, asking them to help carry out the bodies of the deceased. A moment later, Jinwoo stepped out. He didn't speak. His eyes were distant, his mind lost in thought. The architect was gone. But so many questions still lingered in his head, questions the system hadn't answered. Jinchul walked up to him, his expression grim as he relayed the casualties. Nearly 20 top-ranked elite hunters had lost their lives inside the dungeon. He took a moment to acknowledge Jinwoo's bravery, remarking that if this had escalated into a full-scale dungeon break, the devastation would have been beyond imagination. Jinwoo listened silently before responding, his voice barely above a whisper as he thanked the Hunters Guild and the Monitoring Division. He admitted that he wouldn't have made it out alive without their help. Jinchul, however, was puzzled. He looked at Jinwoo curiously, asking how he even knew to investigate this specific gate in the first place. Jinwoo met his gaze, eyes somber as he revealed the truth. The dungeon had summoned him. Jinchul blinked, trying to understand, but in the end, he didn't question it further. The horrors he had witnessed were enough to make him believe anything. Before either could say more, Hae-in approached them, her expression filled with concern. She asked if Jinwoo was all right, her eyes scanning him for injuries. Jinwoo offered a small nod, saying he was fine, just tired. But as the words left his mouth, his knees gave out from under him. He collapsed to the ground without warning. Jinchul and the other hunters rushed to his side, calling out his name in desperation, their voices filled with urgency as they tried to rouse him. Jinwoo was urgently rushed to the hospital, while far from him, a different kind of storm was brewing. A private meeting had been called at the Korean Hunter Association headquarters. Inside a secured conference room, Japan's Hunter Association chairman, Matsumoto, sat across from President Go. Tension was thick as Matsumoto slid a document across the table, stating that Japan was willing to give up all rights to the monocrystals on Jeju Island, a resource valued in the billions. President Go raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the proposal. When he asked why Japan would surrender something so valuable, Matsumoto gave a measured nod and confessed they wanted to hire Jinwoo. All they needed was the association's help in arranging a meeting with him. As President Go glanced down at the enormous monetary figures outlined in the proposal, it became clear to him Japan was desperate. He speculated silently that their urgency had something to do with the newly emerged S-rank gate in Tokyo. With Goto Ryuji gone, Japan had no one left capable of handling such a threat. He kept his expression neutral and set the document aside. Then, in a more serious tone, he requested they continue the conversation in private. Once both assistants had stepped out, President Go's demeanor shifted. Calmly but firmly, he warned Matsumoto that if this was another one of his notorious schemes, he should back off before it was too late. Matsumoto blinked in disbelief at the accusation, clearly caught off guard. President Go didn't stop there. He revealed that he had heard rumors, whispers that the Blade Guild, once tightly under Matsumoto's thumb, had recently severed ties with the Japanese Association. Matsumoto stood up, eyes narrowing, as he asked how the Korean president could possibly know that. But President Go, unmoved, simply replied that it wasn't hard to figure out. Without Goto, the Blade Guild was fracturing, and the internal power structure within Japan's Hunter Association was crumbling with it. Matsumoto's offer to hire Jinwoo wasn't just strategy, it was survival. Then, without a hint of hesitation, President Go pulled out a small camera device. Its design was unmistakable. It was the same kind used by Goto's team during the Jeju Island raid. He held it up just long enough for Matsumoto's face to pale before setting it on the table. His voice dropped to a growl as he asked if Matsumoto had really believed his scheme would remain hidden. Matsumoto was at a loss, realizing there was no more room to maneuver now that the truth had come to light. President Go continued, unrelenting. He warned that if this information were ever made public, the fallout would devastate not only Matsumoto's reputation, but all of Japan's remaining stability. Then, slowly curling his fingers into a fist, he crushed the device in his palm. The metal crumpled with a sharp crack before he slammed his hand down, splitting the table in two. The echo of splintering wood rang across the room as President Go's voice rang with restrained fury. He said he may be many things, but he wasn't so heartless as to doom an entire nation or an entire continent for the greed of one man. He made it clear He wouldn't let Matsumoto's ambition plunge all of Asia into chaos. The meeting ended without an agreement. Jinwoo's involvement in the S-rank mission remained undecided, but time wasn't slowing down for anyone. As the night deepened, trucks moved quietly through the empty streets of Shinjuku, loaded with high-grade monocrystals. Their engines purred like whispers against the silence, unloading hundreds of thousands of tons of magical energy onto the desolate streets. The operation to contain the S-rank gate had officially begun. Overseeing it all stood Yuri Orlov, the formidable Russian S-rank hunter. Arms folded and expression stern, he surveyed the glowing stockpile. The quantity was staggering, more than enough to construct a magic barrier of unprecedented scale. Confidence laced every movement as he paced the perimeter, mentally drafting the massive magic circle he was about to engrave. Yet despite the perfection of his plan, something gnawed at him. Something didn't sit right. His instincts flared, warning him of a presence lurking nearby. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the shadowed streets in search of the disturbance. Without missing a beat, he called out, demanding that whoever was hiding reveal themselves. But the silence that followed only deepened the tension. The Japanese personnel standing nearby exchanged confused looks. He finally muttered that it was probably just nerves. Who would be foolish enough to linger near an active gate with a dungeon break looming? But Yuri cut him off sharply. He clarified that he never said it was a person he sensed. What he felt was different. Something far beyond mere human presence. Something unnatural. And indeed, from atop a high-rise across the district, a hooded figure stood motionless. His gaze was locked on Yuri, eyes half hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. It was Song Il-hwan. He watched the preparations unfold, knowing full well that everything was falling into place, just as it had been destined. The tragedy that had been set in motion was finally beginning to unfold. Back on the ground, the air around the gate had grown dense, humming with volatile energy. The Blade Guild's S-rank hunters stood at attention, weapons ready, nerves taut. They were strong, but even they knew they were facing something far worse than anything they'd seen. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the mission, Yuri, brimmed with confidence. If everything followed his plan, he was certain he could handle the S-rank gate alone. He pictured himself going down in history as the hunter who cleared it single-handedly. Still, in the back of his mind, he acknowledged there was someone even more worthy of that recognition. Smirking, he brushed the thought aside and casually took a sip from his flask, asking how many S-rank hunters were currently on standby. The personnel informed him there were only 15 S-rank hunters on standby, hardly the crowd Yuri had hoped for to witness the spectacle he was about to deliver. With mild curiosity, he asked whether the United States had dispatched any of their elite hunters to support Japan, but the response was clear. A new S-rank gate had opened in Maryland, with similar occurrences in England and India, leaving their top hunters stationed in their own countries. Just as their conversation continued, the personnel's expression shifted. His eyes widened in terror as he noticed something horrifying unfolding right in front of him. The dark barrier at the gate's entrance began to dissolve, cracking apart like shattered glass. An ominous silence fell over the area as hunters and military personnel turned their eyes toward the gate, only to freeze in place. What they saw defied their expectations, an unimaginable threat spilling into their world. A thunderous tremor rolled through the earth, followed by a heavy thump that shook the ground. And then came the monsters. They emerged one after another. These were no ordinary creatures. They were giants. The S-rank gate had opened. Jinwoo's eyes shot open as he jolted upright, his breath uneven and his mind racing. He looked around, disoriented, trying to make sense of where he was. The sterile white walls and the faint beeping beside him told him everything he needed to know. He was in a hospital. But how? He couldn't remember collapsing, let alone being brought here. The door creaked open, and Jinho stepped in. Relief flooded his face the moment their eyes met. His voice trembled as he rushed over, eyes glassy with emotion. Jinwoo blinked at him, still groggy, still trying to piece it all together. Jinho sat beside him and told him the truth. It had been 3 whole days since Jinwoo had fallen unconscious. Shock hit him instantly. He hadn't realized how far he'd pushed himself. The constant dungeon raids, the non-stop pressure. He hadn't rested in days, maybe even weeks. It was no wonder his body finally gave out. But even more troubling was what lingered in his mind, the architect. The things he had shown him, the visions still burned behind his eyes, haunting and clear. Then it hit him. If he had been asleep for 3 days, then the S-rank gate in Shinjuku had already opened. He turned to Jinho, demanding an update. Jinho's expression dropped. He hesitated, then quietly began explaining what had happened. The moment the gate broke, monsters started pouring out, monsters that were usually reserved as final bosses in A-rank dungeons. Only this time, They weren't appearing one by one. They came in waves, and they were all giants. The hunters on standby were caught off guard. They weren't prepared for this. Fear gripped them as the first giant stomped through, each step shaking the earth beneath them. But in the middle of that chaos, Yuri Orlov stood calm, as if nothing fazed him. He took a sip from his flask, tossed it aside, and activated the magic circle he had prepared. With hundreds of thousands of tons of mana crystals surrounding the area, a massive barrier surged to life. A powerful wall of magic locked the gate, blocking the giants from advancing any further. The air vibrated as energy surged through the circle, forming a protective dome invisible to the eye, but impossible to pass. The giants didn't understand what they were up against. They charged, slamming their bodies into the barrier with brutal force, but it held strong, just as Yuri had planned. He watched them with a smug grin, confident in his magic, confident in himself. Nothing was getting through. But then, everything changed. Something far bigger pushed through the gate. A giant, so massive it dwarfed the rest, emerged from the shadows. It brushed aside the other giants and stood tall in front of the magic circle. Yuri's grin faded as he looked up at the towering figure. His instincts screamed at him to run, but his body didn't move. The colossal creature pulled out a sword that looked more like a slab of steel, raised it, and in one devastating swing, shattered the barrier. For a split second, Yuri stood frozen, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The impenetrable wall he had created was gone, and he was exposed. Before he could react, another giant's massive hand shot toward him. In a flash, it grabbed him. Yuri opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. The behemoth raised him into the air, opened its jaws, and swallowed him whole. Just like that, Yuri Orlov was gone, and with him, the only line of defense around the gate. The giants, now unchecked, stormed into the city, their roars echoing through the streets of Tokyo. The raid had failed. As Jinho finished, silence settled over the room. Jinwoo stared ahead, deep in thought. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. This failure wasn't the end, but merely the beginning of a much greater storm looming on the horizon. Elsewhere, inside the Yujin Guild, the atmosphere was heavy. Yu Myunghan sat slouched at his desk, eyes closed, head in his hands. He stirred slowly, still groggy, unsure of how long he'd been out. Secretary Kim, who had been waiting quietly nearby, stepped forward and informed him. He'd been asleep for nearly 24 hours. They were minutes away from sending him to the hospital, just as he had instructed. But now that he was awake, there were two urgent matters waiting for him. The first stopped him cold. A patient, long trapped in eternal slumber, had woken up. It was a rare, almost impossible occurrence, and the patient was Jinwoo's mother. Myunghan sat upright, mind racing. Could Jinwoo truly possess the ability to cure eternal slumber? The thought lingered as he asked for the second piece of information. Just then, Secretary Kim opened the door, revealing a visitor. His daughter, Jinhee, stood there with numb eyes, silently staring at her father. In Japan, the dungeon outbreak had already escalated into full-blown war. Tanks lined the streets, their cannons firing at maximum power, sending explosive rounds straight into the path of the advancing giants. Above, helicopters hovered with ruthless precision, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets and missiles, but it was all in vain. The giants pressed forward, unfazed by the barrage. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, Reiji gave the command. The Blade Guild moved instantly. Kanai and Minoru launched into action, blades drawn and eyes locked on the closest threat. They struck with perfect coordination, aiming to cripple the advancing giant before it reached the city's inner blocks. But the creature reacted with inhuman speed, sidestepping both attacks with ease. For a moment, Kanai froze, stunned at how something that size could move with such fluidity. It made no sense. Giants weren't supposed to be this fast, and that's when it hit her. These monsters weren't just strong, they were smart, adaptable, far beyond what any of them had trained for. High above the battlefield, news helicopters hovered, broadcasting the carnage live. From their vantage point, the destruction stretched across Tokyo. Skyscrapers crumbled, roads were split apart, trees were ripped out by their roots and hurled like debris. The giants moved with purpose, as if erasing anything man-made from the land. The camera zoomed in on one particular figure near the gate, the largest giant of them all. Unlike the others, it didn't rampage through the city, it just stood there, still and watchful, as though guarding the gate itself. Whether it was waiting for something or someone, no one knew. One of the cameramen, eye pressed to the viewfinder, whispered his own observation. Despite its sheer size and slow, deliberate movements, the giant looked empty, like it wasn't truly alive. The way it moved was too mechanical, too calculated, as if following orders it couldn't disobey. The destruction continued with no end in sight. Flames devoured buildings, smoke choked the sky. In 2 days, Only 2 of the 30 giants had been taken down, and the damage was already catastrophic. The reporters in the sky began to ask the question everyone else was thinking: how much longer could they last? Far from the front lines, Jinwoo sat in his apartment, silently watching the news unfold on the television. News anchors called the situation apocalyptic. The footage spoke for itself. Screams, explosions, collapsing towers, the fall of Tokyo unfolding in real time. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. It reminded him of Jeju Island. The same helplessness, the same slow collapse. But this time, it was spreading. If left unchecked, all of Asia could fall. And Jinwoo knew he couldn't wait any longer. Lost in thought, Jinwoo was pulled back to reality by a quiet voice. Turning around, he saw his sister, Jinna, standing in the doorway with her head lowered. She didn't say much, but the worry in her voice was clear as she pleaded with him not to go. He blinked, surprised. It wasn't like her to speak up like this. Jinwoo assured her he wasn't planning on going anywhere and explained that he'd simply been working too much lately, so he intended to rest for a while. He stepped forward and gently tapped her on the head, telling her not to worry before he walked past her, leaving the room in silence. Later, needing to clear his mind, Jinwoo stepped outside and began a light jog. The chill in the air helped him think. Eventually, he came to a stop at a quiet park and sat on a bench, staring off into the distance. The images from Tokyo, the threat of the giants, the fear in Jinna's voice, it all swirled in his head. Wanting to check on Jinna, he summoned Beru, her overseer. As his strongest summon materialized before him, Jinwoo casually asked if he'd been watching dramas again instead of keeping an eye on her. Embarrassed, Beru quickly assured him that nothing unusual had happened. Even so, Jinwoo couldn't shake the feeling in his chest. Something about Jinna's reaction felt different this time. She had never tried to stop him before. Not even once, except during his first raid, 4 years ago. He wondered if the orc attack on her school had left a deeper scar than he'd realized. The thought lingered, weighing heavily on his mind as he tried to decide what to do next. As Jinwoo walked toward his office, he heard the sound of a car approaching from behind. A black vehicle came to a gentle stop beside him. A representative from the Yujin Guild had arrived to pick him up. Without much conversation, he was quietly escorted to Yu Myung-han's office for what seemed to be a private meeting. Jinwoo, curious about the sudden meeting, asked what business Myung-han had with him. The man introduced himself first, his tone direct and formal, before sliding a check across the table toward Jinwoo. It wasn't a bribe or an attempt to buy loyalty, he clarified. It was merely a gesture of sincerity. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. This wasn't about guild recruitment or some corporate ploy. Whatever this was, it was personal. He asked Myung-han what exactly he wanted, and after a long moment of hesitation, the old man finally spoke. He suffered from the same illness that had once trapped Jinwoo's mother, eternal slumber. The words hit Jinwoo like a jolt. Eternal slumber wasn't something casually mentioned. He wondered immediately if Jinho knew, but Myung-han, already anticipating the question, explained that barely anyone was aware. Jinwoo was only the 4th person to know. As realization set in, Myung-han's tone grew heavier. He clasped his hands tightly and confessed that during his desperate search for a cure, he had found only one case where someone had fully recovered. That person, of course, had been Jinwoo's mother. And that, he believed, was no coincidence. He wasn't asking for pity or favors. What he wanted from Jinwoo was the truth, whatever it was that had brought his mother back. And if Jinwoo could offer even the smallest help, Myung-han swore he would never forget it. Jinwoo sat silently for a while, the weight of the request settling in. Then, with a quiet breath, he pushed the check back and offered a calm apology. He didn't believe there was anything he could do. A flicker of desperation cracked through Myung-han's composed expression as he asked again, this time more softly, how his mother had been cured. Jinwoo didn't answer right away. His gaze shifted away as he spoke, saying that if he truly possessed such a secret and intended to use it for gain, he would have already made a move. The fact that he hadn't should speak for itself. That answer left no room for debate. Myung-han nodded weakly, a man defeated not by rejection, but by helplessness. Jinwoo stood, his decision made, and walked toward the elevator. Once inside, he exhaled deeply, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. Despite everything, even knowing that Myung-han was Jinho's father, he couldn't bring himself to trust the man. He didn't know what kind of person he truly was, or whether the illness was even real. What he did know was that the holy water of life couldn't be wasted, not when its power was so rare, so finite. Whatever came next, he'd need to choose its use carefully. The next day, Jinwoo arrived at the Ajin Guild office, only to be met with Jinho's wide-eyed shock. He had just told him he was heading to Japan, and Jinho could hardly believe what he was hearing. His voice trembled as he tried to process it. This wasn't like Jeju Island. What was happening in Japan now was on a completely different scale. But Jinwoo, ever composed, simply said that if they could prevent the disaster, the Ajin Guild's name would be known across the globe. Jinho, after a moment of silence, straightened his back and declared that if Jinwoo was going to Japan, then he would be going too. The sudden change caught Jinwoo off guard. He asked what he meant by that, genuinely surprised. Jinho didn't raise his voice. He reached into his bag and pulled out a bundle of old newspaper clippings and printed headlines, each highlighting Jinwoo's feats and accomplishments. His voice cracked as he admitted something he had held inside for too long. Not a single one of those reports ever mentioned his name. He confessed, between tears, that it made him feel useless, like his efforts meant nothing. The only thing he could truly be proud of was standing by Jinwoo's side. That's why he wanted to go. Not for fame, not for glory, but because being by Jinwoo's side gave him purpose. Jinwoo let out a small sigh, reminding him that just moments ago, he was against going to Japan at all. So what changed? The answer came without hesitation. Jinho looked at him and said he trusted him. As long as Jinwoo was there, he felt safe. A soft chuckle escaped Jinwoo as he stood up. He glanced back and told Jinho not to take it too seriously. He had only been joking about going to Japan. Jinho blinked, confused by the sudden reversal, but Jinwoo didn't explain further. Instead, he simply told him to head home and rest. Jinho nodded reluctantly, still uncertain, watching as Jinwoo exited the office with quiet resolve. The walk back to his apartment was a silent one. Jinwoo's thoughts drifted, memories surfacing like waves. He recalled his battle with the architect. Even without his shadow soldiers, that being had pushed him to his limit. That fight proved something he hadn't wanted to admit. He wasn't the strongest, not yet. There were still others out there who could stand above him. When he stepped into his apartment, the familiar scent of home welcomed him. His mother smiled brightly at the sight of him, asking if he would be staying for dinner. He gave a small nod, and while the food was served, he glanced around and asked where Jinho was. His mother, still cheerful, explained that she hadn't been hungry and had gone back to her room. As Jinwoo sat at the dinner table, his mind drifted between thoughts of Jinho's father and the lingering worry in his sister's eyes. Eventually, he looked up from his plate and said softly that he would be leaving again. His mother didn't argue. She simply smiled, the same quiet smile she always wore in moments like this, and said she would help him pack once he finished his meal. With a full stomach and a firmer resolve, Jinwoo walked quietly to Jinna's room. The door creaked slightly as he entered. His sister lay on her bed, restless even in her sleep, her body shifting beneath the blanket, as if her dreams too were weighed down by worry. He sat beside her without a word, taking a moment before gently placing a comforting hand on hers. He told her, in a calm voice, that he had faced death countless times, and every single time, he came back alive. He thanked her for caring, for worrying, and promised that this time would be no different. Though her eyes remained closed, Jinna's lips trembled. Her voice, barely a whisper, cracked as she said he would have gone regardless. Jinwoo didn't deny it. He simply looked at her with warmth and summoned his shadow ants. As the towering figures appeared behind him, he reassured her that no matter where he went, no matter how far, she would never be left unguarded. The following day, Chairman Go stood before a sea of reporters, his expression solemn. The atmosphere was tense, cameras already rolling, pens poised, eyes locked on the man at the center of the storm. He stepped up to the microphone, clearing his throat before delivering the words everyone had been waiting for. Hunter Sung Jinwoo, he announced, would be officially joining the S-Rank Gate mission in Japan. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd just as Jinwoo appeared beside him. The sound of camera shutters intensified, rapid and relentless, as reporters surged forward for a clearer shot. He stepped forward and shook Chairman Go's hand, sealing his commitment with quiet finality. Later, at the airport, Jinwoo and Jinho arrived together, shoulders squared, expressions sharp. Determination radiated from both of them. The crowd that had gathered quickly took notice, and once again, the flashes began, each click trying to capture the moment before they stepped into uncertainty. Representing the Ajin Guild, the two stood side by side, ready to cross the sea into chaos. Whatever waited for them in Japan, they had already made their choice. News of Jinwoo's decision to join the mission in Japan spread fast, even across the ocean. In Maryland, deep within the headquarters of America's elite, a cluster of S-Rank hunters gathered around a long table, their conversations already drifting to the Korean hunter who had now taken the spotlight. Murmurs filled the room, laced with doubt and scoffs. One of them leaned back in his chair, pointing out how even Lady Selner, the psychic who had pushed their powers beyond normal human limits, had failed to enhance Jinwoo by a single stage. That, to them, was all the proof they needed. If Selner couldn't awaken him further, another hunter chimed in, then Jinwoo had already hit his ceiling. No amount of Jeju Island fame would change that. Clearing an S-rank gate, he claimed, was on a completely different level. The ants were one thing, but giants? That was a death wish. Their confidence swelled as the conversation devolved into bets. A sleek yacht, a mountain estate, even a luxury villa were thrown on the table, each wager riding on the same belief. Jinwoo wouldn't last a day in Japan. But then, from the corner of the room, a quiet voice broke through the arrogance. Thomas Andre didn't even look up from his meal as he cut into his steak with the calm of a man who'd heard enough. With a small smirk, he declared that he'd bet his scavenger guild's entire building on Jinwoo making it out alive. The room fell silent. Eyes turned toward him, half in disbelief, half in irritation. Instead of arguing, Thomas gave them a blunt reminder. With the dungeon break fast approaching right here on their soil, maybe they should stop worrying about Japan and start asking how many of them would survive. The silence thickened, some rolling their eyes, others shifting uncomfortably. One muttered under his breath that Thomas always had a way of killing the vibe. But Thomas only chuckled under his breath, leaning back in his chair with a shrug. Maybe Japan would have been more fun after all. Still, he had a feeling the real chaos was just beginning, right where he was. Meanwhile, in the heart of Japan, the situation was growing increasingly desperate. The military personnel were overwhelmed, scrambling to assist the flood of injured and helpless civilians. At a crowded nursing home, a soldier wiped sweat from his brow as he was approached by an elderly couple, their faces worn, yet calm, supporting several immobile patients behind them. He tried to usher them away, warning that there was no room left and that they needed to evacuate before the giants got any closer. But the old man refused to move. He spoke gently but firmly, saying they had promised these patients they wouldn't leave their side, not even at the end. Something in the soldier shifted. He hesitated, then quietly made his decision to stay with them, knowing full well what that meant. He turned to help guide them to the safest area he could find, only for a shadow to suddenly cast over them. A massive giant loomed above, the limp body of a human still clenched in its jaws like a trophy. The soldier's stomach sank as he raised his weapon along with the others. Gunfire erupted, but the bullets were useless. The giant kept advancing, its massive hand lunging forward toward one of the soldiers shielding the elderly couple. And then, in a blur of motion, a black spear tore through the air, piercing the giant's chest with explosive force. The impact was so powerful, it sent the towering creature flying, crashing through several buildings before finally skidding to a lifeless halt. The soldiers froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Towering where the attack had originated stood a figure, tall, fearsome, and unmistakably inhuman. Jima, the Naga boss shadow soldier, stood silent, black spear in hand, his gaze locked on the battlefield. For a moment, the soldiers couldn't tell if they were witnessing reality or a waking dream. Then, Jinwoo stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chaos. He told them to evacuate immediately. This area wasn't safe. Before anyone could react, rubble from a shattered building began to fall toward the old couple. But a shield rose just in time. Jinho, breath steady and stance firm, had thrown himself into the path, intercepting the debris. He called out to Jinwoo, his voice unwavering as he declared he would stay behind to assist with the evacuations. Jinwoo gave a slight nod, acknowledging Jinho's determination. Then, without another word, he turned, stepping forward with a heavy presence, his aura rising like a dark storm. With shadows stirring around him, Jinwoo readied himself for the battlefield ahead. Jima, thrust into his first battle, unleashed a storm of unrestrained fury. Each step he took shook the earth, his black spear spinning with a savage rhythm as he tore through the giants. One after another, they fell before his raw power. There was no hesitation, no mercy, only carnage in his path, a trail of broken bodies left behind like shattered statues. Above him, Jinwoo charged forward, sprinting across Jima's towering back before launching into the air. His grip tightened around the demon monarch's dagger, its dark edge pulsating with lethal intent. As he soared toward one of the giants, his eyes locked onto its face. With a single brutal stroke, Jinwoo split the giant's skull clean down the middle, the body collapsing in a heap before it could even register what had happened. Above the chaos, helicopters buzzed nervously. Reporters inside peered down with wide eyes, their cameras capturing what felt like a myth in motion. The giants were being torn apart effortlessly by Jinwoo's summoned army. It was a massacre, and they were watching the ascension of a war hero. As the towering beasts continued to fall one after another, a piercing scream cut through the chaos. A young girl, no older than 12, darted through the wreckage with terror in her eyes. Her cries echoed off broken walls and crumbling concrete, chased closely by the thunderous steps of a giant. Its massive hands stretched out, casting a shadow over her trembling form, ready to claim its next victim. Then, in an instant, a violet flash tore across the air like lightning made solid. The giant's wrist exploded with sparks and blood as a blade carved through it mid-reach. The monster reeled back, howling in pain, its severed hand crashing to the ground. From the smoke, Igris emerged, his long red plume flickering like flame, his demon monarch sword humming with residual energy. Without a word, he placed himself between the girl and the monster, unmoving, a silent wall of protection. Before the giant could recover, a deafening roar shook the battlefield. Iron hurtled through the air like a cannonball, axe raised high above his head. His descent was swift and merciless. The moment his weapon connected with the giant's skull, the air itself seemed to split. The impact sent a powerful gust rippling outward, flattening debris and dust in its wake as the giant collapsed in a heap, its eyes already lifeless. Still shivering, the little girl clung to Igris's body, finding safety in the stoic knight's presence. Iron stood proudly atop the fallen beast, with his axe in one hand and flashing a playful wink as if to say the job was done. Meanwhile, Igris knelt beside the girl, resting a gloved hand gently on her head. His gesture, calm and reassuring, told her without words that no harm would come to her now. Jinwoo watched the scene unfold. Watching Iron in action filled him with a rare sense of pride. The towering knight, now stronger after his recent upgrade, was holding his own with impressive force and precision. As Jinwoo stood amidst the aftermath, a soldier cautiously approached, nerves evident in his expression. Though overwhelmed by the chaos they had just survived, he managed to offer a few words of thanks. Jinwoo responded with a calm, reassuring thumbs up. The gesture struck something in the soldier. He nodded back, still shaken, but visibly comforted. Jinwoo then turned his gaze toward Jinho, giving him a firm nod and instructing him to stay behind and assist the soldier with the evacuation. Without hesitation, Jinho gave a short affirmative, stepping up beside the soldier and quickly leading him away from the danger zone. With that resolved, Jinwoo shifted his attention back to the massive corpse lying before him. Standing beside the fallen giant, a command slipped from his lips like a whisper laced with power. Arise. The shadows beneath the giant trembled, then surged upward as 6 colossal forms emerged one by one. Their eyes glowed with dark loyalty, their forms now bound to Jinwoo's will. He didn't dwell on their identities. There was no need for ceremony, he simply numbered them. From number 1 to number 6, each giant received its name and its place in his ever-growing army. Beru appeared shortly after, always prompt, reporting each successful subjugation with unwavering loyalty. As more giants fell, Beru kept count, providing updates on their expanding control over Japan. The battle so far had unfolded in Jinwoo's favor. His army of shadows, scattered across cities, worked with tireless efficiency. This war of attrition favored him completely. His mana reserve seemed endless, allowing his soldiers to fight without pause. Even in defeat, they simply regenerated and returned to battle. But the war wasn't without complication. While the giants were being dealt with, the S-Rank Gate's presence had triggered numerous other dungeon breaks. Swarms of lower-ranked monsters were spilling out into urban centers, bringing fresh waves of chaos. Still, in the midst of it all, Japan was slowly being reclaimed. The once hopeless situation was stabilizing, and at the heart of it all stood Jinwoo. At the Japanese Hunters Association headquarters, the atmosphere was tense, but filled with awe. Officials stared at the growing list of recovered cities, their expressions frozen with disbelief. No one could deny the impact Jinwoo was making. For Chairman Matsumoto, the shock ran deeper than most. He stood in silence, mind reeling back to their first meeting. He remembered clearly how he had rushed to greet Jinwoo at the airport, desperate to salvage what little control they had left. Without hesitation, he had asked the Korean hunter to focus solely on defending Osaka, explaining that the giants were closing in and that they would request support from other nations in the meantime. He hadn't expected resistance. He had expected compliance, at the very least cooperation, but Jinwoo had refused, calmly, bluntly, and without any intention of compromise. The officials present at the time had been stunned, left speechless by his defiance. Now, watching the impossible unfold city by city, Matsumoto finally understood. Jinwoo hadn't come to defend. From the very beginning, he had come to wipe them all out, alone. Days had slipped by, like a slow-burning fuse. On the 7th day since the dungeon break, night draped itself over the ruined shell of Tokyo. Jinwoo and Jinho walked in silence through the city's wreckage, the once vibrant streets now a hollow echo of what they used to be. Jinho glanced around, his heart sinking as he took in the devastation. Just then, a familiar presence emerged from the shadows. It was Hanakawa, the A-rank hunter who had stayed behind when everyone else had fallen or fled. Her face was pale, not from fear, but from the weight of what she had witnessed. Without needing to be asked, she confirmed what Jinwoo had sensed long before her arrival. Tokyo had no hunters left. The destruction was absolute. The Giants had used this place as their ground zero, fanning out to wreak havoc across the nation. She gave him the numbers next. Cold, final. 16 S-rank hunters remained globally, Jinwoo included. 6 were still in Japan. The rest were scattered across China, Canada, India, Russia, and England. Yuri Orlov, alongside 2 others, had fallen. Even the most powerful weren't immune to the chaos that had erupted. Hanekawa's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the losses, but she remained composed. There were still 31 Giants left. 1 had already begun crossing the ocean, heading toward China. The others were scattered but slowing, thanks in large part to Jinwoo's army of shadows fighting beside the remaining hunters. Still, the threat was far from over, and Jinwoo knew it. The last, most dangerous giant remained at the gate, its protector, the strongest of them all. He could feel it waiting, like a storm on the edge of the horizon. As Hanekawa's words faded into silence, Jinwoo's thoughts drifted to something far removed from the battlefield before him. The burning buildings, the ash in the air, the lifeless city around them. It reminded him of the Demon Castle. That place, once just a floor within the system's trials, now felt eerily prophetic. The destruction here mirrored the Demon Castle so closely, it sent a chill down his spine. He wondered, if the system's architect had truly died back then who was carrying out this vision now? Or was it already set in motion long before? Perhaps that castle had been more than just a challenge, it had been a glimpse into a possible future. Jinwoo clenched his fist. He had overcome that place once, trained in its fire, bled within its walls, and now, that strength would be put to the ultimate test. If what he saw was a warning, then this, right now, was the chance to rewrite that fate. The final battle loomed ahead, and Jinwoo was ready. With a calm, unwavering confidence, Jinwoo signaled that it was time to move. Hanekawa hesitated for a moment, uncertain, noting that the other hunters hadn't arrived yet, but Jinwoo, calm and composed, assured her they were already here. That's when the sound began. A low, rhythmic thud, echoing across the shattered cityscape. The ground trembled faintly as one by one, dark silhouettes emerged from the fog. They climbed atop broken rooftops, stood silently upon ruined ledges, and filled the street corners like shadows cast by a god. Then, behind Jinwoo, his most trusted summons, Tusk, Iron, and Igris, stepped out of the shadows. Hanekawa could only watch, frozen in awe as the sheer magnitude of their power unfolded before her eyes. Jinwoo's shadow soldiers had arrived. Their presence alone shifted the air, but the sight didn't end there. The rest of Jinwoo's army flowed in, hundreds of shadow soldiers spreading like ink through the city, filling every space. Their forms rippled with black energy, glowing eyes locked on their king. And then, in a perfectly timed motion, they all dropped to one knee, an entire army of shadows pledging themselves in total, unwavering loyalty. But the moment wasn't complete, not yet. From the sky, a streak of dark lightning flashed downward. With a massive thud, Beru landed in a crater of his own making, the ground shattering beneath him. His wings curled behind his back as he bowed deeply before Jinwoo, voice crackling with pride as he addressed his sovereign. Jinwoo gave him a nod, commending his soldiers for their performance. Then, turning toward Jinho, he instructed him to fall back and protect Hanekawa. Without question, Jinho obeyed as he led her away to a safer vantage point. Once Jinho was safely out of harm's way, Jinwoo turned his attention to the battlefield. He summoned the towering forms of the Shadow Giants, his newly acquired weapons of war. They stepped into formation at the front, their massive bodies forming a wall of unstoppable strength. Standing atop a cliff, overlooking the field, Jinwoo's gaze burned with resolve. His army, a blend of loyal summons and fallen enemies, stood ready below. Raising his hand, he pointed ahead, and with a single word, unleashed them. Beru flung his head back and let out a thunderous screech that tore through the city's ruins like a war cry. The Shadow Army roared in response, charging forward as one. The earth trembled beneath their charge. Like a black tide, they surged across the wasteland and into the domain of the final Guardian. Dust whipped into the air, buildings trembled in their foundations, and the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier with each step closer to the gate's protector. But as they breached the heart of the city, everything shifted. There it stood, the final giant, unmoved by the spectacle before it. Surrounded by a sea of shadows, the creature remained eerily calm. It didn't flinch. It didn't even adjust its stance. Then, in a blink, it vanished. The giant reappeared mid-air like a phantom, its sword already in motion. And then, destruction. With one swing, half of Jinwoo's front line was obliterated. Shadows burst into smoke, as the enormous blade tore through them like paper, cleaving the battlefield apart. Without pause, the giant landed, its sword raised again, cutting a direct path through Jinwoo's ranks. The shockwave alone flattened nearby buildings. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. He wasn't shaken easily, but even he had to admit, the giant was on another level. Its swordplay was precise, fast, and devastating. Its aura pulsed like a living storm, magic power so dense it warped the air around it. He wondered how a being so monstrous could even exist. The sheer presence of it gnawed at his mind. But Jinwoo understood there were only two choices: turn away or destroy it. And he had never been one to turn away. Tusk, now towering in his full battle form, stepped forward and faced the monstrosity. Wasting no time, he drew in a deep breath and unleashed a massive pillar of flame. The searing blast would have incinerated any ordinary magic beast, but the giant wasn't like the others. With a calm motion, it raised its massive palm, blocking the fire effortlessly, untouched and unmoved. A shadow giant leapt in from the side, but the titan pivoted effortlessly and bisected it with a single, brutal sweep of its sword. Smoke filled the air as more shadows were crushed beneath its heel. Ant soldiers scrambled to overwhelm it, but they were trampled like insects. Beru, enraged by the giant's rampage, prepared to charge, but Jinwoo raised a hand, stopping him. It wasn't time yet. Beru stepped back reluctantly, taking position beside Igris, both poised for battle yet holding back, waiting for the signal. Their eagerness was clear, but Jinwoo had a plan. He'd anticipated this challenge. The giant's strength and defense were overwhelming, but Jinwoo wasn't without strategy. He had more than enough mana, but knew he had to be patient. His army was immortal, and perfect for probing the enemy's weakness. The giant continued its assault, crushing shadow soldiers beneath its feet, slamming its fists into the ground with terrifying force. Yet even as they fell, the shadows rose again, relentless. Jinwoo observed from a distance, eyes narrowed, mana draining steadily with each resurrection. Then, something caught his eye. The giant's body was cloaked in powerful magic, a constant barrier that gave it confidence, even arrogance. It didn't defend, not until one moment. Just once, it raised its arm to block an incoming attack. That told Jinwoo everything he needed. Without wasting a second, he summoned his flying mount, Kaizel. With a single powerful flap, Kaizel rose into the air. Jinwoo leapt onto his back, calling out to Beru and Igris. Beru unfurled his wings, while Igris silently climbed aboard behind Jinwoo. With both Beru and Igris on board, Kaizel let out a piercing cry and launched into the sky. His wings flapped powerfully, slicing through the air as they ascended, soaring straight toward the giant's head. Though surrounded by 1,000 shadow soldiers, the giant's sharp eyes caught sight of the approaching threat. Its gaze shifted, locking onto Kaizel with immediate awareness. Igris was the first to strike. His demon monarch's sword flashed violet, sending a streak of lightning toward the giant's forehead. But the massive creature reacted swiftly, tilting its head just enough to evade. Igris didn't falter. He followed with another powerful swing, faster and more precise. But the giant dodged again, moving with unreal speed for its size. From Kaizel's back, Jinwoo observed every movement, analyzing the giant's reaction. Igris kept up the pressure, unleashing strike after strike, forcing the creature on the defensive. Finally, the giant swung its enormous sword upward, aiming to swat them out of the sky. But in perfect sync, Jinwoo and Igris leapt from Kaizel's back just before impact, narrowly avoiding the blade. Jinwoo's eyes sharpened. He had seen what he needed. He'd found the weak spot. Igris launched another burst of lightning from above, blinding and loud. The crackling energy struck the giant's upper face, disorienting it just long enough. Jinwoo surged forward like a bolt, his dagger drawn. With one swift, vicious motion, he carved across the giant's eye. A guttural roar shook the battlefield as the beast recoiled in pain. Then came Beru. Diving in with claws bared, he slammed into the giant, tearing deep into its flesh and forcing its defenses to crumble. The onslaught didn't let up. Jinwoo, now locked in, activated Ruler's authority and rocketed toward the giant's face. Below, Hanakawa watched in awe. This wasn't a battle anymore. It was war between monsters. Lightning from Igris continued to rain down, staggering the giant. Jinwoo seized the moment. He summoned more daggers and activated Mutilation. With a flash of fury, he tore into the giant's torso. One dagger sliced its eye further. Fluid erupted, spraying across the air, while the others ripped into muscle and bone. The giant thrashed wildly, but Jinwoo clung on and called for Beru. In an instant, Beru joined him, flying straight into the exposed wound. Together, they assaulted the creature's face, Jinwoo tearing through tissue, while Beru shredded flesh without pause. Blood sprayed, bone cracked. The giant let out one final scream, then collapsed. Its towering form crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom. Right after, a system notification flashed before Jinwoo. The enemy had been defeated. A series of notifications followed, and with them came the familiar message: he had leveled up. Jinwoo noted it calmly, aware that the enemy had been defeated. Jinho, breathless and brimming with excitement, rushed over, calling out to Jinwoo with his usual enthusiasm, clearly in awe of how decisively the giant boss had been taken down. But Jinwoo remained composed. Something felt off. The system hadn't acknowledged the dungeon's completion, and there was no confirmation of the dungeon boss being defeated. He immediately sensed that the raid wasn't over. Attempting shadow extraction on the fallen giant yielded no result, and that was when he realized something was wrong. While he was contemplating these unexpected developments, a sudden surge of mana erupted from the S-rank gate. Jinwoo's eyes widened in shock as they landed on the giant's corpse. The massive creature had released an overwhelming amount of magic energy upon death, creating a blast that wiped out everything nearby. Jinwoo's senses sharpened as he recognized the chaotic surge of energy. It was a magic storm. His first instinct was to check on Jinho. He spun around, tense, but relaxed when he saw Jinho safely protected in Igris's arms, unharmed by the blast. All the mana that had once resided within the giant's body had now been absorbed into the nearby gate, as if the gate itself had devoured it. Amidst the strange phenomenon, Jinwoo felt a sharp sting on his cheek, only then realizing he had been cut, an unfamiliar experience, as no ordinary magic had ever left a mark on him before. Determined to uncover the truth, Jinwoo instructed Jinho to stay behind, and without hesitation, turned toward the ominous gate. As he entered, the vastness of the dungeon struck him immediately. It was unlike any he had encountered before, immense and boundless, far larger than any high-ranking dungeon he had seen. Beru's heightened senses suddenly picked up on something. He alerted his liege to an odd sound, faint but distinct, a strange laughter echoing from deep within. Jinwoo heard it too, and was taken aback. Someone was laughing, even after he had entered the gate. His expression hardened. With a silent nod, he gave the signal to move forward. Deeper into the dungeon, the foul laughter grew louder until Jinwoo finally came upon a massive figure bound in thick black chains. The restraints wrapped around its neck, torso, and limbs, some of them pierced directly through its flesh. Despite being restrained, the giant seemed amused, flashing a toothy grin. It welcomed Jinwoo, addressing him as a monarch, as if acknowledging something about him. Jinwoo stepped forward, understanding this was the true boss of the dungeon. The giant demanded to be freed, claiming he had information about the rulers and needed to speak with the monarchs. But as he studied Jinwoo closer, his tone shifted. The amusement drained from his face, replaced by confusion and anger. He had mistaken Jinwoo for someone else, and this realization frustrated him deeply. Piecing the giant's words together, Jinwoo asked whether the rulers were the ones who had imprisoned him in chains. The giant confirmed it, saying he had been trapped and used by the rulers in preparation for a much larger war. This, he claimed, was only the beginning. Jinwoo was intrigued, not just by the implication of a greater conflict, but by the giant's intelligence. He pressed for more information, asking who the rulers really were. The answer came with a revelation. The rulers were ancient enemies of the monarchs, a statement that gave Jinwoo pause. If the monarchs were at war with the rulers, and Jinwoo was becoming more and more entangled with the monarchs, did that make the rulers his enemies too? The giant confirmed his suspicions. He revealed that he too was a monarch, and explained that both factions, the monarchs and the rulers, were targeting Jinwoo. According to him, Jinwoo lacked the power to stand against either side and would need more than strength to survive. He would need influence, a means to tip the balance. Offering his help, the giant proposed that if Jinwoo released him, he would assist in giving him the influence he needed. But Jinwoo remained cautious. The idea of a monster offering help to a human was absurd to him, hard to trust. Yet the giant, unbothered, promised to prove his intentions. Suddenly, the giant began to chant. His lips moved at an unnaturally rapid pace, words spilling out like a distorted recording as he muttered in an ancient, unfamiliar tongue. The strange cadence set Jinwoo on edge, and without hesitation, he summoned his daggers, prepared for a surprise attack. But the giant showed no intent to strike. He simply continued the incantation with eerie composure. A familiar chime echoed in Jinwoo's ears as the system interface appeared before him. The message identified the being in front of him as Ligia, King of Giants and Monarch of the Beginning. It explained that Ligia had activated an ancient spell known as the Oath of Faith, a binding pact that would prevent both parties from speaking any falsehood once accepted. The message ended with a prompt, asking Jinwoo whether he wished to accept the Oath of Faith. After a brief moment of reflection, Jinwoo made his decision and accepted the oath, confirming the pact had been sealed. With the Oath of Faith now active, both Jinwu and Lydia were bound. Neither could speak a lie until the oath was mutually revoked. The rules were in effect. Lydia, now bound by truth, repeated his earlier offer. If Jinwu freed him, he would lend his strength in the battles ahead. Curious to test the oath's influence, Jinwu tried to express trust, but the moment he did, his throat tightened, and no words came out. The King of Giants laughed heartily, clearly entertained by Jinwu's reaction. He reminded him that the Oath of Faith was working exactly as intended. No falsehoods could slip past. Realizing the full weight of the pact, Jinwu asked directly why Lydia could speak so fluently, so unlike the other creatures that had emerged from the gates. The King of Giants appeared confused by the question, prompting Jinwu to clarify. He was referring to the monsters from the dungeons, the ones that never spoke with reason. Lydia's tone grew more serious. He explained that Jinwu had made a flawed comparison. The monarchs were not like those monsters. They ruled over them. The beings Jinwu had encountered were the residents of chaos, stragglers, prisoners warped by centuries of servitude. Their minds had long since broken, leaving behind only instincts and rage. But Lydia was different. As a monarch and a king, he had preserved his mind through the ages, resisting the madness of captivity. He had waited, patiently and silently, for the one who might finally set him free. Shifting gears, Jinwu pressed for more information, this time about the silver-armored winged soldiers. Were they with the rulers? Lydia confirmed it. Those beings were indeed part of the ruler's army. When Jinwu asked why the rulers were sending such creatures, along with demons, to Earth, Lydia calmly reminded him he had already revealed the answer. The rulers were preparing for war. Earth was to be their battlefield, a stage set for the inevitable clash between monarchs and rulers. Jinwu still couldn't grasp how sending monsters to Earth would turn it into a battlefield, until the King of Giants explained that the ruler's plan was simply to flood the human world with magic energy, transforming it into an arena brimming with mana. Jinwu was taken aback, trying to process the weight of those words. If the monsters that emerged from the gates were considered disasters, then the magical energy they brought with them had been seen as a blessing by many. Not just hunters, but civilians too, believed that mana crystals and gems were priceless resources. These objects had become the world's most vital energy source. But now, Jinwu realized that these so-called blessings were nothing more than stepping stones, foundations laid in preparation for war. The King of Giants continued, revealing that the best way to plant magic in a mana-deprived world was through the blood of those who already carried it. The rulers had chosen to sacrifice hostages and release monsters to infuse Earth with magic energy. The more blood spilled, the thicker the mana concentration became. Magic was strengthening the world, not to protect it, but to make sure it didn't collapse under the weight of the war to come. According to the King of Giants, the rulers were preparing the world to survive the conflict, not avoid it. Still piecing everything together, Jinwu asked what kind of war Lydia meant. The King of Giants explained that it would be a rematch between the monarchs and the rulers, and Earth was the battleground. Hell was coming, and it would arrive sooner than anyone expected. There wasn't much time left. Neither side would sit idle now that Jinwu had made contact. In fact, the rulers might already be on the move. Jinwu couldn't shake the feeling that both sides were focused on him, targeting him. He asked why it felt like everyone was after him. And then came the truth. The power within Jinwu wasn't truly his. Lydia explained that the original owner of that power had betrayed the rulers by transferring it to Jinwu. That single act had painted a target on his back, marking him an enemy of both monarchs and rulers alike. Yet amid all the tension, the King of Giants made a vow. He promised to stand by Jinwu's side and fight alongside him. All he asked in return was to be freed from his chains. Jinwu, eyes sharp, considered the offer. He asked, if Lydia truly wished to help, wouldn't it be easier to become one of his shadow soldiers? The King of Giants flinched at the suggestion, visibly shaken. In that moment, he saw the shadow of the true monarch flicker behind Jinwu's human form. Lydia then explained why it was impossible. Monarchs and rulers existed in astral form, spiritual bodies, and when an astral body was destroyed, it vanished entirely, leaving nothing behind that could be reanimated or turned into a shadow. That was why he couldn't become one of Jinwu's soldiers. Jinwu listened, understanding, yet something still didn't feel right. A piece of the puzzle was missing. As the thoughts swirled, Jinwu summoned a dagger to his hand, while the King of Giants pleaded again to be set free. Jinwu stepped forward with resolve, asking once more if Lydia would truly be on his side. The King of Giants nodded solemnly, and Jinwu began cutting through the chains. One by one, the shackles fell away as Lydia remained composed. Then, as Jinwu moved to break another chain, he paused, his gaze fierce. and asked whether Ligia would also stand on the side of humanity. This time, Ligia remained silent. Jinwoo didn't need an answer. The oath of faith made lying impossible, and that silence spoke volumes. His eyes shifted to the back of Ligia's neck, where a cold, glinting magic stone was embedded. That stone was the key. It bound him to the ruler's will. As long as it remained, Ligia was still under their control, still a threat to humanity. Without warning, murderous intent erupted from the King of Giants as he swung his newly freed arm at Jinwoo. Realizing the danger, Ligia decided Jinwoo could no longer be allowed to live. But Jinwoo moved first, ducking low beneath the attack, then driving his dagger upward, deep into Ligia's chest. Up close, Jinwoo muttered coldly to Ligia that he would have been a calamity. But the King of Giants responded with a twisted grin, claiming that the true calamity wasn't him. It was Jinwoo. With his mind made up, Jinwoo struck again and again, dodging desperate counterattacks as he buried his blades deeper. After several brutal blows, the King of Giants finally went still, blood gushing from his mouth. Even in death's grip, Ligia's last words came as a venomous curse. He warned that as the war between humans and the residents of Chaos escalated, Earth would become a battlefield, and he hoped everything Jinwoo loved would burn to ashes. But Jinwoo's gaze remained cold, unwavering. Without hesitation, he swung his dagger one final time, slicing through the giant's neck in a single, decisive motion. The sound of steel slicing air echoed through the dungeon as the King of Giants was beheaded. A system notification immediately followed, confirming the defeat of the dungeon boss, Ligia, one of the 9 original monarchs. Jinwoo had gained an immense amount of experience points. As the system struggled to tally it, he looked down at the magic stone in his hand, taken from Ligia's body. Though he'd hoped for a new Shadow Soldier, he decided the stone would be enough, a souvenir from this brutal encounter. From Ligia's body came a final surge of powerful energy before his form disintegrated into dust. In the aftermath, a familiar chime sounded. The system displayed the results. Jinwoo had leveled up multiple times. His new level was now 122. News of the giant's annihilation spread like wildfire. Across the world, social media lit up with excitement. Talks of a new national-level hunter were everywhere. But unlike the Jeju Island incident, this wasn't just a Korean headline. Recognition poured in from all corners of the globe. One giant had managed to escape overseas, but it didn't get far. China's Liu Zhigang took it down before it could cause any real damage. In Japan, a different storm was brewing. Chairman Matsumoto of the Hunters Association turned himself in. Though he didn't offer much explanation, many believed it was an attempt at redemption, a way to shoulder the weight of his past betrayals. But even as the news made waves, speculation over his true motives continued to stir. Jinwoo, meanwhile, stepped out of the gate, far removed from the world's noise. He walked in silence, his mind lingering on the choice he'd made. Killing the King of Giants had been necessary. Letting Ligia roam free would have been a disaster waiting to happen. He didn't regret it, but the weight of that decision still lingered. More than ever, he knew. He had to grow stronger. The S-rank gate was cleared, and the battlefield was quiet. Around Jinwoo, the fallen giant's shadows stood ready. The soldiers nearby, having witnessed his power for the first time, could hardly believe what they'd seen. They whispered among themselves, unable to hide their shock. Jinho, catching their glances, stood a little taller, proud to stand next to the man who commanded such fear and respect. Then Hanakawa approached, drawing Jinho's attention. He assumed she had something for Jinwoo, but to his surprise, the message was for him. A phone call. He answered. And immediately, something changed. His face tightened, the color drained. Whatever he heard hit hard. Jinho turned to Jinwoo, apologizing. He had to return to Korea. Something had come up with his family. Without waiting for questions, he headed for the helicopter that was already waiting. As it lifted into the sky, Jinho sat in silence, his mind racing. His mother's voice on the call, it had trembled, shaken in a way he hadn't heard before. Something was wrong. He could feel it. Still, he tried to brush it off as nothing while the helicopter carried him home. Jinho arrived at the airport in Korea, still unsure of what to expect. Secretary Kim was already there waiting for him and wasted no time, informing him that a car had been arranged. Puzzled but concerned, Jinho followed silently as they made their way out. On the way, Kim spoke with a careful tone, advising Jinho to brace himself, that things weren't looking good, but promised he would explain everything soon. As they neared the hospital, Secretary Kim finally revealed the truth. President Yoon Myung-han, Jinho's father, had fallen into eternal sleep. The words didn't make sense at first, and then they hit all at once. Jinho screamed in anguish, calling out for his father, his voice trembling with disbelief as he tried to rush into the room, only to be held back by Secretary Kim. He explained softly that Jinho's presence, as a hunter still struggling to control his power, could do more harm than good. The mere aura around him could aggravate his father's fragile state. Staggered by the helplessness, Jinho turned away from the room. Then he noticed Secretary Kim holding a black leather portfolio in his hands. When Jinho asked what it was, the secretary answered gently, it was something President Yu had been working on before collapsing. Hands trembling, Jinho opened it. Tears welled up immediately. Inside were newspaper clippings, all centered around him. Gossip pieces, minor press coverage, local write-ups, articles that barely anyone else would care about, yet each had been carefully cut and stored by his father. The scrapbook was messy, but deliberate. Secretary Kim told him then that President Yu's cold distance had never been from lack of love. On the contrary, his expectations for Jinho had been enormous, just like his love for him. Secretary Kim gave him a moment before suggesting they head back to the residence. Jinho, wiping his face, nodded in silence. As they walked through the hospital corridor, he suddenly stopped. A strange sensation crept through Jinho. He glanced around, sensing something, but the hallway was empty. Kim noticed and asked if anything was wrong, to which Jinho only muttered that it was nothing. They continued walking until the pair finally disappeared around the corner. From a quiet patch of shadow behind them, Jinwoo stepped out. He had been there the whole time, observing without a word. Watching Jinho grieve had stirred something deep in him. He had come to the hospital unsure of what to do, but now his resolve was clear. Reaching into his inventory, he pulled out a bottle of the elixir of life. Outside, a car pulled up. Jinhee stepped out and hurried into the hospital. A sense of heaviness settled on her as she entered the corridor, her pace slowing. She passed by someone, just a blur in her peripheral vision, but gave it no thought as she reached her father's room. What she saw inside stopped her breath. President Yu was awake, her eyes flooded with tears as she rushed to his side, stammering with disbelief. He was just as shocked, asking the nearby doctor how this was possible. The doctor, equally stunned, could only describe it as a miracle, something without precedent. While the room filled with emotion, Jinwoo quietly slipped out through a back exit, unnoticed. Walking alone beneath the pale light outside, he allowed himself a rare, quiet smile. With the bottle now empty and the weight of his decision behind him, he muttered softly into the night, wishing Jinho an early happy birthday. This was his gift to him. Meanwhile, across the ocean in Maryland, the US government held a grand celebration, honoring the hunters who had successfully cleared the recently emerged S-rank gate within the state. The atmosphere inside the venue was relaxed, filled with the sound of laughter, clinking glasses, and casual banter. Hunters mingled freely, some marveling at the sheer scale of the event, others simply enjoying the rare chance to unwind. Then, without warning, a towering figure in a bright Hawaiian shirt stepped in from behind. Conversations quieted for a moment as heads turned toward him. It was Thomas Andre. He didn't say much, just reminded the group about a bet they'd made. His presence alone was enough to make a few of them shift nervously. With a grin, Thomas leaned toward one hunter and casually asked for his tie. The man hesitated, sweat beginning to form, but didn't argue. Wordlessly, he removed the tie and handed it over. Just as the laughter began to return, Thomas's assistant, Laura, entered the room, her tone bringing a different kind of attention. She informed Thomas that the list of guilds participating in the upcoming International Guild Conference had just been released. Among them was Korea's Ajin Guild. Thomas paused for a second, the name unfamiliar, until Laura added that it belonged to Sung Jinwoo. That's when a smirk slowly crept across Thomas Andre's face. Korea's strongest hunter was coming to the States, and Thomas couldn't wait to meet him.
Meanwhile, in the United States, Christopher Reed, one of the national-level hunters, was asleep in his room. Suddenly, he sensed something and woke up. As he walked down the hallway, he noted how eerily silent everything was. He picked up a glass of wine and threw it to the ground. When the glass shattered but made no sound, he realized something unnatural was going on. He then asked, "Who's doing this?" He recalled Lady Selner's warning in the business card from Michael Connor, which had Chairman Go Gun Hee's contact information. Michael had told him to reach out if anything ever felt off. Christopher began to wonder if Michael had predicted this situation. Looking ahead, he suddenly saw a mysterious man standing in front of him, with several figures lurking behind him. He asked, "Who are you?" The man replied cryptically, saying, "You will not be able to save anything if you keep accommodating these human beings," and referred to Christopher as a fragment of brilliant light. Realizing the intruders were speaking in the language of monsters, Christopher demanded to know what they were talking about. The man pointed upwards and said, "I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the one above." the being connected to you. Infuriated, Christopher asked if they thought he was a joke. He began to activate his power, transforming as he said, "At least one of you is going to die by my hands." The enemies noticed his transformation and identified it as spiritualization, amazed that a mere human could use such an ability. Fully transformed, Christopher charged at the enemies, beginning a fierce battle. Back in Japan, Jinwoo was in a car headed to the airport. Crowds had gathered to see him off, grateful that he had saved their country from utter destruction at the hands of the giants. Jinwoo noted how so many people had come to get a glimpse of the hunter who had rescued them. Though not precisely counted, it was estimated that over 100,000 people were present to honor him. Later, the plane took off and the focus moved inside. Jinwoo sat quietly and mused. What's the probability that a familiar face would end up sitting next to you on a plane? Purely by chance? To his surprise, the person seated beside him was none other than Agent Adam White. Jinwoo asked if he was supposed to believe this was just a coincidence. Adam White replied that it would be nice if Jinwoo thought so, but that would be difficult to believe. He added, "We've only met once, but I see you still remember me. It's an honor to see you again."
Baru then appears and speaks to Jinwoo from the shadows,
reminding him, "His name is Adam. You can't get the name wrong this time." Jinwoo asked, "Weren't negotiations halted?" Adam responded, "I know it's rude to come see you like this without going through proper channels, but I have something to tell you." Hearing that, Jinwoo asked if the United States was unable to block the S-rank gate. Adam told him the situation had already been resolved. He then showed Jinwoo a video of a house burning as firefighters attempted to put out the flames. They said, "This isn't an ordinary fire. No matter what we do, we can't suppress it." Jinwoo asked, "What is this video?" Adam urged him to watch it until the end. He then explained that it was Christopher Reid who caused the fire. A total of 1,800 firefighters and 14 top-class hunters were mobilized to extinguish the flames he created. Jinwoo asked, "If there was that much fire, there must have been a battle. Was Christopher defeated?" Adam nodded. "Yes, we can hardly believe it either, but he's already been killed." He then pulled out a picture saying, "This is the person the Hunter Bureau considers to be the most likely suspect." Suddenly, Adam was lifted into the air as Jinwoo sat there, furious. He demanded, "Is this supposed to be a joke? I assure you, you won't be walking out of here on your own 2 feet." Adam stopped the agents who were preparing to attack Jinwoo and clarified, "The person in the picture came out of a dungeon. He may not be who we think he is." Jinwoo asked him to explain. Adam said, "His magic power is the same as that of monsters. He attacked our S-rank hunter during an interrogation. Do you remember the explosion at the Hunter Bureau a few months ago? The one that made headlines worldwide?" Jinwoo asked if they thought this had something to do with his father and let Adam go. Gasping for air, Adam continued, "He knocked out our hunters and went into hiding after that. The Hunter Bureau tried to track him in secret, but it's as if he evaporated. No trace of him was found." He added, "I understand how you must feel, but he meets every requirement to make him a suspect." Jinwoo asked, "Why are you showing me this picture?" Adam explained about the International Guild Conference. At the Newbern Conference, where representatives from famous guilds around the world gather, the U.S. Hunters Bureau plans to distribute his wanted posters. This means the investigation will no longer be secret. "We lost a national-level hunter because of this. The association will do everything in their power to find the culprit. We want to maintain a good relationship with you, which is why we prepared this meeting, to inform you before posting the bounty publicly." He added, "It would have been shocking for you to see your father's face on the screen at an event you were invited to." Jinwoo was deep in thought, struggling to process the revelation. His father, missing for 10 years, had somehow returned as a monster. The thought unsettled him. One of the hunters approached Adam White and asked about his condition. Adam, still slightly shaken from Jinwoo's display of power, assured the hunter that he was fine. As he observed Jinwoo, Adam couldn't help but be impressed. Telekinesis was a skill many high-tier magic hunters could use, but their abilities were typically limited to simply moving objects. What Jinwoo had demonstrated was on a completely different level, something only national-level hunters were usually capable of. It became clear to Adam that Jinwoo was, without a doubt, the 6th national-level hunter, a fact he knew he had to report to the vice director immediately. Fast forward a few days, the list of guilds invited to the conference was released, and the name of the Ajin Guild was among those invited to attend. Shortly afterward, a press conference was held in Korea regarding the Ajin Guild. Some reporters asked Hunter Choi Jong-in about his thoughts on the matter. He told the press, "The American Hunters Bureau has made an obvious decision. As someone who has witnessed Jinwoo's skills firsthand during several incidents, including the Jeju Island raid, I can confidently say the Ajin Guild could be compared to any guild in the world, and its strength would be second to none." When asked whether, from the perspective of the Hunters Guild, which has represented Korea every year at the Guild conference, he was unhappy about this, Choi replied, "Of course, I'm disappointed that I won't be able to travel to the US, but I feel more proud than disappointed. A hunter has appeared in Korea whom I can place my faith in without hesitation during times of hopelessness against monsters." He added, "My guild members and I were actually saved by Hunter Sung Jinwoo in the past, so I am genuinely proud that he was selected to represent Korea." While walking toward his car, Choi was stopped by a guild member who informed him that they had successfully reserved the gate in Suseodong that spawned that morning. "It's an A-rank gate, but the readings aren't particularly high," the member said. Choi asked, "Did the Ajin Guild request a reservation this time?" The man replied, "No, they've been a little too quiet lately." Meanwhile, at the Korean Hunters Association, Woo Jin-chul was reporting to Chairman Go Gun-hee about China requesting information about Jinwoo. The chairman asked, "Are they asking for personal information?" Woo replied, "No, only official and public data, his raid records and relevant news articles." Chairman Go wondered why China was suddenly interested in Jinwoo, especially since he had already made it clear that he wasn't interested in being scouted by another country. Wu clarified that it wasn't the Chinese government that made the request. It was Liu Zhigang, China's strongest hunter. Chairman Go noted that China doesn't follow the international ranking system. While five-star hunters are considered the highest rank, Liu Zhigang is the only individual known as a seven-star hunter, an exception to their classification system. Wu explained that Liu had previously fought off a giant that crossed the ocean to China and is now interested in Jinwoo, who single-handedly wiped out all the giants during the recent crisis. Chairman Go instructed Wu to deny the request. If a problem arises, just send him some superficial information. Back in the US, Laura notified Thomas Andre that Jinwoo would be arriving the next day. Just then, a man entered the room, Hunter Hwang Dong-soo. Thomas said, "I have something urgent to tell you. I'll get straight to the point. Do not touch Sung Jinwoo when he arrives in the US." Hwang, sweating as Thomas approached, tried to protest, but was stunned by Thomas's overwhelming mana. "I don't remember giving you permission to speak," Thomas said. "Just shut up and listen," Laura thought to herself. There aren't many people who can give such a warning to someone like Hwang. Just as expected from Thomas. Despite the warning, Hwang's obsession with his prey was nearly on par with Thomas's authority. Thomas warned, "Under any circumstances, do not touch Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Go and take a vacation at the guild resort while the conference is going on." As Hwang left, Laura asked Thomas if letting him go was a good idea. He replied, "There's no way he's given up yet. Keep a close eye on him until Jinwoo leaves the US." Laura asked, "Do you think he'll listen?" Thomas responded, "I'm sure he'd rather be uncomfortable than dead." Fast forward to the US, where all the major guilds have gathered for the International Guild Conference. Two men walk toward the building, surrounded by the press. It's Lennart Nierman, representative of Germany's Richter Guild, alongside the guild's vice master. Lennart asks about all the reporters and why so many have gathered this year. The vice master informs him that the Korean hunter everyone's been talking about is supposedly arriving today, so all these reporters are here for him. As they look to the side, they see Sung Jinwoo, accompanied by Yoo Jin-ho and Chief Woo Jin-chul. Lennart wonders if they should introduce themselves. There's nothing to lose by getting acquainted with a strong hunter. But as Lennart approaches, his expression changes. He's left stunned. The vice master asks if everything is okay. Lennart responds, "Can't you see what I'm seeing?" He realizes that Jinwoo doesn't summon creatures from another dimension. They're with him, constantly surrounding him. With those numbers, he mutters, "I'd believe it if someone said he came to wage war against the U.S." Jinwoo notices Leonard staring and tells Jinho, "There's some foreigner who's been staring at me for a while." Jinho replies, "With all the airtime you've gotten on the news, I'm sure you have quite a few fans. He probably just wants an autograph." Jinho then teases Woo Jin-chul, asking why he's accompanying them. Looking depressed, Woo replies that he was assigned the task of protecting Hunter Jinwoo. Jinho moves closer, teasing, "What was that?" Woo stammers, "Protecting Hunter Jinwoo." As they joke, Jinwoo notices someone approaching to greet them. It's Adam White, who says, "We've been waiting for you." Jinwoo asks, "Aren't you supposed to be in Asia since you're in charge of the Bureau's branch there?" Adam responds, "That's true, but now I'm also in charge of matters regarding you, Hunter Jinwoo." Adam instructs that all the remaining members from Korea will be escorted to their rooms. Only Jinwoo will follow him. Jinwoo tells Jinho to go to the hotel with Chief Woo. After they leave, Adam asks Jinwoo to follow him. Jinwoo, now serious, asks, "Is this about my father?" Adam, sweating, replies, "It's nothing that will harm you. The U.S. Hunters Bureau regards you very highly." As they leave, Jinwoo asks, "Can't you tell me what this is about?" Adam says, "Some matters are classified as top secret." In the car, Jinwoo asks where they're going. Adam answers, "To the Hunters Bureau headquarters." He explains that they're under heavy pressure after the death of Christopher Reed, a national-level hunter and one of the pillars of America's combat power. Though the public remains unaware, the Bureau is desperate to fill the gap his death left behind. Soon, Adam says, "We'll invest all our resources into finding someone who can replace him." Jinwoo asks, "Am I one of the candidates?" Adam nods. He then shows Jinwoo photos of the skeleton of the dragon Kamish and a rune stone found within the beast after its defeat. Adam explains that the value of a rune stone is proportional to the power of the monster it came from. He recounts the horror of the raid involving Kamish, humanity's greatest calamity, a nightmare that people have tried to forget. From the corpse of that dragon, the Bureau extracted a rune stone, and they're looking for someone worthy of wielding it. Adam asks, "What do you think of our latest proposition?" Jinwoo looks over the photos, then says, "Go back. I want to see the previous photo." Adam asks, "You mean Kamish's corpse?" Jinwoo questions, "Has the U.S. been keeping the monster's body intact?" Adam confirms that they have. Jinwoo then asks for the location of the facility storing the remains and tells Adam to take him there first. Surprised, Adam asks for a reason. Jinwoo answers, "I've given the Hunters Bureau my time without any complaints. I'm sure this isn't too much to ask." Adam admits he doesn't know the exact location, but says, "If it's a request from you, I don't think it'll be too hard to gain permission from the authorities." He adds, "I'll have to make a report first, so would you mind waiting a moment?" Jinwoo replies, "If we're going to wait, let's wait together," and tells Adam, "I'm coming with you." Fast forward to director David Brennan, who asks Adam White, "Is Jinwoo really in this building right now?" David wonders if Jinwoo is interested in their offer of the runestone. Adam replies that the runestone was barely mentioned throughout the day. David then asks, is he really only interested in seeing the corpse of the monster and not the runestone? After some thought, he turns to Michael Connor, the deputy director, and asks for his opinion. Michael explains that the value of a skill is unimaginable. Top hunters spend enormous sums to acquire the right runestones, so it's possible that seeing the corpse is more valuable to Jinwoo than gaining a new skill. David questions, does his ability only work on monsters he personally kills? A chilling possibility strikes Michael. What if he can even turn creatures into his shadow soldiers without killing them himself? They both realize that Jinwoo may be planning to turn Kamish into his summon. Alarmed, David stands up. If that's the case, I can't allow it. No individual should be allowed that kind of power. Michael warns, if we deny his request, it could strain our relationship with him. After some thought, David agrees to take Jinwoo to the facility himself. This could be an opportunity to observe his ability firsthand. As they ride the elevator down to the restricted facility, David says to Jinwoo, I'd prefer to sit down and discuss things more thoroughly, but is this how you'd like to proceed? Upon arriving, Jinwoo senses something. There's still magic energy in the air. For it to remain after 8 years, how powerful would this shadow be if I succeeded? Standing before the massive corpse, David explains, "We preserved Kamish exactly as he was after being taken down by 5 national-level hunters. Before that, he had slaughtered hundreds of elite hunters. The energy powering the Hunter Bureau HQ comes from Kamish's mana crystal." David then asks, "Are you satisfied now?" Jinwoo steps forward and asks everyone to stand back. David, watching closely, tells the others not to interfere. Let's just observe. Jinwoo uses shadow extraction, but a message appears. Shadow extraction failed. He tries again. This time, black mist floods the room as the bones of the dragon begin to tremble. A spectral form begins to rise. A massive shadow, Degray, the beast, emerges from Kamish's remains, and the room starts to collapse under the released energy. The being speaks. "Are you the one who summoned me? King of the dead, Shadow Monarch." Panic sets in among the Bureau staff as they witness Kamish seemingly resurrected. The dragon turns feral. "Humans, I will kill them all." It begins to shatter the reinforced glass of its containment. David, watching in shock, notes, "That's reinforced glass infused with top-rank mana, and it's breaking like nothing." Kamish escapes the cage and charges up his breath attack.
The activation of his skill leaves the entire room in disarray.
Before the dragon can unleash destruction, Jinwoo calmly orders it to stop. "The mana crystal embedded in your head is long gone. You no longer have to follow the ruler's commands." Everyone is stunned as they realize Jinwoo is speaking the language of monsters. Kamish pauses, then responds, "So this is what it feels like, to become the subject of the Shadow Monarch." He steps forward and bows, declaring, "As a humble servant who once served the King of Dragons, I greet you, my new king." Jinwoo asks, "Did you really serve the King of Dragons?" Kamish replies, "Yes, I served the King of Mad Dragons, the Monarch of Destruction." Seeing the creature, Jinwoo thinks to himself, "Such overwhelming rage. To think that a shadow soldier could possess such a strong, independent ego. It surpasses that of any monster I've encountered so far." There's no doubt, he was an incredible being. Meanwhile, the people behind them are stunned to see Kamish wagging its tail like a loyal pet before Jinwoo. Jinwoo continues thinking, "There's the King of the Dead, the Shadow Monarch, the King of Giants, the Monarch of the Beginning. Kamish must have been another of the 9 monarchs that the system showed me." As he's deep in thought, he suddenly notices Kamish beginning to disintegrate. Kamish tells him, "It seems our meeting came too late. Too much time has passed since I was killed." Panicked, Jinwoo tries to call upon the system to stop the process, but it's no use. In his final moments, Kamish says, "I envy your soldiers, who get to serve you for eternity." He then offers a final warning. "Humans have borrowed the strength of the rulers. Be wary of them, my lord." Kamish's massive skeleton then collapses to the ground, followed by a system notification: shadow extraction has failed. Jinwoo turns to Adam White and says, "Please inform Director Brennan that I'm truly sorry. I'll cover all the damage expenses." As he walks away, the agents are startled by a loud crash. Jinwoo, frustrated, had smashed the metal door with a single punch. Later, we see Woo Jin-chul asking Jinwoo where he's been, saying he couldn't reach him. Jinwoo replies, "I was somewhere no calls could get through temporarily." Woo then asks if he met up with Jinho, and Jinwoo looks confused. Woo explains, "He left as soon as he got your message, asking to meet you at the Hunter Bureau headquarters." Jinwoo replies, "I never sent him a message. I just came from there." He then asks Adam White if he knows anything about this. Adam responds, "His name isn't on the visitor log at the Hunter Bureau." Shocked, Woo says, "That can't be. A hunter from the Scavenger Guild personally came to pick him up 2 hours ago." Adam, concerned, says, "The Scavenger Guild does have a close relationship with us, but they don't have the authority to act on our behalf. I'll call them directly." Jinwoo thinks to himself, "Why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" Laura, a staff member from the Scavenger Guild, answers the call. When Adam asks about the person who picked up the Vice Guild Master of the Jinwoo Guild, Laura realizes something's wrong. She then asks, is Hunter Sung Jinwoo aware of the situation? White tells her he doesn't know yet, but his companion inquired about Jinho while he was at the Hunter Bureau. She replies, we shall get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible. After the call, White tells Jinwoo that the Scavenger Guild said they're looking into it and will be in touch soon. But as he looks back, Sung Jinwoo is nowhere to be seen. We then see Jinwoo moving through the city, searching for Yu Jinho, thinking, I was careless. I didn't place a shadow on Jinho after using Shadow Exchange to save Chairman Yu Myung-han at the hospital. Remembering the incident with his sister, he worries, what if something similar happens again? He stops to summon all his shadows and instructs them to find Jinho. The shadows begin spreading out across the city in search. Meanwhile, several men are seen lying unconscious, beaten up by someone. It's Thomas Andre interrogating them to find Hwang Dong-soo's location. He tells his men, he's really done it now, and orders them to find Hwang before Jinwoo does. At an abandoned building, Hwang Dong-soo stands over a badly beaten Yu Jinho, who is bleeding from his mouth. Back in the city, Jinwoo stands atop a building, using his shadows to eavesdrop on conversations and search for Jinho's location. He wonders if they've left the city thinking, Jinho is a combat-type D-rank hunter. Normal people couldn't overpower him, even in a group. The only clue left is the involvement of the Scavenger Guild. Jinwoo suspects Hwang Dong-soo, the younger brother of Hwang Dong-suk, who must have been waiting for them to enter America to uncover the truth about his brother's death. Since only Jinwoo and Jinho survived that dungeon, Hwang likely assumes they were responsible. With rage in his eyes, Jinwoo says, if anything happens to Jinho. Back at the Scavenger Guild headquarters, someone informs Thomas Andre they've been unable to track down Hwang. Thomas wonders if Hwang truly isn't afraid of death, noting that Hwang is an S-rank hunter and should know the vast difference in power between himself and Jinwoo. The fact that Hwang still did something so reckless likely means he expects Thomas to protect him. Thomas calls Laura thinking, maybe I've been too lenient with my hunters. He asks how things are on her end. She tells him with help from the Hunter Bureau, they've analyzed Hwang's movement patterns over the past month. There were 3 instances where he strayed from his usual activity zones. Thomas instructs her to dispatch all available members to those locations, saying he'll join them personally. He asks, how did you get the Hunter Bureau to cooperate? Laura replies, I told them that if we don't find him soon, you and Sung Jinwoo may clash. Meanwhile, the agents of the Hunter Bureau are panicking after discovering that all the members of the Scavenger Guild are on the move. Agent White informs Director David Brennan that the Guild has canceled all scheduled raids and mobilized all of its hunters. David thinks if the entire Scavenger Guild is on the move, then Thomas Andre must be behind this. This might be bigger than we think. The scene shifts to an abandoned factory where Hwang Dong-soo, along with several men, is interrogating Yu Jinho. One of them asks Hwang if he's sure this is okay. Hwang replies, I'm not planning on doing anything to him. There's just one thing I want to know. He explains that Thomas Andre warned him not to touch Sung Jinwoo, but he never intended to go after Jinwoo directly. There was one more person who could give me answers, he says. There's just one thing I want to hear. That hunter Sung Jinwoo killed my brother. He punches Jinho, demanding he wake up. Another man comments, he's pretty durable. I guess he's a tank after all. Any normal human would be dead by now. Hwang slams Jinho's head into the wall. Your courage is commendable, he says, but your stubbornness won't earn you forgiveness. I don't want to kill you. The guy behind me is a decent healer. He'll save you whenever you're on the brink of death, which means until you tell me what I want to know, you'll be tortured here forever, he adds. This factory's been abandoned for over 5 years. No one's coming to save you, no matter how much you scream. He then asks, want to talk now? Jinho tries to say something. Hwang leans in and asks, what are you saying? Then he sees Jinho flipping him off. Enraged, Hwang slams Jinho into a pillar. A man in the back warns Hwang to be careful, or he might kill him. Hwang simply says, let's continue the interrogation. The man asks, haven't you found out enough? But Hwang replies, I'm just getting started. Jinho, in a daze, sees a vision of Hwang's brother. Before he can react, Hwang notices something. He looks over and sees a shadow soldier standing silently. Taking off his jacket, Huang asks, "Is there a dungeon break nearby? Where did that orc come from?" He charges toward the figure, muttering, "I don't have time to mess around." Meanwhile, back in Korea, Jinwoo mother and sister are watching television. His mother wonders aloud if Jinwoo is okay. From the back of the room, Baru hears her and thinks, "If there's anything my liege couldn't withstand, then no one on earth would be safe." They continue watching as the news shows that Sung Jinwoo has arrived in the U.S. Suddenly, Baru feels a disturbance. He thinks, "This feeling, I've felt it once before." The king is enraged. Back in the U.S., we see cars speeding through the streets. It's the Scavenger Guild. Thomas Andre is inside one of the vehicles. He orders the driver to stop, realizing it's already begun. He kicks open the car door and jumps out, telling his men to follow him as quickly as they can, saying, "I'll go on ahead." After he leaves, one of the men sighs, "We're going to be flooded with compensation invoices again tomorrow." Back at the abandoned factory, Huang Dong-soo is punched hard in the stomach. Yu Jin-ho, watching, smirks, knowing he's been saved. The punch is so powerful that it sends the S-rank hunter Huang flying. It's Sung Jinwoo who tracked them down and used shadow exchange with a shadow orc to save Jin-ho. After knocking Huang out of the building, he rushes to Jin-ho and tries to give him a potion. But a system notification appears. You cannot use a healing potion if the target's HP is below 10%. Seeing this, Jinwoo turns to the two men standing nearby. He asks if either of them is a healer, and with fury in his eyes commands them to heal Jin-ho. One of them, visibly trembling, replies, "I don't understand Korean." By then, Huang has recovered and re-enters the building. He clarifies to the man, "He's asking you to heal the guy." Huang then asks Jinwoo, "Is this the first time we've met in person, Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" Ignoring him, Jinwoo glares at the man and says, "I'll say it one last time, heal him." The man nervously replies, "You should probably convince my boss first." Before he can finish, Jinwoo grabs him by the face and slams him into a steel pillar. Then he turns to the second man and asks if he's a healer. Terrified, the man protests, "You didn't say this job involved Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo repeats, "Can you use healing magic?" The man says no, and Jinwoo slams him into the floor. Seeing this overwhelming power, Huang approaches and says, "As I thought, you're the one who killed my brother." Jin-ho weakly warns Jinwoo to be careful. Jinwoo tells him not to speak in his condition. Huang demands an answer. "Did you kill my brother and his teammates?" Jinwoo coldly replies, "Go ask your brother yourself." In rage, Huang throws a punch, but Jinwoo is too fast. He dodges and counters, sending Huang flying outside the building. Before Huang can get up, he finds Jinwoo already sitting beside him. Huang tries to attack again, but is pinned down. Jinwoo then begins repeatedly smashing Huang's head into the ground. In that moment, Thomas Andre arrives, shouting, "Stop!" Thomas tells Huang, "I warned you again and again not to touch him," and then turns to Jinwoo. "Is he still alive?" Jinwoo replies coldly, "I'm not done with him yet." Thomas says, "If you understand this much, communication will be easier. Let him go, and I'll let what happened here slide." Jinwoo turns to him and asks, "What if I refuse?" Thomas, clearly angered, says, "Then it won't be a request anymore." Jinwoo responds by hurling Huang into the air. As he's flying, Huang thinks, "Thomas, now you have no choice. You must step in. Kill him for me." Jinwoo stands before Thomas. Thomas says, "Maybe you don't know who I am." Jinwoo replies, "It doesn't matter who you are." Thomas thinks to himself, "He knows who I am, and yet he's doing this." We then see Thomas's backstory. He grew up in a poor immigrant family and faced many hardships. The one thing that set him apart was his extraordinary talent for violence. It earned him the title of the strongest. Through endless battles, he gained power, influence, wealth, and crushed those who opposed him. He believed violence was true justice. He became someone who ruled over others like a king. Back in the present, members of the Scavenger Guild arrive at the scene. As they move in, a huge explosion erupts. Something barrels past them, destroying everything in its path. As the dust settles, they realize It's Thomas, thrown back by Jinwoo. Shocked, they ask if he's okay. Thomas, furious, signals them to stand back and begins walking toward Jinwoo. His men start panicking and follow. Meanwhile, Jinwoo instructs one of his shadow soldiers to take Jinho to the nearest hospital and use whatever it takes to ensure he's treated. After securing Jinho's safety, Jinwoo turns his full attention to Thomas Andre and the rest of the Scavenger Guild. He summons his army of shadow soldiers, ready to take on the entire guild. Seeing this, Thomas Andre got excited, saying, "This is great. There's finally a worthy opponent." While thinking to himself, "I couldn't care less about the Huang Dongsu matter anymore. There's only one way to redeem my damaged pride, to kill that bastard." But he tells Jinwoo, "It's not too late to admit your mistake and back off. I'll at least spare your life if you do so now and apologize." But instead of answering, Jinwoo flips him off. Seeing this, Thomas gets even more furious and begins to transform, saying, "You'll regret not taking this last chance." As both sides prepare to fight, Jinwoo signals his shadow soldiers to advance, and they all begin charging toward the hunters. Seeing this, Thomas also commands his men, "They're coming," and all of them rush to engage the shadows. The tanks take a defensive stance, using their skills to create a strong, magical wall, trying to hold back the assault. But their defense isn't enough. The soldiers break through. The moment they do, dozens of shadow soldiers are blown away, taken out single-handedly by Thomas Andre. As he looks up, he sees Tusk using his Hymn of Protection to block his advance. Without hesitation, Thomas leaps through the shield and smashes into Tusk's face. As he does so, he thinks, "My guild members don't stand a chance against these monsters," and charges inside the building where Jinwoo is. Looking around, he sees that most of his members have already been defeated by the Shadow Army. Off to the side, he spots Jinwoo, also fighting the hunters. Thomas leaps toward him, but before he can reach Jinwoo, Iron blocks his path. Thomas punches Iron and yells at him to move. The force is immense, and Iron is taken down in a single blow. But when he looks again, Jinwoo has vanished. He wonders where he went, only to find him suddenly beside him. Before Thomas can react, Jinwoo strikes with his dagger, but is shocked to see it has no effect. Thomas retaliates with a powerful punch, sending Jinwoo flying, saying, "You look down on a national-level hunter." As Jinwoo is still mid-air, Thomas uses psychokinesis to pull him back and declares, "Feel the difference in our strength and despair." But while being pulled in, Jinwoo uses ruler's authority to hold Thomas in place. Thomas realizes, "He's trying to crush me. It's like I'm completely immobilized." Despite being drawn in, Jinwoo attacks. Before Thomas can break free, Jinwoo lands a powerful strike that makes Thomas cough up blood. He crashes to the ground but manages to stay upright, thinking, "I'm bleeding." Jinwoo doesn't let up and charges again, saying, "What was it you said earlier? Feel the difference in our strength and despair." He unleashes a flurry of blows on Thomas, who is caught off guard. Finally, Thomas snaps, "I'll stop underestimating you," and activates his skill, Reinforcement, beginning to transform. Meanwhile, the Hunter Bureau agents are en route to the site. In the car, Agent Adam White is asked what's happening. He replies, "There's no time to explain everything in detail." Another man says, "You might not realize it as a civilian, but any closer and our lives will be in danger." Back at the factory, Thomas has completed his transformation. Jinwoo recalls what Kamish once said. 4 humans received the ruler's powers. Perhaps they're the survivors of the Kamish raid. They must be the 4 national-level hunters. Thomas charges at Jinwoo, who begins to move forward, but quickly stops as Thomas prepares to attack. Thomas smashes the ground with such force it shatters beneath him, but Jinwoo narrowly evades. Thomas uses another skill, and panic spreads among the guild members, who yell, "Get away from him." He's created a black hole, pulling in everything around, including shadow soldiers. Jinwoo watches and thinks, "What incredible strength. It's like a black hole. If not for ruler's authority, I would have been sucked in." Just then, a massive explosion occurs, destroying half the building. Jinwoo survives. Looking down, he sees Thomas yelling, "I won't miss this time." As the remaining hunters evacuate with the wounded, Thomas launches toward Jinwoo at lightning speed. But Jinwoo steps on his face mid-air and launches off of him, knocking Thomas down. Thomas uses telekinesis again to pull Jinwoo in, but Jinwoo counters with ruler's authority, pulling Thomas toward him. Thomas thinks, if he plans to take me head-on, and prepares, saying, I'll take you on gladly. Their fists collide, creating shockwaves. To Thomas's shock, Jinwoo breaks through his armor and gives him a cold, disappointed look. Thomas is knocked into the ground. He gets up, screaming in rage, and throws a punch, but Jinwoo dodges it easily. Jinwoo delivers a knee to Thomas's face, shattering more of his armor. By this time, Hunter Bureau agents have arrived and are stunned by the level of destruction from the clash of these two monsters. The man told Adam White to stay back as it was dangerous and pointed ahead to something that had just been thrown down. White asked what it was, and the man told him it was Thomas Andre. They saw Thomas lying on the ground being beaten up by Jinwoo. Thomas thought, how can a mage-type hunter produce such power and speed? Gathering his strength, he said, I can't lose like this, and tried to counterattack, but Jinwoo was too fast. Jinwoo managed to block the strike and rip the armor from Thomas's face. Furious, Thomas got back up and shouted, I am Thomas Andre. You think this is enough to take me down? But from behind, Jinwoo attacked again, saying, I told you, didn't I? It doesn't matter who you are. He began beating Thomas relentlessly once more. Agent White pleaded with Jinwoo to stop, but Jinwoo didn't listen and continued striking Thomas, breaking both his armor and bones in the process. Finally, Thomas accepted defeat and said, It's over. I lost. Jinwoo stopped after seeing his condition. White thought, to reduce the great Thomas Andre to such a state, how many hunters in the world could do such a thing? He wondered if there was even a single one. Once this news gets out, it will shake the world to its core. He then ordered the hunters on site to begin healing Thomas quickly. One of the hunters reported, every bone in his body has been broken. The blood loss is severe too. I won't be enough on my own. It'll be better if we all treat him together. They also noticed that despite the massive battle, no one had died. White thought, I guess this is as well as it could have gone. Then one of the agents alerted him to something. When they arrived at the spot, they found the lifeless body of Hunter Hwang Dong-soo on the ground, and Jinwoo was nowhere to be seen. Back in Korea, Jinwoo was sitting on top of a building. He had used Shadow Exchange to instantly return from America, switching places with Baru right after the battle with Thomas Andre. Another presence stood near him. Jinwoo looked at it and said, It's been a while since you've been in Korea, hasn't it? We then see Baru at the hospital, using his abilities to heal Jin-ho. Soon after, a shadow knelt before Jinwoo and asked to be given a name. It was the shadow of Hunter Hwang Dong-soo. Jinwoo looked at him and said, How about greed, since you died because of your greed? After naming him, Jinwoo ordered, Now lower your head to the ground. The next day, back in the United States, Jinwoo was on his way to the International Guild Conference. He asked Adam White why there were so many reporters outside, and Adam told him it was probably because the media had already caught wind of his fight with Thomas Andre. As Jinwoo entered the building, he thought to himself, I don't want to think about Hwang Dong-soo anymore. I came to America for one reason only. Once my questions are answered, I'll have no more business here. Jinwoo then entered the room where all the major guilds of the world were gathered. As he walked through the crowd, everyone turned their attention toward him. People whispered about how he had defeated Thomas Andre, nearly killing him, and they also discussed his crucial role during the Tokyo Gate crisis. After a short while, the presentation began. A scientist stepped up to the stage and introduced himself as Dr. Belzer. He began by stating, I'm sure you are all aware of the increasing number of gates appearing around the world. However, not many of you may know that there has also been unusual activity detected above the skies. He explained that magical energy in the atmosphere was becoming more concentrated. He then introduced a new term to describe it, the Magisphere. Displaying a map on the screen behind him, Dr. Belzer explained that this Magisphere was currently forming above several countries. Specifically, they had detected this phenomenon in 9 locations worldwide. Of all these places, the concentration of magical energy was highest above Seoul, South Korea. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention toward Jinwoo. suspecting he might be behind the phenomenon. Dr. Belzer quickly reassured them, saying there was no reason to look at Jinwoo as if he were controlling the Magisphere. If he had that level of power, he'd already be beyond the realm of hunters. Meanwhile, Jinwoo silently wondered if the 9 locations might be related to the number of rulers and monarchs. The doctor concludes his report, stating, "We do not yet know the cause, and there's nothing we can currently do to deal with it. However," he adds, "just because we can't handle it now doesn't mean we shouldn't prepare. The world might be facing another great upheaval." Following the presentation, director David Brennan steps onto the stage and asks the doctor if the presentation is over. The doctor nods and David says, "I'll take it from here." He addresses the hunters gathered and begins solemnly. "It is with a heavy heart that I bring this news." He reveals that Hunter Christopher Reed, one of the world's top national-level hunters, was assassinated 2 weeks ago by an unknown group. Shock spreads through the room. How could someone as strong as Christopher be killed? Who could possibly overpower him? Some hunters murmur about whether it was the man who fought Thomas Andre the day before. Sung Jinwoo remains expressionless amid the speculation. Director David then reveals that the Hunter Bureau has identified a possible suspect, codenamed Suspect S. A photo of the suspect appears on the screen. It's Jinwoo's father, Sung Il-hwan. Confusion and murmuring ripple through the room. One hunter makes an ignorant comment, saying, "All Asians look the same," but others clearly recognize the resemblance to Jinwoo. Jinwoo's mana flares slightly as he stares at the image, furious and conflicted. Dungeons are the territory of the rulers, he thinks. Why did they send a monster that looks like my father? Does this relate to what Kamish said? Director David elaborates. The man was found inside a gate in the U.S. He could speak fluent Korean, so they called in S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, a Korean American, to interrogate him. However, during the questioning, the man turned violent, defeated Hwang, and reduced the Bureau's headquarters to ashes. The Bureau concluded that the man, a humanoid monster, might also be responsible for the assassination of Christopher Reed. As Jinwoo watches the footage, he sees his father warning Hwang, "Never set foot in Korea again." Greed confirms it. The man in the video is indeed Sung Il-hwan. Director David finishes by stating that the Hunter Bureau will request cooperation from guilds worldwide to capture Suspect S, and urges anyone who sees him to report it to the authorities immediately. Someone in the crowd asks if there's any proof that Suspect S is not human. David responds that the suspect's mana emission matches that of a magical beast. Another person asks whether the man claimed to be a human who went missing in a dungeon, and if that person actually existed. The director confirms that the suspect did make such a claim and that the hunter in question was real. When asked why his identity hasn't been revealed, Director David explains that the hunter is connected to someone present in the room, and that's why they chose to withhold the information. As David prepares to step down, another person raises their hand, Lu Jigang, China's 7-star hunter. Lu argues that revealing Suspect S's identity would be helpful for the investigation and directly asks, what is the monster's connection to Hunter Sung Jinwoo? Reluctantly, Director David discloses the truth. During the interrogation, Suspect S claimed to be Jinwoo's father. Lu then turns to Jinwoo and asks, if Suspect S truly turns out to be your missing father, and other hunters attempt to hunt him down, what will you do? Jinwoo responds firmly, it is only right for hunters to hunt monsters. If he is indeed a monster, I will take care of him myself. But if he's not a monster and truly my father, I will hunt down the hunters who go after him. He ends with a powerful declaration. I will protect my family, even if it means making an enemy of every single hunter in the world. Sometime later, we see Adam White outside with Jinwoo. He asks, did you mean what you said back there? Jinwoo answers, yes. Adam says, to say something like that in front of 500 of the strongest hunters from over 120 countries. There's probably only one other hunter in the world who would dare say something like that. Jinwoo asks, who's the other person? Adam replies, he's in the hospital right now, referring to Thomas Andre. Adam then mentions that the Hunter Bureau has organized a feast and invites Jinwoo to join the other hunters. However, before Jinwoo can respond, he's approached by Liu Zhigong and several other hunters from China. Liu Zhigong says something in Chinese to Jinwoo, but Jinwoo doesn't understand, and Adam translates. Adam explains that Liu said he caught a giant monster on the coast, one that Jinwoo had previously let slip away. Liu goes on to explain that the battle was much tougher than expected, especially since it took place on the water. He adds that he's been eager to meet Jinwoo ever since, curious about the kind of hunter who can take down such strong monsters so easily. Liu Zhigang then extends his hand. Watching this, Jinwoo thinks, "My first impression of him was that he's just a grumpy guy. Turns out he's a rather interesting person." As Liu Zhigang leaves, Adam tells Jinwoo that Liu also said he hopes Suspect S isn't truly a member of Jinwoo's family. Adam reassures Jinwoo that Liu Zhigang meant no harm by it, and Jinwoo replies, "It's all right." After that, director David Brennan arrives and asks Jinwoo if he has a moment to talk. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo sitting with Ms. Sellner. She greets him saying, "It's been a while, Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo wonders, "Is the upgrader here? What does she want from me?" He responds, "I never thought you'd come to see me again." Ms. Sellner tells him, "I've been having the same dream every night recently, of top-ranked hunters being hunted down by someone." A few days later, these dreams begin to come true. Jinwoo asks, "Do you mean Christopher Reid?" Director David Brennan answers, "We warned Mr. Reid, but he wouldn't listen. And you know how that turned out." Ms. Sellner continues, "Powerful hunters who have been supporting our world will continue to die, and those hunting them will not stop." Jinwoo asks, "Are you here to warn me as well?" Ms. Sellner replies, "No, I'm here to ask you to protect the hunters. I've been trying to remember the faces of those being hunted in my dreams, but I couldn't. So I decided to try something else, to confirm their identities using my ability within the dreams. But once I came into contact with the endless power lying within them, I was forced to wake up," she says, trembling. "I still vividly remember the voice I heard when our eyes met." Jinwoo asks, "What did it say?" Ms. Sellner replies, "It told me to go back and prepare for war." Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks, this is the battle between the rulers and the monarchs, the one the King of Giants spoke of. He wonders, which side is hunting the hunters? He then asks, "What does this have to do with you asking me to protect the hunters?" She answers, "I sensed a similar power within you." He realizes, she must have seen the power of the Shadow Monarch within me that day. Then director David Brennan tells Jinwoo, "These beings are in existence beyond hunters. We ask for your immense power to stop them. We weren't fully convinced when we were told you were the only one who could protect the others, but that changed after witnessing your battle with Hunter Thomas Andre yesterday." He adds, "We're willing to offer anything you want, even the greatest treasure Kamish left behind, the Runestone. There are hunters in this world who have received powerful blessings, and they've protected the world using that power. If they fall, the world won't survive." Jinwoo responds, "I'm sorry, I can't do what you're asking." Director Brennan, surprised, asks, "Is this because you still hold a grudge against Hunter Thomas?" Jinwoo replies, "No, it's because I still don't know who I need to be fighting yet." After the conversation, Jinwoo stands up and begins to leave. As he walks away, Agent White reflects on what Jinwoo said in the conference room. "I will protect my family, even if I become the enemy of every hunter in the world." But then Jinwoo stops, turns to Agent White and says, "Could you give me the list of hunters you want me to protect? I'd appreciate the opportunity to meet them as well." Hearing that, White smiles and replies, "Of course." Fast forward, it's the last day of the International Guild Conference, the night of the hunters. We see Jinwoo alongside Jinho, who has fully recovered. Jinwoo asks how he's feeling, and Jinho replies, "Good as new." While they talk, people nearby whisper about Jinwoo, saying things like, "He's right in front of us, and yet I can't sense his presence at all. He's on a different level." Turning their attention to Jinho, they say, "That's the guy who fought Thomas Andre to save him." A man approaches Jinwoo, introducing himself as the CEO of a global corporation that specializes in handling monster remains. He says he wants to purchase all the giant monsters Jinwoo hunted in Japan and asks if Jinwoo has a moment. Jinwoo replies, I mainly handle the raids. My vice chairman here takes care of business matters. He leaves Jinho with the CEO, thinking to himself, he's really a proper vice chairman now. As he's walking away, Agent Adam White arrives with a list of hunters who need protection, as Jinwoo had requested. He tells Jinwoo, we rank the hunters based on their contributions and activity. Jinwoo asks, where do I rank on this list? White replies, taking into account the giants you defeated, probably third or fourth. Looking at the list, Jinwoo thinks, this is such a drag. I should just place shadow soldiers on each of them instead of memorizing their names. Realizing it's the perfect opportunity to mark each one with a shadow soldier, he can keep track of who's an ally, who's an enemy, and who he may need to fight, possibly even use them to contact the rulers through these connections. While he's thinking, he senses something, and Hunter Wu also warns him to be cautious. Jinwoo reassures him, you don't have to worry. It turns out to be Thomas Andre approaching. Thomas says he wanted to ask Jinwoo something. Showing his injured arm, he explains, the magic damage was too severe. Even the healer's magic and the doctor's couldn't fully heal it. It's recovering slowly, but far from fully healed. He continues, you could have wiped out my entire guild after defeating me, but even during all the chaos, not a single member died, except Huang, who caused the incident. Why did you let us live? Jinwoo replies, because you didn't commit a sin that deserves death. Thomas begins walking away and says, I plan to give Huang a proper funeral. He did commit a sin deserving death, but still, please allow him that dignity. Raising his hand, he adds, once my arm heals, I'd like to have a meal with you. If you give your contact info to my manager, I'll reach out later. Laura, Thomas's secretary, approaches Jinwoo and says, my master just expressed his gratitude in the only way he knows how, by being rough. He's actually quite shy. She asks for Jinwoo's contact information, explaining that Thomas wants to send a gift of thanks and asks if there's anything he wants. Jinwoo thinks for a moment and answers, maybe a useful dagger. After she leaves, Agent White asks, shall we go greet the hunters on the list? I'll be your guide. Jinwoo declined when saying, there's no need for you to do that. Then he notices something. Is someone missing from this list? I don't see the rank 6 hunter, White responds. We lost contact with him a few days before the conference. The secret agency and the Brazilian government still haven't found his whereabouts. Hearing that, Jinwoo wonders if the hunter has already been taken by the enemy. He thinks, that leaves 7 people on the list. Back in Korea, Chairman Go Gun-hee sits in his office, feeling his heart. He thinks, it's quite strange. My heart refuses to stop shaking these days. Seeing his trembling hand, he thinks, it's been this way for a couple of years now, but it's definitely getting worse recently. Is this my limit? He recalls what the doctors told him, that continuing this work could cost him his life within 6 months. But 2 years have passed since then, and he's managed to endure until now. I suppose I should be thankful I've lasted this long, he thinks. Just then, he receives a phone call. It's his wife, asking if he's all right. After hanging up, he smiles and thinks, she's such a worrywart. I was just about to head back, but suddenly he senses a presence in the room. He sits up and looks to the side. Standing there is the monarch of Frost, Sillid. Looking at him, the chairman thinks, I wonder if I can even have a proper conversation with him. I didn't sense him arrive at all. Judging by his aura, he realizes he's not someone I can take on alone. Sillid tells him, this place has already been isolated from the outside world. The chairman wonders, am I dreaming right now? Sillid attacks with a shard of ice. If this were a dream, he says, do you think you'd feel that? Struck by the attack, Go Gun-hee responds, I'll ask you once more. Who are you? Sillid rises and says, I was hoping you'd recognize me without the need for introductions. But it seems you're just a mere human after all. The chairman is confused by his words. Sillid releases a wave of mana. I have no interest in playing with weaklings, he says. Reveal yourself, fragment of luminosity. Maybe you're worried your medium will break if you do. but it's bound to break sooner or later. And if that's what you're afraid of, then this conversation is already meaningless. He launches another ice attack, hitting Go Gun-hee directly. With a smirk, Sillid says, "We meet at last." As the dust clears, glowing eyes appear, and his next attack is effortlessly deflected. Go Gun-hee stands completely unharmed. Sillid calls him the most brilliant fragment of luminosity. Go Gun-hee responds, "You isolated my office and trapped it in a dimensional rift." "Not bad," Sillid replies. "I've been looking for you for a long time. To think you were struggling to use your power while trapped in a broken medium. We've already located all 7 of your fragments and broken 2 of them. All I wanted was to see the shame on your prideful face before I destroyed you. Now that I've seen it, I can kill you without regret." The chairman, furious, says, "Try it if you can, Monarch of Frost." Hearing that, Sillid responds, "So you're choosing to fight. How foolish. You, who are merely borrowing the body of a human, versus me, who has fully conquered one." He taunts further, "Do you really think you can even land a single hit on me?" Sillid prepares for battle, filling the room with ice and attacking. But the chairman smashes through the ice with a headbutt, then leaps towards Sillid and throws a punch. Sillid, however, is too fast. He dodges and counters, manifesting an ice spike that nearly pierces the chairman's head. Spotting an opening, the chairman throws a punch at Sillid's face, but Sillid quickly freezes his entire arm, stopping the strike. Using brute strength, the chairman shatters the ice and grabs for Sillid. The fight intensifies, but the chairman's body begins to falter. "I need to finish this while I can still move," he thinks, and he launches a powerful punch towards Sillid to end the fight. Just before it connects, Sillid conjures an ice shield. The force of the punch sends him flying back, but the chairman drops to one knee, his body giving out. "Is this my limit?" he wonders. Seeing him in that state, Sillid remarks, "It seems you've reached the limit of your medium. How pitiful, fragment of luminosity." Before the chairman can respond, Sillid uses his speed to pierce his chest with an ice sword. Smirking, he asks, "How long do you think it will take you to find a new medium?" 1 year too. "Unfortunately for you, our forces have already gathered. This world will be destroyed before you return. Your mistake was trying to protect this world. Did you really think you could defeat me without your guards?" But to his surprise, the chairman starts to smile. "Do you really think I fought you for no reason?" he says. "Just like we didn't expect you to follow in our footsteps? There's something important you overlooked." Sillid, confused, asks what he's talking about. Gathering the last of his energy, the chairman throws a fireball. Sillid dodges, and it hits the wall behind him. "You almost had me," Sillid scoffs. "Is this what that important thing was?" The chairman replies, "This is exactly what I meant." Sillid turns toward the wall and sees a crack forming in the barrier. The barrier breaks. "For this, you risked everything," Sillid says. "I doubt anything would change even if this were to work." The chairman gives a signal, and a shadow soldier that Jinwoo had left with him emerges, managing to reach the real world. Upon seeing the creature, Sillid scoffs and says, "What can one single resident of the Abyss do against us?" Before he can finish his sentence, he notices something unsettling about the soldier and immediately realizes he needs to eliminate it. He rushes after the ant, but it has already escaped the dimension and reached Earth. Sillid draws his weapon and prepares to strike. He manages to land a blow, but his expression changes as he sees someone block it. Jinwoo, who had stopped the attack with nothing but his bare hand. Jinwoo grabs Sillid by the neck and demands, "Who the hell are you?" calling him an ice elf. Sillid, recognizing Jinwoo as the Monarch of Shadows, responds, "The number of soldiers I can feel from your shadows. Why didn't you come into contact with us? Even after gathering such a significant force? You must be the one he told me about, the one I was missing." Sillid then begins to freeze Jinwoo's arm. Despite the chilling magic, Jinwoo calmly summons his dagger and effortlessly shatters the ice. Looking down at Jinwoo, Sillid says, "Why don't we stop here for today? I'm not here to risk my life in a fight." Jinwoo asks what he means, and Sillid points toward the chairman's office. "Didn't you come to save that human?" Jinwoo suddenly remembers, The ant soldier he left behind was meant to protect the chairman. Horrified, Jinwoo sees the chairman's dire condition. Manifesting an ice sword, Sillid gives Jinwoo an ultimatum. Will you fight me or save him? He throws the ice weapon toward the chairman. Jinwoo attempts to stop it using his ruler's authority, but a notification appears. The opponent's magic is resisting the authority of the ruler. Panicking, Jinwoo throws a dagger to intercept the sword, but it dodges the blade midair and continues toward the chairman. Jinwoo has no choice. He chooses to save the chairman, managing to deflect the attack out of the building. When he turns back to Sillid, the monarch has already opened a portal and is trying to leave. Jinwoo activates Dagger Rush, summoning all his blades and launching them at Sillid. One of them manages to pierce his shoulder. Sillid growls, "You are but a mere vessel, and you dare scratch me." As he retreats, he declares, "I, Monarch of Frost, will withdraw for now. Wait until next time. For now, think of the nearly dead human as a gift for your shadow army." After he disappears, Jinwoo turns toward the chairman, frustrated that he couldn't sense anything because of the barrier. Assessing the situation, he realizes the injuries are too severe for a regular healing potion. He summons Baru, who arrives instantly. Jinwoo begs him to heal the chairman at all costs. Baru tries, but after a moment, he tells Jinwoo his healing isn't working. As a last resort, Jinwoo takes out the holy water of life, hoping it might work. But the chairman stops him, saying, "Please, don't." He thanks Jinwoo for coming to save him. Jinwoo urges him to hold on a bit longer so he can send him to a hospital, but the chairman calmly replies, "It's no use. Nothing can be done after taking damage from those kinds of attacks." He expresses relief that Jinwoo was there to fight the monarchs, and gratitude that someone like Jinwoo possesses such power. He warns Jinwoo that one day he'll have to choose a side, and pleads with him to remain on the side of humanity. The chairman, full of pride, says he always wanted to fight alongside young hunters like Jinwoo. He expresses no regrets, knowing he can leave the future in the hands of people like him. As his life fades, he says, "The reason my heart didn't stop beating until now was to meet you. It was all to meet you." With a peaceful smile, he closes his eyes, whispering, "What a relief. Thank you very much." Fast forward to next day, the news that Brazil's top hunter, Jonas, was found dead in a nearby river, and that the Korean Hunter Association's chairman, Go Gun-hee, was brutally murdered after being stabbed in the heart, is making headlines around the world. The entire globe is thrown into a state of panic. Mainstream media outlets everywhere are focused on the shocking deaths of these high-ranking hunters. The United States Hunter Bureau even issues a joint statement regarding the incident. Hunters protect humanity, but who will protect the hunters, they ask. The deaths of world-class hunters mark a threat of an entirely new magnitude. We then see Sung Jinwoo attending Chairman Go Gun-hee's funeral. Jinwoo turns to Hunter Woo Jin-chul and asks if he's all right. Woo Jin-chul, devastated by the chairman's death, apologizes, saying, "I haven't been myself lately." He then asks, "Was the monster that killed the chairman? Was it impossible to kill, even with your strength?" Jinwoo replies that by the time he arrived, it was already too late. Woo Jin-chul says it still doesn't feel real. "Just yesterday, he told me he wanted to hear about my stay in the US. He urged me to hurry back, and now he's gone." He thanks Jinwoo for trying to save the chairman in his final moments. But Jinwoo, filled with fury, responds, "No, I will kill it. I swear on my life, I will kill the monster that killed the chairman. Only then will I accept your thanks." He then asks Woo Jin-chul to call in the reporters. Fast forward, Sung Jinwoo holds a press conference, addressing the current threat to the world. He announces that a colony of monsters with exceptionally high intelligence is targeting top-ranked hunters. These monsters are far stronger than most hunters. They have no regard for weapons or conventional tactics. They excel at sealing off open areas with magic, isolating their targets, and striking with deadly precision. Jinwoo urges, hunters who believe they could be targets should surround themselves with comrades willing to protect them. He recalls the terrifying enemy who introduced himself as the Monarch of Frost before teleporting away, and how defeating such a being seemed impossible, even for the strongest hunters. Jinwoo finishes his speech with a final message to the world. If you don't have comrades who can stand with you, Contact me through the Korean Hunter Association. The scene shifts to a cave where all the monarchs are gathered, discussing their next move. Scyld, the monarch of Frost, informs the other monarchs that the Shadow Monarch has appeared on the surface of the earth. Yogamut, the king of demonic specters and monarch of transfiguration, questions him. Didn't you say there was no vessel that could fully contain the true powers of the Shadow Monarch? Isn't that the same reason the Dragon King, the monarch of destruction, can't remain on the surface? Scyld replies that the Shadow Monarch is now more of a threat than the fragment of brilliant light, and informs the others that he intends to deal with Jinwoo himself. He then asks if the others are willing to help him. Tarnak, the king of monstrous humanoids and monarch of the Iron Body, warns Scyld that by picking a fight with the Shadow Monarch, he's essentially committing suicide. He reminds them that Jinwoo is one of the strongest of the 9 monarchs. Tarnak suggests they wait for the return of the Dragon King instead. Scyld counters that while they may currently be on the run, they are still monarchs. He argues that their only chance to defeat the Shadow Monarch is now, while he's still bound to his human vessel. He asks again for their support, promising to take full responsibility and erase Jinwoo from existence. Tarnak and Yogamut declines, saying he doesn't want to end up like the Monarch of White Flames. Raken, the king of beasts and monarch of fangs, steps forward and agrees to help Scyld. Tarnak reminds Raken of what happened to the Monarch of White Flames after his defeat, warning that falling under the Shadow Monarch's authority means eternal servitude. Raken responds that the Shadow Monarch can't turn them into shadow soldiers in their original forms. Tarnak then reveals that the Shadow Monarch and the system administrator are now working together, so there's a chance he can turn them into shadow soldiers, even in their original state. With that, Tarnak and Yogamut leave, saying they refuse to become tools in Shadow Monarch world. After they leave, Raken asks Scyld for proof that Jinwoo is still human. Scyld shows him the dagger he used in battle, saying it was coated with poison, something the real Shadow Monarch wouldn't need to use. This intrigues Kureisha, the queen of insects and monarch of plagues. She notes that if the Shadow Monarch had full control over his human vessel, he wouldn't need to resort to such tactics. Scyld then asks her if she'll join them. Kureisha agrees, and Raken declares that they will kill the Shadow Monarch together. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stands atop a building, trying to locate Scyld. He thinks, I can't sense his magic power. He recalls their earlier battle, thinking he didn't have a shadow with him, and he said he was in his original form. Jinwoo remembers what the Monarch of the Giants told him, that monarchs and rulers in their original forms cannot become shadow soldiers. Back at the Hunters Association, Woo Jin-chul and the rest of the officials are in a meeting to select a new chairman. They discuss how the position has been vacant for about a week. They note that having an S-rank hunter as the previous chairman held great symbolic meaning. Now that the association overseeing the 5 great guilds has lost such a figure, they wonder who will be able to keep the guilds in check. Though high-rank hunters are influential, extra caution is needed when considering outsiders. After much discussion, all the directors unanimously decide to choose Woo Jin-chul as the new president of the association. Taken by surprise, Woo asks why they are choosing him. The directors explain that Woo had closely assisted the former chairman and gained significant experience. He has proven leadership skills and the ability to mobilize hunters when necessary. They remind him that there is no law stating only an S-rank hunter can become the president. They stress the need for a president who can influence and command the respect and even fear of hunters. Woo is described as the perfect candidate, especially given his connections and authority over Korea's great forces. While they cannot force their decision on him, they respectfully ask him to consider their proposal. Woo replies, I will. Meanwhile, in the U.S., at the Scavenger Guild headquarters, Thomas Andre, accompanied by Laura, is riding an elevator down to an underground facility. Thomas remarks that it's been a while since he last came down there. As they walk through the facility, Laura asks if he truly plans to give that away as a gift. Thomas replies by asking, do you think it's not worth the lives of me and the guild members? Laura clarifies that's not her concern. Thomas then asks, do you think Jinwoo lacked the skills to use it? As they stop in front of the weapon, Thomas comments on how incredible it still looks. Laura tells him there are only 2 such weapons in the entire world, and she's sure that number will never increase. Thomas agrees, and when asked again if he's really going to give it away, says that's exactly why he will. He adds that it's a waste for the best weapon in the world to sit around gathering dust. Back in Korea, Gina is watching the news that Hunter Woo Jin-chul has been promoted to chairman of the Hunters Association. Seeing this, she says, "They say the previous chairman was murdered, and now a handsome man has taken over. This country is unstable, and so is the rest of the world." She looks at her mother, who is washing dishes, and hugs her from behind. Her mother says, "If you don't have anything better to do, could you please take out the trash?" Gina replies, "I'm too lazy to do that." She then says, "We should move to a new place." Her mother responds, "I like this house." Gina asks, "What is it that you like about this old apartment?" Changing the subject, her mother asks her to retrieve the clothes from the washer. As Gina opens the door, she is shocked and starts to run, calling out for her mother. Meanwhile, outside the Asian Guild headquarters, reporters have gathered after hearing the news that Thomas Andre is inside the building. Jinho is trying to keep his emotions in check, unsure of what to do with both Thomas and Leonard Newman, the strongest hunter in Germany, present in the office. He thinks, 2 hours have already passed since they arrived. "Where are you, Jin-woo? Please pick up my calls." Leonard, feeling uneasy, thinks, Thomas Andre, the Goliath, is searching for Jin-woo. Will I be able to meet him today? Thomas asks a question, and Laura translates, "Is Mr. Jin-woo in the middle of a raid? It seems like he doesn't come to the office regularly." With a shaky voice, Jinho replies, "Yes." As they are talking, Jin-woo enters the office. Everyone is relieved to see him. Jin-woo notices Thomas sitting there and thinks, "I saw a mob of reporters outside, so Thomas really is here." Jinho, almost in tears, asks Jin-woo where he was and why he wasn't answering his phone. Seeing his dusty clothes, he wonders what Jin-woo was doing. Jin-woo replies, "There have been a lot of gate outbreaks recently. I can't afford to slack off." Thomas approaches him saying, "Long time no see." Jinho watches, wondering, are these two going to fight inside the guild office? Jin-woo asks, "What brings you all the way to Korea?" Thomas responds, "I promised you that we'd have a meal together once my arm healed." He adds that he brought a special gift that piques Jin-woo's interest. Thomas then says, "I'm glad to see Mr. Jin-woo, looking forward to it, but we should move to a more comfortable place. The gift is a bit too dangerous for here." Hearing that, Jin-woo thinks, did he bring me a bomb? Jinho is suspicious. It could be a trap. Jin-woo asks the second man about his identity, and he introduces himself. "I'm Leonard Newman from Germany." Jin-woo thinks he must be here to request a protection commission. Before Jin-woo can respond, Thomas cuts in, "Shall we get going?" Neumann prepares to go with them, but Thomas stops him. "Who are you to follow us?" Newman replies, "I've already waited more than 2 hours for Hunter Jin-woo. I think I deserve a spot in this meeting." Thomas gets irritated, saying, "What we're about to talk about is top secret. It's not something someone like you can barge into." As they leave, Neumann thinks, "I've never been treated like this before." Later, we see Jin-woo and Thomas sitting in a restaurant, sharing a meal. Thomas signals to his men and says, "You don't know how long I've waited for this moment," as he places a case on the table. Jin-woo thinks, "What's that?" And Thomas says, "Can you feel the item's power?" He begins opening the case, saying, "This is me showing gratitude for what you did for my guild members." Jin-woo is left speechless when he sees the daggers inside. He asks, "Are these from the Kamish raid? Isn't Kamish's corpse currently kept by the Hunter Bureau?" Thomas explains, "Back then, the U.S. government told us to comply with the Bureau's request in hopes of gaining something more valuable than money. But Kamish's largest and sharpest canine tooth, I had it pulled out after he bit me. It was given to me as a souvenir. The tooth was too short to make a sword, so I had it turned into daggers." He tells Jin-woo that the daggers are his gift. Jin-woo is stunned to see that their attack power is 1,500, far beyond that of the Demon King's dagger, which only had an attack power of 220. He tests the weapon, and Thomas says, "Even when I use my reinforcement skills, those blades could still pierce right through." Jin-woo thinks, "This definitely feels different. It's reacting to my magic power, almost like it's greeting me. The mana radiating from the weapon causes everyone around them to sweat." Thomas asks Laura, "Do you still think giving this away was a mistake?" Then he turns to Jin-woo and asks, Do you like the present? Jinwoo asks, can I really have this for free? Thomas answers, what I mean by free is that I think this exchange works in my favor. Compared to the lives of me and my guildmates, this dagger is dirt cheap. As they talk, both of them suddenly sense an overwhelming burst of mana. Thomas asks, did you feel that too? They rush outside, and as they look up, Jinwoo thinks, could that be the true form of the magical energy the doctor mentioned in his presentation? Thomas says, I can't believe my eyes. It's the first time I've seen one this big. He adds, it's far bigger than the one Kamish came out of. Maybe the world is trying to tell us it has moved beyond the limits of our understanding. Outside, civilians could only stare up at the sky in shock, but instead of running for their lives, they pulled out their phones to record the phenomenon. A reporter from News stated that the gate before them was the largest ever seen since the emergence of magic beasts. The story shifts to the United States, where Dr. Belzer is being questioned by some officials about the appearance of the gate in the skies above Korea. He tells those present in the room that he has been warning about the enormous amount of magical energy that had been gathering in the skies for several days. The gate that appeared above Seoul is just the beginning, and they can expect to see more gates like this appearing in the skies of many different countries. They ask for his opinion on the matter, given his long-standing research on gates and magical beasts. Dr. Belzer replies that they should pray this phenomenon does not end in tragedy. Back in Korea, Jinwoo is flying atop Kaisel, thinking to himself that he cannot enter the gate. It feels as though he's being blocked by an invisible wall. If it were an ordinary wall, he could have broken it down. But this is something even an awakened like him cannot pass through. He wonders if the entity inside this gate is unlike anything he's encountered before. Looking down, he thinks of his friends and family beneath the gate and resolves not to let whatever is inside pass by him so easily. As he's deep in thought, Jinwoo receives a call from Chairman Woo Jin-chul. Jinwoo asks if he looked into the request he had made. Chairman Woo confirms they did. Jinwoo had asked the Hunter Bureau to scan the entire area via satellite. Chairman Woo reports that no new gates have appeared anywhere else in the world following the emergence of this massive one. He informs Jinwoo that the authorities are planning to evacuate civilians living near the gate, then asks Jinwoo what he intends to do next. Jinwoo responds, even if we don't know what will happen tomorrow, I will plant the apple trees regardless. The next day at the Hunter Association Gymnasium, Jinwoo was sparring with Baru. Baru launched a flurry of attacks, but none could touch Jinwoo. He had grown far stronger since their last fight. While blocking Baru's strike with a single hand, Jinwoo asked him if he was truly giving it his all. Baru humbly responded, I would never dare to. Jinwoo smiled and said it was fine, explaining he just wanted to break a sweat, and Baru was the only one capable of helping him do that. They prepared to resume, and Baru charged once more, but Jinwoo effortlessly dodged his attack. As Baru came at him again, Jinwoo blocked and noted that Baru had grown stronger after being promoted to commander rank. Jinwoo then added, did you know that there can only be one commander in an army? He warned Baru that once Igris and Greed reached general rank, it wouldn't be long before they could challenge for commander as well. If you don't want to lose your spot, you'd better keep working hard. Motivated by his king's words, Baru went all out. But Jinwoo thought to himself, it's still not enough. Even though Baru is the strongest in my shadow army, he's still not strong enough to face what's coming. As Baru attempted a powerful strike, Jinwoo grabbed his arm and slammed him into the ground. While Baru was stuck, Jinwoo delivered a devastating punch to his ribs, launching him into a wall. After recovering, Baru humbly praised him. I am continuously amazed by my king's mighty strength. Jinwoo joked, saying, I think I need to start blocking historical drama channels so you can't watch more. Now that the sparring session was done, Jinwoo decided to clean up the place. He called Chairman Woo and said, please don't get mad. I've got around 300 ants who are pretty good at manual labor. The scene then shifted to Thomas, Andre, and Laura. Laura asked if they were returning to the US, but Thomas replied, how could I leave behind something so grand and beautiful? Laura remarked, it's big, but I'm not sure about beautiful. Thomas explained, anything that makes the heart flutter is beautiful. The fire-breathing dragon, the enormous gate, and Hunter Jinwoo's strength. They're all beautiful. He added that there was no gate in the US anyway, so there was no reason to return. Laura mentioned the Hunter Bureau was concerned, but Thomas brushed it off. What a joke. There's no place safer than being near Hunter Jinwoo. If we can't stop it here, there won't be a beyond. That's why I want to know, is this the end of humanity or the beginning of something new? The next day, people were evacuating the area around the gate. Back at Jinwoo's home, Gina asked her mother why they weren't evacuating like everyone else. Her mother replied, "If this place is going to become a battlefield, wouldn't it be better for us to choose where we die? Besides, our house isn't in the evacuation zone." Gina, upset, protested, "I'll be a college student next year. I was going to drink whenever I wanted and enjoy college life while living alone. My life is just starting. I don't want to die like this." Her mother smiled and said, "That's a good point. But don't worry, Jinwoo will protect us, just like your father once did." The scene shifts back to Jinwoo, who was sitting atop a building, staring at the massive gate in the sky. He wondered to himself, can I really close this without anyone getting hurt? Pulling out his phone, he thought, who would I want to spend my final moments with? The story then shifts to Cha Hai-in, who was training in a dojo. Her master, observing her form, commented, "I've sensed some hesitation in your sword recently. I'm worried that fear might be growing inside you." Just then, Cha noticed her phone ringing. As she went to answer it, her master said with a smile, "Looks like I'm talking too much." A hunter should never miss their calls. After speaking briefly with the person on the other end, Cha turned to her master and said, "Something's come up suddenly. I need to go." As she left, her master stood alone, smiling knowingly. So that's how it is. Time passed, and we see Jinwoo and Cha Hai-in walking together in an amusement park. People around them were buzzing with excitement upon seeing the two high-profile hunters together. Jinwoo commented, "There are more people here than I expected, considering everything going on right now." Cha asked if he liked places like this. He replied, "I don't particularly like it, but I've always wanted to come here at least once." Curious, Cha asked why he brought her to a place he had always wanted to visit. Jinwoo simply said, "Because you're the only friend I have." Cha was taken aback by his words, and Jinwoo reminded her of the time in the double dungeon, when she called them friends in front of the architect. She asked if he had heard that, and he replied with a smirk, "I have really good hearing." As she thought about it, Cha realized 2 years had already passed since she became a hunter. It had been so long since she'd gone out feeling this lighthearted. Looking at Jinwoo, she felt something different, a unique scent, something only he gives off. When Jinwoo asked if she wanted to try everything in the park, she smiled and said yes. Seeing her enthusiasm, Jinwoo thought, so I'm not the only one who wanted to come to a place like this. But despite their efforts, the rides weren't as thrilling as they hoped. Even the fake monsters in the park reacted with fear upon sensing their presence. Eventually, they sat down to eat, and Jinwoo asked, "You're not having fun, are you?" Cha replied, "It's fun." Jinwoo followed up, "Then why didn't you scream even once?" Realizing the rides were probably too slow for someone like her, he asked, "Weren't they kind of boring for an S-rank hunter?" Cha agreed. He grinned and said, "Then let's ride something actually fun." In the next moment, we see Kaizel soaring through the clouds with Jinwoo and Cha riding on his back. Jinwoo asked, "How's this?" Cha answered with a smile, "It's fast, high, and beautiful." She then asked, "Why did you even bother with the amusement park when you had something like this?" Jinwoo looked ahead and said, "That park was built on top of the gate where my father disappeared. I've always wanted to visit it at least once, to properly say goodbye." Cha looked at him warmly and thanked him, saying, "You've done nothing but show kindness to me." Jinwoo then told her, "There's still one more thing I want to show you." The final scene shows both of them sitting beneath the open sky, watching the stars above. A shooting star streaked across the heavens as they sat in silence, sharing a rare, peaceful moment in the midst of chaos. Fast forward to the next day, a hunter was walking, thinking that a monster gate would open in a few days. "I'm a B rank now. I can't be letting my guard down," he thought. As he was walking, he bumped into someone and asked the person to stop. It was Raken. The man, not knowing who he was, started to shout. The people around them, thinking a fight was about to break out, began to gather. The man demanded Rakin apologize for bumping into him, saying, "I'm a B rank now, a relatively high-rank hunter." As he was yelling, Rakin opened his mouth and bit off the man's head. The nearby hunters were horrified by what they saw. Rakin then unleashed a wave of mana, destroying everything around him and throwing the hunters into the air. He declared to the hunters, "Listen closely, you lowly humans. From now on, I will start hunting you. My teeth and nails will rip apart your weak skin and flesh." Then he declared, "I am the king of beasts, the beast monarch. Stop me if you dare." Back in the forest, Hunter Cha Haiyan was drinking water from a lake when Jinwoo approached her. He said, "I know a hotel around here that serves really good breakfast," and asked if she wanted to go there to wash up and have a meal. He then summoned Kaisel and said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, back at the Hunter Association, someone was informing Chairman Wu Jinchou that a monster was outside, attacking all the hunters present in the area. Wu asked about the casualties, and the man replied, "We're unable to confirm the exact number at the moment." Hearing that, Wu thought, there should still be at least a couple of hours until the dungeon break. I've already got my hands full with the gate, and now some monster shows up. Wu then asked about Jinwoo's whereabouts, and the man said, "We haven't been able to reach him." A short while later, someone informed Wu that a hunter capable of facing the monster had appeared. Wu asked, "Is it Jinwoo?" The man answered, "No, but he said he's a world-class hunter who just happened to be nearby." Then we see Leonard Nierman standing in front of the monster. He wondered if he could really take it on and thought, maybe the reason I stayed in Seoul was because I was meant to fight this monster. While Leonard was lost in thought, Thomas Andre appeared, grabbed him by the head, and shoved him back, saying, "Back off. You'll only get in my way." Back at the restaurant, Jinwoo was enjoying a meal with Hunter Cha when he received a call from Chairman Wu, who asked where he had been, saying they hadn't been able to contact him until now. Jinwoo explained, "I was outside the service zone." Wu then briefed him on the situation in the city. A monster was running wild in the middle of Seoul. Jinwoo asked, "How many enemies are there?" Wu responded, "Only one." Hearing that, Jinwoo thought, every hunter is gathered in Seoul right now, preparing to stop the dungeon break of the gigantic gate, and they're being destroyed by a single magical beast that appeared out of nowhere. Wu added, "An entire guild that confronted the monster was wiped out instantly. Thomas Andre is currently facing off against it." Jinwoo was shocked. "That can't be. I placed shadow soldiers on Thomas and the other hunters. They were supposed to report if even something ordinary happened." When Jinwoo tried to connect with the shadows, he noticed the signal from the soldiers in Seoul was unusually faint, almost as if something was deliberately suppressing it. He was puzzled and concerned. He turned to Hunter Cha and said, "There's a problem in Korea right now." Cha asked, "Did the dungeon break happen?" Jinwoo replied, "No, it's something else." Then he urgently asked Chairman Wu, "Does the monster have a shadow? You must confirm whether the monster has a shadow or not, because it could be a colossal beast hidden in invisible shadows." Meanwhile, Leonard Nierman nervously called out Thomas's name as the hunters in the background shouted in relief and excitement, saying that the Goliath was here. But Andre, annoyed, yelled at the hunters, telling them not to just stand there and to evacuate the civilians. Looking at the monster before him, Thomas Andre said that it looked like this wild beast didn't know its place. Both of them were emitting immense amounts of mana as the fight began. Rakin attacked Thomas, but it had no effect on him. Thomas punched Rakin in the face, knocking him back. He tried to land another punch, but Rakin dodged and was about to strike Thomas, only to be slammed into the ground instead. Meanwhile, Hunter Choi Jong-in had arrived at the scene and asked how the situation was. A hunter told him they were still evacuating people. He added that both the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild had been dispatched. Sensing the creature's mana, Choi thought, Thomas is fighting off a mysterious magic beast. But this massive presence feels even worse than what I felt during the Jeju Island raid. He wondered what kind of monster the Goliath was up against. Back in the fight, Rakin was seen flying through the air and crashing into a building. Thomas stood there, having delivered the blow. But it wasn't enough to keep Rakin down. He jumped back at Thomas and landed a strong hit to his chest. Though powerful, Thomas managed to stop it. Grabbing Raken, he slammed him into the ground, thinking it was over, until Raken kicked him in the face and launched him into the air. Thomas landed on his feet and began to use reinforcement. The scene shifted to the White Tiger Guild, who had arrived at the location. Hunter Baek Yun-ho instructed his members to be ready for anything. Just as he was speaking, something flew past him and crashed into a building. As the dust settled, he saw it was the magic beast that had been reported. Baek looked toward Thomas, who had completely transformed. Thomas told them to hurry and take cover. Looking at Raken, Baek realized it was definitely not a normal monster and thought he should transform as well. But before he could act, Raken appeared in front of him. Feeling its power, Baek froze. He thought about the animal's sixth sense telling him not to be recognized as prey. As Raken walked by him, Baek couldn't even make eye contact. Raken then used his ability to lift all the cars around him and hurled them at Thomas. But he suddenly started to feel something. It was Thomas pulling him toward himself. As Raken got close, Thomas smashed him into the ground and began pummeling him, thinking, "What is this feeling? This uneasiness? It feels like I'm not going to win." As those thoughts ran through his mind, Raken caught Thomas's fist and started getting back up, saying, "To think a mere puppet of a fragment could be this powerful." He told Thomas he had seen enough of his petty tricks and asked if he was afraid. He then launched a series of attacks as the hunters watched in horror. During the fight, Raken noticed something odd. Reaching for Thomas's shadow, he sensed Jinwoo's soldier. He pulled out a shadow ant and smashed him, saying, "You're in the way." He grabbed Thomas by the neck and said, "Shall we continue? Since you seem confident in your strength, why don't we have a little battle of strength?" But when he shattered Thomas's armor, he was stunned to see it was empty. Thomas appeared behind him, grabbed him and said, "Who do you think you are, blabbering on so arrogantly?" Then he broke Raken's neck. However, to Thomas's shock, Raken recovered completely. He grabs Thomas Andre by the face and slams him to the ground, saying, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm starting to feel hungry again." But before he can do anything, he gets hit by a mana attack. As he recovers, he sees it was Leonard Nierman, who says, "I won't let you do as you please." Looking at Raken, Leonard thinks he's getting chills just by standing in front of him. From behind, Thomas tells Leonard to run or he will die. Leonard replies, "I'm well aware of that, but I'm still a hunter after all." He thinks, "I have no regrets. Even if this will be my final moment in life, I will make this choice many times over. A proud death rather than a meaningless life." Looking at Raken, he tells himself over and over again that he made the right choice. But as Raken approaches, Leonard's expression changes and he says, "I made the wrong choice." Just as he thinks he's about to die, a beast swoops in from behind and attacks Raken. It's Kaisel. As he disappears, Raken notices something in the air. It's Jinwoo, who kicks him straight in the head, slamming him into the ground. Jinwoo instructs Leonard to take Thomas to a safe place. Raken starts to get back up from the rubble, saying, "It's true, I can smell the Shadow Monarch from that human." Looking at him, Jinwoo notes that Raken's killing intent is quite intense, but he isn't the only one. Behind Jinwoo, Kureisha begins to materialize, saying, "I'm guessing that means I can eat that human's body. I was always curious what another monarch would taste like." Jinwoo sees that Sillid is also there. The monarchs surround Jinwoo. As all four prepare to fight, their mana can be sensed from a distance. Jinwoo summons all his shadow soldiers to attack. As the soldiers charge, Sillid uses his breath to freeze them all in place. He tells Jinwoo, "Your soldiers cannot move a single step within this prison." Kureisha adds, "You should have at least left my children alone. It's been a while since I've seen them after all." Looking at the soldiers, Sillid comments, "To think he tried to use this kind of army to get in our way. This is belittling the other monarchs. And on top of that, I don't think the human was able to fully absorb the power of the Shadow Monarch." He tells Jinwoo that Ashborn, the Shadow Monarch, was the greatest among them, but they must not underestimate the strength of the other monarchs. Hearing that, Jinwoo breaks through the ice. Seeing this, Sillid becomes angry. Jinwoo points at him and says, "I will definitely kill at least you." The fight begins as Sillid, the Frost Monarch, summons his ice golems to battle. Kureisha, the monarch of plagues uses her powers to resurrect fallen hunters and send them against Jinwoo. They all attack, but Jinwoo is far too fast. He effortlessly dodges the onslaught and leaps towards Silid. Silid is stunned by his speed, but before Jinwoo can reach him, Rakan, the beast monarch, intercepts him. They begin exchanging blows. Rakan, eyeing the weapon in Jinwoo's hand, mocks him, asking if he thinks a mere piece of metal can hurt him. To his horror, Jinwoo slices off his hand, replying, "I couldn't have, if it were just any other piece of metal." Before Jinwoo can land the final blow, Qureysha intervenes and rescues Rakan. Taking advantage of the distraction, Rakan reattaches his severed hand. Jinwoo realizes he's now surrounded by the minions and the three monarchs. Just then, one of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers breaks free from the ice. Beru, enraged, charges at Qureysha, shouting, "That insect woman dared to lay her hands on my liege." Silid and Rakan are shocked to see a commander level being under a human's control. Qureysha, preparing for a fight, says, "A child who doesn't recognize their mother needs to be punished." But Beru, overwhelmingly strong, cuts through her abilities with ease, leaving her stunned. Beru kneels before Jinwoo and says, "You weren't being pushed back even when facing beings of a superior species. As expected of my lord, your strength never ceases to amaze me." Qureysha's minions rush in, but Jinwoo and Beru slice through them effortlessly. Suddenly, Qureysha attacks from behind, taking out Beru and landing a strong blow on Jinwoo, sending him flying into a building. As he lies in the rubble, Silid unleashes a barrage of ice projectiles. Jinwoo rises and blocks them. Silid mocks him, asking how much longer he can hold out against their pincer attack. Jinwoo, however, surprises him by stabbing him in the heart, declaring, "I told you, you're not getting out of here alive." Silid, enraged, pulls the weapon from his chest and yells, "You insolent fool! A human dares speak such words to a monarch." Jinwoo notes to himself, he was hit in the heart. I guess that much isn't fatal for them, and throws another attack. But Silid smirks, and before Jinwoo can react, Rakan appears behind him and slashes his back, drawing blood. Seeing Jinwoo wounded, Beru loses control, but before he can act, Qureysha appears behind him, introducing herself. "I am Qureysha, the monarch of plagues, the mother of every insect in existence." She grabs Beru, saying, "Even if you're an ungrateful child who doesn't recognize his mother, I will still embrace you." Meanwhile, Jinwoo, on his knees from Rakan's brutal attack, hears Rakan taunt, "This is the end for you." Beru cries out to the other shadow soldiers, "What are you doing? Hurry up and assist our lord." Responding to his call, Greed breaks through the ice, saying, "I will be the one to take the enemy's last breath." Rakan notices him and comments that Greed must have been a powerful warrior in his life. Silid warns that the high-ranking shadow soldiers are starting to emerge. We then see Tusk, Igris, and Iron breaking free from their ice prisons. Seeing this, Silid turns to Jinwoo and says, "Your wounds are fatal, preparing to finish him. Playtime is long over," he sneers. But Jinwoo smirks and asks, "Are you talking about this?" Both monarchs are stunned to see Jinwoo getting back on his feet, his wounds now fully healed thanks to his status recovery skill. The world watches in awe as the battle between the monarchs unfolds, streamed live for everyone to see. Meanwhile, the city had turned into a battlefield as all of them collided, destroying everything in the vicinity. Lennart Nierman was watching their battle from a distance in horror. Thomas Andre was also regaining consciousness after being healed and asked Lennart about the situation. Lennart told him, "It's like I'm witnessing the end of the world." Hunter Beck were watching the battle unfold. He wondered if this was the same Sung Jinwoo he knew. He commented that while he knew Jinwoo had the ability to grow stronger, just how much stronger had he become in such a short amount of time? On the battlefield, Jinwoo, along with his shadow army, was starting to overpower the monarchs, and they were struggling to keep up with their regeneration. Qureysha, furious as Beru was overwhelming her, decided to finish him off. But before she could, Jinwoo approached her, saying, "The architect told me a prophecy that I would die from the pillar of flames that holds up the world. But he didn't say whether that pillar would actually fall or not." From a distance, the Fiend Guild master, Lim Taeg-yu, was watching the battle from atop a building. He commented, I've been standing by for a long time so I could snipe, but I don't think this is a fight I can interfere in. For the past 30 minutes, elite assassins from the Fiend Guild had been dispatched to buildings around the area to provide support fire when given the signal. Lim thought, when we do that, how many of us will survive? If they failed, all of them might die, as even Thomas Andre wasn't able to subdue those monsters. It's about time we made a decision. As he was thinking this, a hand reached out to him from behind, telling him, just sit back and watch. He turned toward the person, asking for their identity, but was stunned to see who it was. Meanwhile, of all the hunters gathered to subjugate the magic beasts, not a single one was able to interfere with the ongoing fight. They were simply waiting for everything to settle. Back in the fight, Jinwoo managed to land a solid hit on Kureisha, but that wasn't enough to take out the Queen of Insects, who began to regenerate. She attacked Jinwoo using poison, and a notification appeared, stating that venom effects were still present in the atmosphere. Jinwoo told her, poison won't work on me. Seeing this, Kureisha was enraged and charged toward Jinwoo, saying, I will rip you apart into pieces. But before she could finish her sentence, she felt something. Jinwoo was pulling her toward himself. Realizing this, she thought, an overwhelming authority. I can't undo it. As she was pinned to the ground, Jinwoo used mutilation, directly hitting her, and she began to disintegrate into the air. In her final moments, she said, so this must be death. A heavy darkness that humbles even us, who were created from darkness. She disappeared into the air, and Jinwoo received a notification telling him he had defeated Kureisha, the monarch of plagues. Seeing this, Silid was in disbelief, saying, how is this possible? He shouldn't be able to use the Shadow Monarch's power to its full extent yet. He asked Raken, so will we experience it again? Fear toward one of the strongest monarchs. Raken responded, don't worry, he's exhausted. Grabbing Baru by the neck, Raken said, the fact that he's relying on these small fries implies that he is still incomplete. An incomplete monarch can't get in the way of true monarchs. As he started to crush Baru, Jinwoo noticed that Baru's existence was fading. He wondered if this was how he had removed the shadow that was placed on Thomas Andre. Panicking, Jinwoo tried to cancel the summon, ordering Baru to return. However, he was horrified to see a notification. You cannot retract the specified subject. Jinwoo jumped in to attack Raken, saving Baru in the process. As he recalled Baru, he thought, I managed to prevent Baru from being extinguished. However, he then looked at Silid, who said, Beast Monarch, you are right. Silid covered an enormous area in ice and fully transformed. He told Jinwoo, you're confident in your powers of controlling puppets like these, so we simply need to cut the strings so you can't control them anymore. I will trap the puppets under my authority and make them go through healing and resurrection over and over again. Then your soldiers will be nothing but parasites that eat away at your mana. He attacked Jinwoo, asking, what will you do now? He managed to injure Jinwoo's arm, lifting him into the air and slamming him to the ground, thinking, he's not there yet. But Jinwoo leaped out of the rubble and attacked Silid. However, Silid dodged and struck back with such force that Jinwoo was launched backward. Jinwoo managed to land on his feet, thinking, he's fast. Looking at Jinwoo's condition, Silid said, your stealth skill must have a heavy mana consumption, and leaped toward Jinwoo, saying, I will end this quickly. As they exchanged blows, Jinwoo thought, I can see all his movements, but if only I could be just a little bit faster. Looking at him, Silid said, I don't know what you're plotting, but it's no use, and attacked with ice magic. However, by that time, Jinwoo was already behind him, thinking, I got him. But he saw Silid smirking and sensed something. Everyone was watching and absolute horrified to see what just happened in front of him was real. Even Leonard Narman couldn't believe his eyes. As it was revealed that Raken, the Monarch of Fangs, the King of Beasts, had managed to sneak up behind Jinwoo, piercing through his chest with his claws. Raken said, I guess you're nothing without the speed you're so confident in. Jinwoo looked down at Raken's claws as his weapons fell to the ground. He thought, my level increased. This much is nothing. Silid picked up Jinwoo's dagger, stabbing him, and said, I will return your weapon to you. Can you heal like you did earlier? Probably not. No matter how strong you are, you're not a complete monarch, he asked Jinwoo. Is this as far as you can go, human? If that's the case, you will not be able to witness it. The moment our army set foot in this world, when that happens, there will be a mountain of human corpses, and their blood will form endless rivers. Everything he was saying was broadcasting to the world. He added, but I have a different plan for this country you grew up in. I shall personally freeze every single human in this country myself and make them suffer through eternal agony. They will live through an eternity, unable to die or live. So show me your endless contempt for me within your death. That will also be part of my joy. As Jinwoo was being frozen, he thought he needed to hold on just a little longer. A notification opened up telling him his HP had reached 0 and the player had died. However, another notification appeared stating that the player was in possession of the Black Heart and had met all the requirements for a passive skill. The skill was activated and the screen filled with a bright light. Afterward, Jinwoo woke up. As he sat up, he realized he was in a hospital and started to panic, thinking about his fight with the monarchs. He wondered, was all of that just a dream? He was certain that the ice dagger had pierced through his heart and couldn't understand how he was still alive. As he was thinking, Woo Jin-chul, along with another man, entered the room and asked Jinwoo if he had regained consciousness. Seeing him, Jinwoo was surprised and asked what had happened to the monarchs. He called him Chairman Woo and asked how he was still alive. Hearing that, Woo Jin-chul was taken aback. He told Jinwoo, there are 3 things I need to tell you. First, he said, I'm not the chairman, but the chief inspector of the surveillance team. Second, I'd like to ask you about the moving statues. And third, how do you know who I am? Jinwoo couldn't process what Woo Jin-chul was talking about. Woo continued explaining that when they arrived at the site with the White Tiger Guild, everything was already over. Jinwoo replied that's not what he was referring to. Realizing the strangeness of the situation, Jinwoo concluded that he had somehow traveled back in time. Looking at his condition, Woo asked if he was all right. Jinwoo told him he needed time to gather his thoughts. He checked his stats and items in his inventory, noting that everything was the same as before. He even had Kamisha's wrath. As he was thinking, a voice called out, asking why he wasn't resting. It was his sister, Jinna, who asked if he had hurt his head in the dungeon too. Looking at his appearance, she wondered if she had entered the wrong room and asked, "Who are you?" Jinwoo thought that she probably didn't recognize him because his appearance had gradually changed in the future. She hesitated, asking, "Are you sure you're my brother? You look so different, and you've grown quite a bit too." Jinwoo replied, "It's probably just your imagination," and started to walk away, saying, "I'm a little busy. I need to head to the Hunters Association." She asked why, and Jinwoo replied, "I need to inform them that I'm giving up being a hunter." He told her to return to school, saying, "I know you left in the middle of class," and turned to Han Song-yi. He told her, "Don't ever think about giving up on studying to become a hunter." Han Song-yi was surprised, wondering how he knew her name. Jinwoo pulled up his hood, thinking, "I don't have my shadow soldiers. I'll need to rebuild my army." He wondered, how could this be happening? He arrived at the association building to have his rank reevaluated. The staff talked about how he was the first S rank in 2 years. They told him their device couldn't measure his magic power. Jinwoo then said, "Before we do it again, I would like to meet the chairman." The men tell Jinwoo they will guide him to the chairman's room, but he walks away saying he already knows where it is. Watching him go, they wonder how an outsider like him knows where the chairman's room is located. While taking the elevator, another man stands beside Jinwoo, thinking to himself, "What kind of scenario should I make up today? It's not my first time lying to the association. If I get caught by Chief Inspector Woo, I'd be in big trouble." Jinwoo suddenly speaks. "You possess a stealth skill, and yet you haven't reported it." Startled, the man reaches for his weapon and asks, "How do you know that?" Jinwoo calmly tells him, in the near future, someone would ask him to avenge their daughter. He didn't care what he did to the criminals, but if he ever hurt innocent hunters in the process, you will die by my hands. This is my first and final warning. Kang Tae-shik, in utter shock, nervously asked, "Who the hell are you?" But he just walked away, leaving Tae-shik questioning what his deal was, saying he was like a ghost. Jinwoo enters the chairman's office, his eyes widening as he sees Chairman Go Gun-hee. It's been forever since I last saw him, he thinks. Jinwoo greets the chairman, and the chairman remarks, "Seeing how you came to me right after receiving your test results, I assume you're familiar with the procedure." Sensing Jinwoo's emotional state, the chairman asks if he's all right. Jinwoo replies, "It's nothing." As they sit, Jinwoo interrupts the chairman and says, "There's a deal I'd like to propose." He requests that the regulations be changed so that summoned creatures can be counted as raid members. In exchange, Jinwoo promises to go to Jeju Island and exterminate the ant monsters. Shocked, Chairman Go tells Jinwoo not to say something so absurd, reminding him of the many failed Jeju Island raids. But as he looks at Jinwoo, he senses an overwhelming amount of mana. Jinwoo tells him, "This is something only I can accomplish. I'll take care of the ants." The chairman is left speechless, realizing Jinwoo's power far exceeds even that of a national-level hunter. A sequence of Jinwoo's past adventures begins to flash. Saving Lee Juhee, surviving his first Red Gate incident, defeating High Orcs, turning Tusk into a shadow soldier, saving his mother from eternal slumber, and finally arriving at Jeju Island, where he defeats Beru and turns him, along with the other insect monsters, into shadow soldiers. Jinwoo suddenly questions everything, shouting, "Why don't you stop this? I know this is an illusion. Stop this charade and show yourself." Looking above, the illusion shatters. He's surrounded by system notifications asking if he wants to restart the world. Jinwoo demands to know who the entity is. The one responsible appears, and Jinwoo recognizes him as the King of the Dead. The King of the Dead offers Jinwoo the chance to live in this world forever, like an endless dream. Jinwoo asks, "Are you suggesting I be trapped inside this illusion you created?" The King of the Dead replies, "No, I didn't create it. You did. This world was born from your desire to correct your past mistakes, combined with my power. In other words, this is my domain. This is eternal rest. This is death." He continues, "I have been watching you longer than you could imagine. You who were always closer to death than anyone else, yet resisted it so desperately. I am the record of your struggles, the evidence of your resistance, and the reward of your suffering. I am death. I am eternal rest, and also terror. I am you." The King of the Dead tells Jinwoo that within this territory, he can do anything, turn the king's servants into his own, absorb their powers, and even alter reality, though only within this domain. Jinwoo asks, "So are you saying you and I possess the same power?" The King of the Dead replies, "I've been waiting a very long time for this meeting. I am the Shadow Monarch, the administrator of the deepest part of the darkness." Jinwoo then asks, "Why was I chosen?" The Shadow Monarch answers, "I shall show you our beginning and end, and also your beginning." The story shifts back to the city where Jinwoo was frozen by the monarch. Looking at him, Raken tells Sillid, "He's dead for sure." Meanwhile, Thomas Andre tells Leonard that Jinwoo's presence has just disappeared. Hearing that, Hunter Beck says, "That's impossible. Now there's no one who can stop those magical beasts." Lim, from the top of a building, regrets I shouldn't have listened to that person earlier, and wonders if they can stop the creatures by bombarding them now. He decides to attack and instructs his hunters to prepare to fire. "We'll fire all at once on my signal," he says. "Our target is that magical beast that looks like a White Walker." As he prepares to attack, Jinwoo starts to emit a massive amount of mana, shocking Sillid. He sees Jinwoo's black heart burning with dark flame. Seeing this, both Sillid and Raken realize something and charge toward Jinwoo, shouting, "We must stop the true king from descending now that the false king has died." As they get close, Raken is kicked in the face by someone and crashes into Sillid. Both go flying into a nearby building. A man appears before Jinwoo, who is still inside the prison created by Sillid, and says, "None shall touch this child." We then see the history of the Shadow Monarch from the distant past. An absolute being split light and darkness to create his emissaries. From light and darkness, he created the 8 sovereigns. The emissaries were born to maintain the world, and the sovereigns were born to destroy it. Both factions continuously slaughtered each other, worn down by the unending war. The brightest fragment of brilliant light asks the Absolute, Why do you ignore the screams of countless soldiers dying for you? He begged the Absolute to lend them his strength so they could fight in his name. But the Absolute did not answer. At that moment, the fragment of brilliant light realized the truth. To the Absolute, the war between the emissaries and the sovereigns was nothing more than entertainment. He had no intention of ending it. They understood that even if they followed the Absolute's laws, only death awaited them. As long as the Absolute existed, the war would never end. So to stop this meaningless conflict, they drew their swords. It was the start of the rebellion. The monarch points to the vision, saying, "That is me in the distant past." He tells Jinwu, "I was the sole emissary who stood against the rebellion of the other emissaries. But my pitiful number of soldiers was no match for the combined forces of the emissaries." When he thought everything was over, he opened his eyes in the darkness and discovered that the Absolute had hidden a certain power within him. On that day, the Shadow Monarch was born. He used his powers to resurrect his fallen soldiers and led them back to the battlefield. However, by the time he returned, everything was already over. The remaining fragments of brilliant light had killed the Absolute being and called themselves the new rulers. Using various tools containing the power of the Absolute, they hunted down the monarchs. As a result, the King of Giants, Ligia, was captured by the rulers, and the power balance between the two sides collapsed. He tells Jinwu that the monarchs realized the severity of the situation, and he used that moment to reach out to them. They had no choice but to combine forces with him in order to combat their common enemy, the rulers. From then on, he continued the long-lasting battle as neither a fragment of brilliant light nor an emissary of the Absolute being, but as the Shadow Monarch. He strengthened his army by gathering soldiers that remained on the battlefield. When he combined forces with the Army of Destruction, led by the Monarch of Destruction, the King of Berserk Dragons, the monarchs as well as the rulers came to fear him. Two of the monarchs who feared him turned against him after combining forces. Because of that betrayal, his shadow army was nearly annihilated. The strength that was too powerful brought him betrayal. While the Beast Monarch, the King of Beasts, fled after abandoning his soldiers, the Monarch of White Flames, Baron, had to pay the ultimate price. But then, the rulers descended from the sky. They surrounded the Shadow Monarch and kneeled in front of him, asking for his forgiveness, saying there was no reason for them to fight any longer. Even though they possessed enough power to erase him completely if they wished to, they chose to pursue peace. It was the least respect they could show him for the time he was their ally, fighting on the front lines while leading the army of brilliant light. Hearing their apology, the Shadow Monarch asked them, "Have you not harmed my liege with your swords and spears? They say he was our master as well." Hearing that, the Shadow Monarch grew furious and told them, "This is precisely why your crimes are even more heinous." One of the fragments told him, "You should understand better than anyone how we felt when we raised our banners of rebellion against our master. We simply wanted to end this war." Hearing this, the Shadow Monarch told them, "Then pierce my heart with your spear. This is the end that you so desperately seek. You shall finally become the victors of this war." But the fragments asked him once more to find it in his heart to forgive them, as all the army surrounded him, showing him their respect. The Shadow Monarch tells Jinwu that he was overwhelmed and could not come up with a solution, so he decided to hide for the sake of revenge. Since he had trapped the Monarch of White Flames within him, he was planning to strike the forces of the Beast Monarch after recovering. But while he was hiding, the monarchs, who had lost the majority of their power, were defeated by the rulers. When he reappeared in front of the monarchs, who had escaped to the cracks between dimensions, the King of Dragons did not allow any fight to break out. He knew it was time for them to recover their strength. Thus, he gladly welcomed the Shadow Monarch to join his forces. They went searching for a new world to rebuild their army. The Shadow Monarch continued. Hearing all of this, Jinwu asked if he was referring to Earth. The Shadow Monarch confirmed, "Yes, that is correct," and showed Jinwu the destroyed cities. Jinwu thought, "I've seen this scene before. This is the Demon Castle." He asked, "Is this what will happen in the future?" The monarch replied, "This is a recording of the past." Hearing that, Jinwu asks, "What are you talking about?" The Shadow Monarch explains that in the past, the rulers were late in detecting the movements of the monarchs, and by the time they arrived, everything had already ended. By then, the rulers were furious that the army of the Chaos World, which they had previously failed to eradicate, had once again brought destruction upon another world. In order to fix their mistake, they used a tool imbued with the power of the Absolute Being, something they had forbidden themselves from using. A tool called the Cup of Reincarnation. It had the ability to turn back time by 10 years. The rulers sacrificed everything they had in an effort to save this world. However, the current Earth was far too weak to withstand a battle between monarchs and rulers. Regardless of who won, the planet itself would suffer the same catastrophic consequences. So the rulers made a drastic decision. If they couldn't save everyone, they wanted to ensure at least some would survive so that life could continue. Jinwu asks, is that why the hunters were created? The Shadow Monarch replies, yes. They were trying to create humans capable of surviving the clash between these powerful forces. The rulers were determined to ensure that humanity endured, no matter the cost. Jinwu reflects, the Demon King is a fragment of memories left behind by the Shadow Monarch, and asks, has this world already gone through countless annihilations? The Shadow Monarch confirms, indeed. While higher beings cannot go against the flow of time, they can perceive the alterations caused by the Cup of Reincarnation. He adds, now the cup is no longer usable. Surprised, Jinwu asks, how is that possible? The Shadow Monarch explains, the cup did not possess infinite power. Just like the Absolute Being, who was eliminated by his own creations, every power has its limits. Jinwu then asks, how could the creations kill the Absolute? He answers, it's no different than humans being killed by the machines they themselves created. We were made to fight, and our power was sufficient to overthrow our creator. He goes on to say that the monarchs had adopted the rulers' methods. Just as the rulers lent power to humans to help them kill magic beasts and strengthen the world, the monarchs devised a similar plan. They would descend onto Earth by borrowing human bodies and bring their armies with them, far earlier than the rulers had anticipated. They planned to turn the entire Earth, saturated with magical energy spread by the rulers, into a massive trap. But to do this, they needed host bodies that could withstand their immense power. However, the Shadow Monarch and the Monarch of Destruction possessed powers far too great, and no human existed at that time capable of hosting them. That's when one of the most capable mages serving under a king approached the Shadow Monarch with a proposal. He said he would help find a suitable host. That mage was known as the Architect. In return for his help, the Architect demanded an imperishable body, but no living thing could become a vessel to contain death. The Architect created a system to search for a human with a rare combination of abilities. One talented in sensing magic, one with prodigious physical capabilities, superiority of spirit, and great mental resilience. He searched for a human whose strength could match the power of the Shadow Monarch. And eventually he found someone who bested his system, who rewrote the rules of the game, and exceeded all expectations. It was you, he says to Jinwu. You who were always weak, always closest to death, and yet survived again and again. I watched you. Even in defiance of the Architect, I chose you. So I will say it once more. I am the record of your struggles, the evidence of your resistance, and the reward for your pain. Hearing all that, Jinwu asks, even though I exceeded the Architect's expectations, I still wasn't enough to handle your power, right? The Shadow Monarch explains that the Architect used elements based on human skills and preferences to match Jinwu's strength. He designed the system using games and simulations to entertain and stimulate Jinwu. That same system, powered by the Shadow Monarch's energy, slowly transformed Jinwu's body, leveling it up over time to reach the desired strength. Jinwu then asks, why did you betray the Architect? The Shadow Monarch responds, the apology of the rulers, the betrayal of the monarchs. I debated which side I should stand on, and in the end, I made a choice. I wanted it to be this way. My time with you was blissful. Perhaps I simply didn't want to lose you. He continues, over time, I became you, and you became me. So it doesn't matter who owns this body. We are already one. Therefore, I give you a choice. You may remain in this domain of death, enjoying the eternal dreams you've created. Or, if you choose otherwise, you will return to reality, where your enemies await. Jinwu then questions him again. You said you had made your decision, but you didn't stand with the rulers? Why did you flee to the other world with the monarchs, even though your will to fight the rulers had long faded? The Shadow Monarch replies, because there was no place for me in that world. Jinwu, hearing this, answers, then my answer is the same. This is not where I belong. Hearing his response, the Shadow Monarch smiles and begins to walk away. Jinwu asks, is this the last time I'll see you? The Shadow Monarch replies, I will return to rest, but you, as the new Shadow Monarch, will live an imperishable life. The chance of our paths crossing again is slim. With your death, your power has become absolute. Before he can finish explaining how to return, Jinwu interrupts, I know. The Shadow Monarch smiles and says, because I am you. Meanwhile, Silled and Raken witness Jinwu's rebirth. They confront a glowing being, one of the fragments of brilliant light, and question him. The worst disaster is emerging from the body of the human you're protecting. Are you really going to bring catastrophe to this world with your own hands? Are you truly risking your life to help the Shadow Monarch return? Just what are you traitors thinking? Raken tells Silled, we don't have much time, and prepares to stop Jinwu's revival. The fragment, realizing their intent, prepares to fight as well, to buy time for Jinwu to return. At lightning speed, all three rush into battle. Silled attacks first with his trident, but the fragment is too fast and dodges easily. From above, Raken dives in with his claws, but the fragment again dodges and quickly gets behind Silled, stabbing him in the shoulder. Silled observes, he's reading the trajectory of my attacks and adapting accordingly. Unable to land a hit, Raken notes, he moves like a warrior who has fought countless battles. He's evading the Frost Monarch's techniques while defending against all of mine. As Raken keeps him occupied, Silled tries to sneak behind the fragment and freeze him in place. But once again, the fragment is too quick. He kicks Silled under the chin, launching him into the air and smashing him into a nearby building. As this happens, Raken charges, opening his jaw wide to rip the fragment apart. But instead, he is pierced straight through the face and screams in pain. Before he can recover, the fragment drives an elbow into his ribs, sending him crashing backward. Enraged, Raken rips the weapon from his face and roars, I'll tear you apart. But his body trembles uncontrollably. He turns to look at Jinwu and senses the overwhelming mana radiating from him. Terrified, he leaps back to create distance between them. By this time, Frost Monarch Silled has also recovered. He tells the fragment of brilliant light, that won't work on me again. Then he turns toward Beast Monarch Raken and orders him to attack again. But Raken refuses. I will stop now. Silled is stunned. You're going to quit after coming this far. Are you out of your mind? Raken replies. Can't you feel it? The mana around us. It's crying. The Shadow Monarch is coming. He opens a portal and says, count me out of this. Silled demands, didn't you promise to help me defeat the Shadow Monarch? Raken answers, my promise was only valid when he was still in his human form. Now that the real monarch is coming, I have no more reason to stay. Silled tries to stop him. You're running away with your tail between your legs, and you call yourself the Beast Monarch. Raken replies, you wouldn't understand. You've never experienced the true power of the Shadow Monarch. He teleports away. I'll pray for your fortune. Left alone, Silled decides to fight on. He declares, taste the terror of frost. This is my true power. He slams his trident into the ground, unleashing a massive ice storm across the battlefield. Seeing this, Lim instructs the hunters under him, we are retreating. Leave this place at once. The ice condenses into spears and rains down upon the fragment, forcing him to dodge as Silled charges up for a massive attack. Silled roars, mere humans dare to challenge me without knowing their place. A gigantic mass of ice begins to form in the sky. Be trapped inside the eternal void with the Shadow Monarch, Silled shouts. The fragment watches in horror. Is he trying to destroy the entire area? Before he can act, one of the ice projectiles pierces him, severing his arm. As the colossal ice mass falls toward him, he braces for impact. But before it can land, a shadow leaps up and shatters the ice midair. We see that it's Baru, who has returned to the battlefield, now stronger than ever. On the ground, the shadow monarch appears in his true form, shielding the fragment of brilliant light. He says to Silid, "Do not assume the position of a king with such measly power." Silid stands frozen, stunned. He broke free from my spell, which means the commander-rank shadow soldiers have regained their strength. Jin Wu begins emerging from his armor, revealing his true self. "That's why I shouldn't trust prophecies," he mutters. All his soldiers are now free, and they kneel before him. He asks, "Did the beast monarch flee?" Silid's expression shifts in dread as Jin Wu continues, "Who dares to leave without my permission?" Horrified, Silid thinks, "It's a wall I could never hope to overcome. The gap in power is far too great." A dark dome begins forming around Jin Wu, expanding rapidly and eventually covering a massive portion of the city. So vast it becomes visible from space, enveloping half the earth. As the shadow field fades, Jin Wu quietly says, "Found you?" Thinking Jin Wu is distracted, Silid believes this is his only chance, although there's an enormous gap in our power to let his guard down like this. "If I miss this chance, only death awaits me. I must finish everything with this one strike." He gathers all his mana and hurls his trident at Jin Wu, but Jin Wu effortlessly catches it with one hand and shatters it into pieces. Silid stands in disbelief. How? So this is the power of the Shadow Monarch, one of the strongest monarchs. But instead of retaliating, Jin Wu says, "Wait, I'll save you for later. Wait patiently until I finish dealing with the beast." Meanwhile, deep within a forest, a portal opens and Beast Monarch Raken steps out. "The aura of death is closing in on me," he thinks. "I shouldn't have wasted time arguing with the Frost Monarch. It made me flee too late. But now I need to hide until the Dragon King returns." As he thinks this, a shadow looms behind him. Sensing it, he turns alarmed. This aura, no way. Frozen in terror, he drops to his knees. The suffocating scent of death. I can neither fight nor run. From his battle instincts, he knows. This is a hopeless gap in strength. He bows his head. "I, the King of Beasts, do not wish to fight you," he says to Jin Wu. "Please forgive my past sins. Accept me as your ally. In the near future, the Dragon King will descend upon this land with his army. I, along with my Beast Legion, will aid you." Hearing this, Jin Wu agrees to spare his life. Smirking internally, Raken thinks, "He fell for it." How foolish, Raken thinks. He isn't the real deal. If he were, there's no way he'd forgive me, especially after I betrayed him again and tried to kill his vessel. I've bought time thanks to the humans' foolish forgiveness and emotions. All I need to do now is wait for the Dragon King's arrival. And when that day comes, I will rip your corpse into pieces. Out loud, however, Raken says to Jin Wu, "I shall serve you with loyalty." Jin Wu replies, "Before that, we need to settle something. I still bear 5 scars from your claws. If you can survive 5 of my attacks, I'll forgive you." Raken's calm demeanor shatters. Enraged, he fully transforms and roars, "You dare mock me, the King of Beasts? Though I may die here, I'll make sure you don't leave unscathed." Towering over Jin Wu in his monstrous form, he charges forward. Jin Wu draws his dagger and moves like a streak of light, cutting past Raken in an instant. Raken doesn't even register what happened, until blood begins to drip and he realizes he's lost a limb. Jin Wu calmly says, 4 more to go." Back in Korea, Baru is healing the injured hunters. Watching him, Frost Monarch Silid thinks, "I don't care about that ant healing humans. But this one, this is a problem." He notices Igris approaching and immediately recognizes him, the Knight of Death. One of the Shadow Army's 2 wings. He's Igris. Now that they can use their full power again, it's a real nuisance. They can regenerate endlessly as long as the Shadow Monarch has mana. But I can't recover the mana I used for my transformation. Silid lands and warns Igris, "Don't bother doing anything meaningless. Do you really think you can hold out against me?" Igris says nothing. Instead, he buries his sword into the ground. From within his dark cloak, Jin Wu begins to emerge. Jin Wu steps out and tosses 2 bloody beast fangs onto the ground. The Beast Monarch is dead. Silid is stunned. He killed the Beast Monarch. In just the few minutes he was gone. Jin Wu declares, the Plague Monarch, the Beast Monarch, and the Frost Monarch. Your deaths will serve as a warning to the others monarchs. Silid prepares for battle, summoning ice projectiles, but before he can react, two daggers pierce him, one into his chest, another into his shoulder. Desperate, he tries to attack using what little mana he has left, but Jinwu grabs him by the mouth and slashes through him. The Beast Monarch died on the fourth strike, Jinwu says coldly. I wonder how long you'll last. Silid screams in agony as he reverts to his human form. His body crumbles into icy fragments and disappears into the air. After defeating all the monarchs present, Jinwu turns to Baru. Where is the man who was protecting me earlier, he asks. Baru replies, he disappeared all of a sudden. We then see the man dragging himself away from the battlefield. His hand begins breaking apart, disintegrating into particles of light. So this is the consequence of receiving this power in a mere human body, he thinks. But it's fine. This is how it should be. A dagger lands beside him. A familiar voice asks, did you really think I wouldn't notice if you just left? It's Jinwu. Why did you leave without saying a word, he asks. Then softly he calls him Father. The story shifts back to the dungeon where Jinwu's father, Sung Il-Huan, had been trapped. He begins telling Jinwu what happened that day. After clearing the dungeon boss, hunters are required to escape the gate within an hour. However, Il-Huan had no choice but to be trapped within the dimensional rift. The rulers lent him their strength and requested that he stop the monarchs, including the Shadow Monarch, who was soon to be born. With no other means of escape, he accepted their offer and returned to Earth as the ruler's emissary, burdened with a heavy responsibility. However, he failed to fulfill that mission. Even though he knew the worst calamity for humanity resided within Jinwu's body, he could only observe from afar. The rulers, whose sole focus had been to prevent the full awakening of the Shadow Monarch, began to change their stance. Eventually, the brightest fragment of brilliant light gave Il-Huan a new order, to protect the Shadow Monarch. They had realized that in order to stop the monarch's grand plan, they needed the power of the Shadow Monarch. Only his army had the potential to defeat the Dragon Monarch, who would arrive before the ruler's armies. It was a huge gamble, uncertain whether the Shadow Monarch would side with humans or monsters. But now they had their answer. That's why Il-Huan helped Jinwu. He admits he never wanted to show this side of himself. Tears fall from Jinwu's eyes after hearing this. Il-Huan asks, did you hate me? Jinwu replies, sometimes, and apologizes. He explains that when he first became a hunter, when he was on the brink of death and barely survived to see his mother again, he thought of his father. He always hated him in those moments, but he also missed him. Then Jinwu asks, did you miss us? Il-Huan, unable to hold back his emotions, replies, I missed you all the time. Even though you couldn't see me, I was happy just being able to see you from afar. He stands up and hugs Jinwu, saying, you've grown well. Jinwu then asks, was it the rulers? Are they the ones who controlled you and are now discarding you? His father explains that the rulers merely gave him an opportunity to choose. He chose to protect Jinwu, and he doesn't regret it. But now he just wants to talk more and stay a little longer. He apologizes for not being a great father. After saying that, Sung Il-Huan disappears into the air, leaving Jinwu standing alone. Jinwu lets out a scream of anguish. The scene shifts to his mother and sister. His mother, gazing out the window, calls to Jana and tells her, let's move now. With tears in her eyes, she repeats, we can move now. Meanwhile, Jinwu, filled with rage, shouts to the remaining monarchs, you will definitely pay the price for what happened today. Thus, the day the Shadow Monarch's outcry shook the entire world marked the beginning of the true war. We then see a drone flying over the city as someone reports that Hunter Thomas Andre is not in a life-threatening condition, and ambulances are on the scene transporting the injured to local hospitals. Things were starting to settle down for the time being. We see Chairman Wu Jincheo looking at the destruction caused by the battle between the monarchs, thinking about the Beast Monarch, the Frost Monarch, and the Plague Monarch. They were not ordinary monsters. He remembers what Jinwu told him at Chairman Go Gunhee's funeral, that he would personally take down those responsible. Remembering that, tears start to fall from his eyes, thinking this was the Frost Monarch, and he thanks Jinwu for avenging the death of their former chairman. Meanwhile, the Hunters Association announced that the beasts were unidentifiable. The extent of the damage they left behind was staggering. However, in just a few days' time, disaster would strike again. A few days later, hunters from all around the world gathered beneath the gigantic gate still looming in the sky. China's seven-star hunter, Liu Zhigang, was also present among the crowd. He comments that the gate is truly massive, just as he had heard. Even if all the hunters in the world gathered, they could just be sucked up into that gate and vanish. Thomas Andre had also recovered and was telling the hunters that it would start soon. Chairman Wu was thinking, "This is the first time so many hunters from all around the world have gathered in one place." He wondered how many of them would survive. Meanwhile, Jinwu was looking at the gate, waiting for it to break. Cha Haiyan approaches him, telling him she's never seen him this nervous before. As everyone was tense, the gate finally began to crack, and the hunters prepared for battle against the monsters about to emerge. As the army started to appear from the gate, Jinwu was shocked. What he saw was not monsters, but shadow soldiers emerging. Slowly, the armies began to enter this world. Seeing the soldiers getting closer, the hunters prepared to fight, but a voice told them all to stop. The hunters began to wonder why they were halting. Chairman Wu asked Jinwu what he was doing, and Jinwu calmly told him, "It's all right, Chairman." The hunters stood frozen as the shadow soldiers descended to earth, stopping in front of Jinwu. The sky was filled with shadow soldiers as far as the eye could see. The commander of the army stood before Jinwu, and suddenly a loud thud echoed across the battlefield as the hunters saw a massive shadow soldier kneel before Jinwu, introducing himself as Grand Marshal Belian. Gradually, all the soldiers, including the dragons, began kneeling before Jinwu. Belian respectfully greeted Jinwu, calling him their liege. Meanwhile, all the hunters behind Jinwu were stunned by what was unfolding before their eyes. Thomas Andre asked Leonard Neumann if he could see those creatures clearly. Looking at the dragons, Thomas thought, even one of them could pose a serious threat to humanity. Yet there were 3 dragons gathered in one place. Jinwu realized this was the true Shadow Army. This must have been the force left behind by the previous Shadow Monarch, Ashborn, for him. And seeing all of this, Jinwu thought, now the real war begins. A few days later, at the Korean Hunters Association, Chairman Go Gun-hee's successor, Woo Jin-chol, along with some other officials, was sitting in a conference room discussing their next move, as the foreign press was requesting them to release an official explanation of what had happened. The American Hunter Bureau was also asking them to reveal Hunter Sung Jinwoo's location. Hearing all the reports, Wu thought, hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts came out of the colossal gate, and they've all been absorbed into Hunter Sung Jinwoo's army. Who would have ever thought things would turn out this way? He told the men, I am well aware of how confused everyone is due to Hunter Sung Jinwoo's disappearance. But this isn't the first time he has vanished like this. He instructed them, we need to start getting used to it. If we, as the Hunters Association, can't understand the burdens Hunter Sung Jinwoo carries, then who could? The scene then shifted to another place where signs of battle were visible. We see Jinwoo standing on Tusk's hand as he looks down at his armies, who were about to collide. As he observed, Grand Marshal Belian commented, holding a practice battle by dividing the forces into 2. I've never even thought about this kind of military training. Jinwoo replied, they can't die after all. As they were talking, Baru approached them. Kneeling before Jinwoo, Baru requested permission to test his qualifications for the position of Grand Marshal. Standing face to face with Belian, Baru declared, as a commander, I challenge Grand Marshal Belian to a battle. Seeing this, Jinwoo, excited, granted his permission. As the 2 prepared to face off, the army gathered around to watch. As the battle started, Baru let out a loud shriek, while Belian calmly prepared by bringing out his weapon. Jinwoo noted, he also uses a great sword like Ygritte, but he's much bigger than Ygritte. Same with his sword. I assume he leans more toward power than speed. In that case, Baru might have a chance. However, as Baru rushed closer, Belian's sword suddenly unraveled into a whip, striking multiple places at once. Baru narrowly dodged the attacks and found an opening to leap toward Belian. But before he could close the distance, Belian skillfully trapped him within the whip. Seeing this, Jinwoo thought, is it already over? To think he neutralized Baru's attack instantly. His reflexes are beyond what I expected. Every single strike from him is powerful enough to destroy the earth beneath him. No wonder he holds the title of Grand Marshal. But still, he shouldn't let his guard down. The greatest strength of an insect is its tenacity. The story then shifted to China, at Beijing International Airport, where Liu Zhigang, along with some other hunters who went to assist Korea during the Colossal Gate crisis, had landed and were entering the country. Surrounded by the media, they were hailed as proud hunters of China who bravely supported South Korea. As Liu Zhigang was walking away, a reporter approached him and said, "Although many are applauding Hunter Liu for his courageous choice to support South Korea, there are many who believe there was no reason for us to aid them. What is your opinion on the matter?" Hearing that, Liu got annoyed and responded, "Who is spouting such nonsense? Do those guys have a brain only for decoration? Are they unable to read maps? Do they not realize which country is just above South Korea? If there's anyone stupid enough to say such things, please tell them this. I, Liu Zhigang, was not confident enough that I could stop something if Hunter Sung Jinwoo failed to stop it. That's why I went to assist him. If anyone has a problem with that, they can go face the demonic beast themselves." However, as they entered the city, a horrifying scene awaited them. Liu, looking at it in disbelief, said, "There's no way," as a gigantic gate loomed ominously over the skies of China. The story shifts to the monarch of Transfiguration, Yogamant, who was reporting to an entity about the recent incidents on Earth, specifically how 3 of the monarchs were eliminated by the Shadow Monarch. Upon hearing that the Shadow Monarch had turned against them, the entity told Yogamant, "I will take care of him myself," and instructed the other monarchs not to interfere anymore. From the side, a massive dragon claw appeared, and the entity declared, "We must prevent further losses in our forces." The screen filled with the sight of countless dragons as the entity commanded, "My soldiers, prepare for battle." Meanwhile, back on Earth, the duel between Beru and Belian was reaching its end. Beru was smashed into the ground, a great sword landing next to his face. Belian stood victorious over Beru. The battlefield grew silent after the fight ended, but Beru, struggling to get back on his feet, said to Jinwoo, "I can still go on." Seeing this, Jinwoo asked, "Why are you so obsessed with becoming the Grand Marshal?" Beru replied earnestly, "I shall become the Grand Marshal and always be by your side." Hearing those words, Jinwoo smiled and said, "Then the Grand Marshal can stand on my right, and you can stand on my left." Hearing that, Beru became emotional, saying the king favored him but Jinwoo quickly cut him off, telling him, "Don't." Amused by the scene, Igris stepped forward and asked for permission to challenge Belian next, but Jinwoo quickly said, "You can be behind me." Their attention was drawn to a different commotion as they saw the dragons and Tusk preparing for a show of strength. Suddenly, the dragons unleashed a massive combined fire attack toward the sky, displaying their overwhelming power. However, Tusk simply smirked at the dragon's display. Using the power of the Orb of Avarice, he launched an enormous fire wave into the sky, one so powerful that it easily dwarfed the dragon's combined attack. The fiery spectacle was visible even from far across the ocean, lighting up the entire island. The dragons, now feeling irritated, watched as Tusk flexed his power in front of them, cheered on by the soldiers of Jinwoo's army. Watching all of this, Jinwoo thought to himself, "Isn't it kind of cheating to hold the Orb of Avarice during a competition?" Noticing some soldiers carrying materials, Jinwoo asked Belian what they were doing. Belian replied, "They are preparing a small resting area so you can stay comfortably while we are here." Belian then asked why Jinwoo hadn't recalled his shadow soldiers back into his shadow. Jinwoo answered, "I just wanted to let them have some time to relax. They were trapped in the dimensional rift for so long before we came here." Jinwoo then asked Belian if he wasn't saddened by the fact that he could no longer meet Ashbourne, the former Shadow Monarch. Belian responded, "I was by his side when he fought against the rulers who opposed the Absolute Being. I even self-proclaimed myself as his first soldier when he obtained the power of the Shadow Monarch. I was with him for almost an eternity, and not once did I doubt his decisions." Moved by Belian's loyalty, Jinwoo said, "I want to hear the story of you and Ashbourne." Belian warned him, "It may turn into a very long story," but continued saying, "It all began when I was still a fruit of the World Tree." He explained that all of the soldiers of the heavens are born from the branches of the World Tree, appearing first as fruits. The world tree itself was so vast that its branches could cover the entire sky. Fast forward, we see Jinwu cooking for his family, thinking to himself, I must let people know about the existence of the 8 armies, who could arrive at any moment. I must tell them that a war is approaching, he reflected. I cannot promise the safety of everyone, nor can I guarantee that the world will remain as it has been. That's how immense the power of the King of Dragons was when Jinwu had witnessed it through Ashbourne's memories. Meanwhile, Gina was praising Jinwu's cooking, telling their mother, I never knew my brother could cook this well. Watching them enjoy the meal, Jinwu thought, the King of Dragons and his armies brought everything before them to ruin and ashes. And now such enemies are targeting the earth. That's why everyone must prepare for what's coming. Sensing something was off, his mother asked, Is something going on? She explained that whenever his father was about to do something dangerous, he would also cook for her like this. You really take after your father, she said warmly. Jinwu reassured her, It's nothing like that, and got up to answer the door saying, I think we have a visitor. Gina mentioned that there hadn't been a doorbell sound, but Jinwu opened the door anyway. Standing outside was Yu Myung-han, Jinho's father. He apologized for visiting without notice and asked if Jinwu could spare a moment. As they walked together, Yu Myung-han said, I woke up from eternal slumber thinking I was special, but I realized such miracles don't happen easily. Since only your mother and I have ever woken up from an eternal sleep, I couldn't help but suspect that it was you. Turning toward Jinwu, he asked, Why did you help me? Jinwu replied, Because I judged you to be a trustworthy person. If you were someone who would do anything for power, I wouldn't have risked danger to save you. Hearing this, Yu Myung-han said, I don't know how to properly express my gratitude, and offered to return at least half the favor, asking if Jinwu needed anything. Jinwu answered, There's nothing I want. However, if something happens to me, could you take care of my mother and sister? Fast forward, we see Wu Jincheol showing Jinwu footage of a colossal gate that appeared over Shanghai, China. He explained, It's not just China. 8 more colossal gates have appeared all around the world. He asked if those were also Jinwu's soldiers, but Jinwu shook his head. No, they're our enemies, he said. Then Jinwu asked Wu Jincheol if he trusted him. Without hesitation, Wu Jincheol answered, Yes, I do. Jinwu stood up and said, Please trust what I am about to show you. He placed a finger on the chairman's forehead, transferring memories of the dragon monarch and the armies of the rulers directly into Wu Jincheol's mind. Overwhelmed, Wu Jincheol saw the history of the wars, the dungeons, and the terrifying power Jinwu had faced. After Jinwu removed his finger, Wu Jincheol gasped, panicked, impossible. How could such things exist? He confessed, I always believed the power of hunters was a blessing for humanity. I thought we needed to fight demonic beasts to protect people. But if what you showed me is true, then my beliefs were nothing but arrogance. He realized, I misunderstood everything. The awakened ones, they aren't just protectors. They are the ones able to survive the true war. It wasn't a simple war between humans and beasts. It was a war between monarchs and rulers, 2 forces possessing overwhelming power. Turning to Jinwu with sweat forming on his brow, he asked, Are you planning to fight against such enemies alone? Jinwu calmly answered, Yes, I am. With a desperate look, Wu Jincheol asked, How can we be of assistance to you? Fast forward, we see a hall filled with hunters from around the world. Wu Jincheol asked a man if any more hunters were coming. He told, No, sir. Only the 152 countries I reported to you this morning. The man asked him, Just what did Hunter Sung Jinwu tell you yesterday in the office? I've never seen your face become that pale. Wu Jincheol thinks back. An army of dragons appearing from within the darkness, and the single dragon flying behind the army. A majesty so overwhelming that even if every hunter in the world gathered to face it, they wouldn't be able to leave a scratch. The pressure from its power, enough to burn down all the lands in the world with a single breath, was something he could feel. Wu wonders, just how is Hunter Sung Jinwu planning on fighting against them? He calls Jinwu, saying, I've gathered the representatives from every country, as you asked. Where are you right now? As he was still on the call, Jinwu appeared behind him, saying, I've just arrived, and Wu puts away his phone, muttering, I guess asking for your location is meaningless now. Wu warns Jinwu that there will be chaos when people find out about this, and that some countries won't be able to handle it. Jinwu replies, "I'm aware of that." Wu, still concerned about the consequences, says, "If that's really what you think, the truth will be uncovered to the world." Meanwhile, director David Brennan sits in a conference room thinking about how many important figures have gathered: presidents, prime ministers, guild masters, and even the chairman of associations. Everyone must be feeling nervous about what Hunter Sung Jinwu is about to tell them. It would be great if Hunter Jinwu said the gates won't cause much harm, like last time, Brennan thinks. But if he says the opposite, everyone will have to go through a rough time. After some time, Jinwu begins to speak. He tells the gathered officials that no one will be able to avoid the coming fight. They will appear before everyone's eyes, bringing destruction upon the world. Some people do not believe what Jinwu says. They ask if he's claiming that even national-level hunters won't be enough. Jinwu answers that at least a couple hundred demonic beasts, each one on par with Kamish, the greatest disaster in human history, will appear. Not even national-level hunters would be able to stop them. The crowd demands proof, saying otherwise they cannot believe what he's saying. In response, Jinwu raises his hand, and everyone is horrified at the sight. Multiple gates appear behind him. The officials panic, thinking Jinwu has the ability to create multiple gates at once. But Jinwu explains, "Our enemy can create gates whenever and wherever they wish, just like how I did. They're only taking their time because of the massive size of their army." A man sitting next to Director Brennan shouts, "Could it be that you're one of them? And the soldiers you brought from the previous gate? Did you bring them to kill us?" But the very next second, shivering, he corrects himself. "Of course I trust you, Hunter Sung Jinwu." Director Brennan asks Jinwu, "Now that we know what will come from the gate, what do we need to do?" Jinwu replies, "Please stay away from the gates. Get as far away as you can." Fast forward, we see the empty cities after the warning that Jinwu gave at the conference, as his speech created a massive ripple effect, warning that humanity would not be able to handle the number of demonic beasts that would come from the gates. Everyone tried their best to get as far away from the gates as possible. We see Jinwu discussing the upcoming war with Igris. Igris tells Jinwu that they don't stand a chance in an all-out war. On the ground, we see Baru and Belian, as Jinwu asks Belian how much bigger he thinks the enemy army will be compared to theirs. Belian replies that he expects their numbers to be at least 100 times larger. Hearing that, Jinwu realizes they could be facing at least 10 million soldiers. The story shifts to Canada, where their S-rank hunter, Jay Mills, is being interviewed. Jay claims he does not believe a single word that Hunter Sung Jinwu said at the gathering of world leaders. The interviewer points out that Hunter Sung Jinwu is one of the greatest hunters in the world, and asks if it wouldn't be wise to heed his warning. Jay responds that no matter how great Jinwu is, not everything he says should be taken as truth. The story then shifts back to Jinwu, where he calls Beru and asks him to land. Beru obeys, and Jinwu looks around, questioning if this place is really meant for him to live in, given its size and overwhelming atmosphere. Beru replies that he thought anything less wouldn't be fitting for Jinwu, his liege. Looking at the huge castle, Jinwu notices a flag and asks why it was put up. Belian falls to the ground, and Jinwu asks if it was his idea. Jinwu then questions what would happen to the Shadow Army if the Shadow Monarch were to die, if Belian would take over. Belian explains that their lives are tied to the Shadow Monarch, and the moment Jinwu dies would also be the moment they all perish. Later, Wu Jinchul shows Jinwu the interview of Hunter Jay Mills, where Jay dismisses Jinwu's warnings, saying they will fight the monsters coming from the gates. Wu explains that hunters have been gathering in Canada with Jay Mills as their leader. Additionally, strong hunters from other countries have been preparing for a major raid as well. Wu then asks Jinwu what he plans to do. Jinwu says he will head to China to assist them with a dungeon break. In his thoughts, Jinwu acknowledges that it's impossible for him to face all 8 monarch armies at once. So he decides to eliminate the closest threat to Korea first to protect his family. Afterward, he will focus on taking care of the other monarchs. The longer the battle goes on, the higher the chances for Jinwu and humanity to win the war. Fast forward, we see Jinwu landing in China, where he is greeted by Hunter Liu Zhigang. Jinwu asks why he was there instead of government officials. Liu explains that they were busy preparing some foolish ceremonial placards, so he decided to personally welcome Jinwu. As they start walking, Jinwu notices that the gate is so massive that it's visible even from the airport. When they arrive at the location, Liu shows Jinwu the team that is gathered under the gate to assist with the raid. He proudly declares that this is China's army of 100,000 hunters. Seeing the massive force, Jinwu thinks to himself that with this many, they might actually have a chance in this war. Liu explains that it's not just a matter of numbers. These are China's elites, skilled individuals gathered from across the nation. After the preparations are completed, Liu informs Jinwu that the raid would soon begin. Jinwu then starts summoning his shadow army. Seeing the overwhelming number of summons, Liu is left speechless, realizing Jinwu is operating on a completely different level. Liu asks if all of these are Jinwu's summons. At that moment, Beru steps forward and warns Liu, saying, "The left side of the king belongs to me. Who dares to take my place beside the king?" Jinwu quickly reassures Beru, saying Liu is an ally. As they are speaking, the gate begins to crack. Jinwu prepares for monsters to pour out from the sky. But nothing happens. Belian approaches Jinwu, reporting that he senses no presence from the gate. Realizing something is wrong, Jinwu asks Belian about the other gates around the world. Belian answers that, according to the reports from the other shadow soldiers, all the gates seem the same. Empty. Jinwu quickly deduces the truth. The enemies had created multiple gates worldwide to divide humanity's forces. But in reality, they had concentrated all their army into a single gate, the one farthest from Jinwu's location. The story shifts to Canada, where many hunters have gathered to defend against the expected monster outbreak. At the front stands Jay Mills, scoffing at the idea that everyone is placing their hopes solely on Jinwu. Nearby, a crowd of protesters shouts, "We will not give up Canada. Our hunters will protect us and our land." Suddenly, the gate in Canada begins to break open. But again, no monsters emerge. Confused, the hunters stand their ground, waiting. Some whisper that perhaps Jinwu was bluffing about the threat. Then, a humanoid figure slowly appears from the gate, hovering above them. At first, the hunters think it's just an ordinary human. The figure lands in front of Jay Mills and asks if he is their king. While Mills is confused, another hunter explains that demonic beasts are capable of crafting their own gear, using runic symbols, and living within a strict hierarchy, meaning they possess intelligence comparable to humans. They had simply chosen not to communicate with humanity until now. Hearing this, Jay Mills smirks, thinking that this must have been how Jinwu managed to subjugate the monsters from the previous gate, by communicating with them. Mills, feeling confident, asks the entity, "What if I am the king?" However, the entity ignores him and mutters, "Looks like he's not here." 10 minutes earlier, back in China, we see Jinwu asking the officials if there was no way to confirm what was happening in Canada. One of the officials tells him he will try something. Jinwu then calls Adam White of the Hunters Bureau and asks what is going on with Canada's Colossal Gate. But as he hears the noise of the crowd in the background, Jinwu realizes that Adam White is actually at the site in Canada. Jinwu asks him what he is doing there, and White explains that they are on site at Canada's Colossal Gate, along with other Bureau agents. Jinwu asks for the reason they had to be there, and White answers saying, "We couldn't just sit and watch the situation in Canada unfold. Many of our agents, including myself, were dispatched here." Hearing that, Jinwu thinks to himself that they still don't realize the true scale of the enemy's army. He then asks about the current condition of the gate. Adam White tells him that the gate is empty, just like the other colossal gates that had appeared before. It was very quiet on site, and Jinwu lets out a sigh of relief. However, White suddenly reports that something was emerging from the gate. A person. Hearing this, Jinwu's eyes widen in shock. He shouts, telling White to run away from there as far as possible. But it was too late. In an instant, with a flash of light, all the hunters stationed in the front were turned to ash. Jinwu urgently tells Adam that he still has time and must run away while he still can. But Adam White, stunned, reports that dragons are descending from the sky. An endless number of dragons and beasts begin pouring out of the gate. Adam says in disbelief, "How could this be? All kinds of demonic beasts have gathered in one place." Jinwu thinks to himself that now It has come to this. He must save White. Because he had planted a shadow on Adam White beforehand, Jinwoo plans to use it to teleport him away. Just as he decides to act, a high orc appears in front of Adam White. Jinwoo quickly tells him that he's going to teleport him out of there. Before Jinwoo could teleport Adam White away, an entity approached White asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing the entity, White was frozen in terror, and with a shaky voice, he called out Jinwoo's name. In his final moments, he saw a fireball hurtling straight toward him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo, after hearing the loud blast, realized he was too late. He thought to himself, "I should have expected this. They know they are facing my shadow army, which only grows stronger the longer the battle drags on. Of course, my opponent would aim to minimize battles by concentrating their entire force in a single location," Jinwoo reflected. They had opened 8 colossal gates, following their original plan. In the end, they sent their entire army through the gate farthest from Jinwoo's position. "Even if I moved there immediately, it would turn into an all-out war," Jinwoo thought bitterly. His plan to buy time had completely fallen apart. Back in Canada, Antres, the king of dragons and the monarch of destruction, stood smirking. He savored the moment, saying, "The sound of living beings' heartbeats, their screams and the destruction of creatures. It all resonates like music in my ears." He told the other monarchs that preparations were complete and then ordered the army to destroy everything, declaring, "That is the sole mission of our existence."
The director of the Hunter Bureau, David Brennan, found himself sitting alone in his office with all lights switched off, while ignoring the endless streams of reports flooding into his desk as well as the incoming calls from the higher-ups. Inside his darkened office, images inside the muted TV screen flickered and danced. Monsters could be seen briefly in those images. He knew why the TV station covering the breaking news was playing the exact same footage over and over again. Because they are all dead by now. Just like every single Hunter Bureau agent sent there to support the Canadian hunters. Not one person would have survived that. Hunters, agents, reporters, and cameramen filming the scene. Every one of them dead. Thankfully, though, a cameraman risked his life and did his job, resulting in short footage that at least helped everyone with understanding the scale of the enemy's invading force. "It's all over," the director suddenly yelled out like a madman. Hunter Seong Jinwoo wasn't exaggerating back then. Dragons alone numbered in the hundreds. Behind those, giants, beasts, and insect-like things rushed out like tidal waves. They were creatures of calamity that mankind simply could never fight against. He now understood the reason why Hunter Seong Jinwoo repeatedly told everyone in no uncertain terms to distance themselves as far away from the gates. This world was now over. But, still, what a crazy bastard. Didn't Seong Jinwoo go to China with his summons in order to fight against creatures like that? How could he even think about fighting against them when he knew that such monsters existed? As the director's face paled like a man seeing a scary ghost, Jinwoo quietly spoke to him. "I'm looking for something." What could he possibly be looking for when the world was facing certain annihilation? No, besides all that, was the man in front of the director's eyes the real Hunter Seong Jinwoo to begin with? Wondering if he got too drunk and was seeing things, the director roughly shook his head from side to side. But Jinwoo's figure became even clearer and in focus from that action. "What are you looking for?" "The rune stone." Jinwoo told the director precisely what he was here for. "The rune stone from Kamish, give it to me." His surprise lasted only for a short while. The director reflexively shook his head. As you may well know, Hunter Nim, the Kamish's rune stone is the Hunter Bureau's. That was when his words came to a choking halt. This DMN work-related habit of his. What about the Hunter Bureau? So what? Never mind the Bureau. The whole of the United States of America was about to go up in flames. So who cared about a measly little rune stone now? Looks like I haven't fully woken up from the booze yet. The director loudly slapped his cheeks with his palms. After his skin reddened up from the stinging impact, he finally felt as if his brain was getting in gear. His once blurry eyes regained their focus as well. He then arrived at a certain conclusion that to the Hunter Bureau, no, to the entire United States of America, the reason why Jinwoo wanted the rune stone in the first place was far more important than its financial value. A short bout of deliberation later, the director asked cautiously as to not sour Jinwoo's moods. "I can definitely give you the rune stone, but why do you need it?" Without a single shred of hesitation, Jinwoo replied back, "I'll use it as a tool for my counter-attack." Through the eyes of the system, Jinwoo got to confirm the skill sleeping within the rune stone in question pretty early on. It definitely contained a certain power of a dragon. There was a reason why he showed no interest whatsoever to this rune stone until now, though. This skill had a rather serious drawback, meaning it was a power he didn't need. However, the story has changed now. After descending to the 9th underground floor of the Hunter Bureau's HQ, the director and Jin Woo now stood before the reinforced glass case that housed the rune stone in question. Hunter Nim, you once told me that the monsters of the dungeons were sent here by the beings called the rulers, didn't you? Yes, I did. In that case, what are these rune stones found inside the bodies of the monsters? They are gifts from the rulers to enable humanity to hunt monsters down more efficiently. What the rulers wanted was to spread mana around this world through violent clashes between monsters and mankind. The sacrifices made by humans were simply a side effect, not their true end goal. Indeed, these rune stones inserted into the monsters so, upon their deaths, their powers could be sealed within, were the sign of the ruler's consideration towards mankind's monster hunting. And so, Kamish's power was stored within this stone. Jin Woo took hold of the dragon's power that would play the crucial role in his fight back. The director tensely observed Jin Woo grasping the rune stone tightly and swallowed his dry saliva. Truly, can you truly stop the monsters with that thing? Well, I should at least give it a shot. Even at this very moment, the armies led by the Dragon Emperor were repeating the actions of destroying everything in their paths, and advancing forward before stopping to destroy some more. Thanks to the mana from the rulers fortifying the planet, the marching speed of the army of destruction had been pegged back somewhat. But that would only last for a short while. Soon, every inch of this land would be engulfed in the conflagration of war. There is something else as well. I'm looking for a person now. We're here. Jin Woo nodded his head, because the director simply led the visitor straight into the apartment. I didn't expect you to pay me a visit during such times. Jin Woo took a step forward and politely bowed his head towards the middle-aged woman. The moment she took a look at his entire being, she failed to stop the shocked gasp from bursting out of her mouth. Oh my gosh, he looked completely different from the last time she saw him. You're not the same person as the one I know. Her eyes began trembling fearfully. Back then, the darkness had been hiding deep within him somewhere, but now, he had become the perfect darkness itself. She could clearly see the power of death enveloping Jin Woo. However, he quickly shook his head and corrected her misunderstanding. I'm still the same person you know, madam, except that I've become one with the darkness you saw inside me. Which words in the known vocabulary would be adequate enough to describe this truly wondrous development? Madam, you said that you can glimpse into the future, yes. To a certain extent, yes. In that case, can you tell me about my future? Before he was about to enter the battle properly, he wanted to see the end through her eyes first. He thought that, regardless of what she saw, he'd be more relaxed going in. Madame Selner hesitated somewhat before she nodded her head slowly. She reached out and grasped both of Jin Woo's hands and closed her eyes. To look deeper into the inner workings of the darkness, she needed a big dollop of courage for that. However, she couldn't dare to refuse the request of a warrior about to go to war against the foes that required a far greater level of courage than hers. No, the level of courage required would be so great that it defied all attempts to compare it. The time flew past as if it was merely a moment, and when she finally opened her eyes, uncontrollable tears began trickling down her cheeks. Are you really going to carry all that burden by yourself? Jin Woo didn't answer her. But how can it be? How can just one person carry all those terrible burdens? Are you going to sacrifice one to save everyone? Jin Woo's expression brightened. Sounds like I can at least get that far. That's a relief. What do you mean, you're relieved? No one will be able to remember you. You'll end up fighting a lonesome battle all by yourself. Jin Woo let go of her hands as she tried to dissuade him. Back when he made up his mind to fight, he was already prepared to go that far. He took a step back from Madame and bade farewell in a dignified manner. I'm sorry for coming by unannounced and asking you for something like this. Seong Jin Woo Hunter Nim. Even before her earnestly pleading voice came to an end, Jin Woo slid into the shadow beneath his feet and disappeared from there. Jin Woo closed his eyes and began searching for the Dragon Emperor's aura within that massive army. As it turned out, it wasn't all that difficult to spot the center of the massive power that raged on like a violent storm and swallowing up everything in its wake. Found you. Jin Woo saw the Dragon Emperor. At that moment, the Sovereign of Destruction also saw Jin Woo. That sharp sensory perception that swept past it. There could only be one possessing senses like that. The Dragon Emperor abruptly came to a halt and glared in Jin Woo's direction. Its demonic snake-like eyes didn't shy away from the darkness in the distance for a long while. It had finally sensed the presence of the true enemy that could threaten its existence over yonder. That was why the Shadow Sovereign and the Sovereign of Destruction glared at each other while transcending past the distance itself. The latter bared its fangs first. Its terrifying roar, as loud as hundreds, no, thousands of lightning bolts exploding at the same time, resounded throughout the entire planet. Murderous glare flickered for a moment within Jin Woo's eyes. "Don't you worry, I'll see you soon. And when I do," Jin Woo swallowed back the words he wanted to say and submerged quietly into the shadow. If one were to transplant hell to Earth, would it resemble something like this? The skies were filled with thick black clouds that showed no signs of abating. The ground below was, in turn, filled with blood, screams, ashes, and acrid stink. What is going on with that beastard, I wonder? After that brief stare down, the Shadow Sovereign went into hiding and didn't appear again, even until now, when he used his sensory perception to reveal his existence. The Dragon Emperor took that as the sign of the Shadow Sovereign finally declaring war. And that was why, for the first time in an extremely long while, the Dragon Emperor's heart that went dormant while wandering within the gap between dimensions had begun beating powerfully once again. Finally, one of only a few enemies that could truly threaten its life had bared his fangs at it. The true war was at hand. To the Sovereign of Destruction, the sight of the battlefield filled with sheer, uncontrolled madness from all parties involved was pretty much the same thing as a marvelous gift from the heavens. Too bad, the event it had been waiting for didn't materialize. The Shadow Sovereign vanished without a trace and showed no signs of appearing again even after a nation of his kin had been annihilated completely. Of course, it'd be no different than killing himself to fight against the combined army of the Chaos World that easily numbered in the 10+ millions with just over 100,000 of his servants. However, if he was planning to run away from the get-go, he wouldn't have tried to threaten the Dragon Emperor even at the risk of exposing his current whereabouts. Could he be aiming for something else? The Dragon Emperor grew more anxious as time continued to pass by. Could it be he's waiting for the annihilation of his kin so he can convert them all into his shadow soldiers? However, turning humans who didn't know how to wield mana into his soldiers wouldn't be much help against the army of destruction. Humans are coming, my liege. But didn't all the humans of this nation capable of wielding mana, hunters, die? If so, what could this be? The Dragon Emperor formed a puzzled expression and raised its head, and with excellent timing, countless missiles rained down from the sky. This was the final struggle of the weak creatures, so pathetically meaningless that even the Sovereign of Destruction felt sorry for them. Humans knew that their weapons not imbued with mana couldn't even touch a single hair on the army of destruction, yet they stubbornly refused to give up. This is getting boring. The brows of the Dragon Emperor quivered slightly. Anxiety morphed into annoyance, and soon, annoyance transformed into anger. The Dragon Emperor warned its underlings not to make a move and for the first time ever since setting foot in this world, revealed its true appearance. These fighter pilots had flown here while risking their lives in order to buy time, however little it'd be for the civilians to evacuate. But then, after seeing the truly nonsensical size of the personified calamity approaching them, every single one of these brave men and women became completely speechless. Mommy, the terror and shock of these pilots only lasted for a brief moment. Soon, the breath of pure destruction fired out in a straight line from the jaw of the calamity, swallowing up all of the fighter jets in the air. In less than 1 minute, the lives of these pilots couldn't even buy 1 minute, and their sacrifice was ultimately in vain. Unfortunately, the Dragon Emperor wasn't satisfied by these human sacrifices and raised its head to spew out a terrifying roar at the heavens. That was the Sovereign of Destruction declaring war against the Shadow Sovereign. Jin Woo also heard that roar. His eyes, closed in stillness so that he could organize his thoughts, quietly opened up. It's time. The moment his eyelids lifted up, the sight of the lodging Baru had constructed immediately entered his view. Darkness and silence seemed to have taken over the dominion of this needlessly humongous room. Was it because the current atmosphere resembled the moments of eternal rest? Jin Woo didn't dislike the combination of darkness and silence as experienced within this empty, wide-open space. He felt guilty about scolding Baru initially after clapping his eyes on this white fortress for the first time back then, so he quietly summoned the former Ant King to his side. Hey, Baru. Thanks. Baru had been silently waiting in Jin Woo's shadow until then. He sneaked his head out of the darkness below to speak. Oh, my king. Yeah, I know. Jin Woo cut off Baru's sentence even before another word could be uttered. This time, Belian rose up to the surface from the side of the Ant King. It's far too dangerous, my liege. Even Ygritte emerged from below too, as if he was waiting for this chance. He knelt down and lowered his head, his voice sounding earnest. I share their opinions, my liege. All three marshals were trying to dissuade Jin Woo from enacting his plan. Wordlessly, their master studied the trio. Shadow soldiers would never die unless their sovereign was killed off, which meant that they would always worry about the safety of their sovereign first and foremost. However, sometimes one had no choice but to make a move even though he knew of the dangers waiting for him on the other side. For Jinwoo, this was one such occasion. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, said that he liked this aspect of me. That would be the aspect of him willing to tackle the seemingly dangerous problem head-on first to see what's what. Even though he looked cold and calculating on the outside, Jinwoo continued on. If he was in the same situation as I am now, what would he have done? Bellion recalled the past actions of the former Shadow Sovereign and realized that he couldn't readily provide an answer. Osborne, the former Shadow Sovereign, was someone who stepped up all by himself to try and stop the rebellion of every other fragment of the brilliant light marching forward to kill their creator, the absolute being. If it was him, he'd never give up on his duty regardless of the situation facing him. Once Bellion's thoughts arrived there, he raised his faltering head up high. Jinwoo was smiling back at him. They resemble each other. Jinwoo's face overlapped with that of Osborne's in Bellion's eyes just then. As expected, Bellion lowered his head again and made an earnest pledge towards Jinwoo. I shall accompany you till the end, my liege. It seemed that other marshals shared his sentiment because they no longer bothered to dissuade Jinwoo. Perfect. You should have come out like that from the beginning, you know. Jinwoo grinned refreshingly at them. He felt that there really wasn't much time remaining, and pulled out his phone from the pocket. This might prove to be his last chance to speak to his family. In the end, though, he couldn't bring himself to tap the call icon. He thought that, if he heard the voices of his loved ones now, he'd not be able to take another step forward. That's the feeling he got. The crushed phone slowly fell from Jinwoo's hand. It'd be perfectly fine to delay listening to their voices until the end of the upcoming battle. Wu Jinqiao squeezed his eyes shut. He just didn't feel confident of continuously watching the unfolding tragedy happening on the other side of the planet. Through Jinwoo's memory, he had witnessed the grand scale of the enemy's invading forces. He was being serious here. That was a calamity nothing in this world could defend against. The nation boasting the greatest combat strength, the United States of America, was crumbling helplessly at the hands of those DMN monsters. And right now, the only thing humanity could do was to pray for a miracle. Unfortunately, just what kind of a miracle would it have to be to stop those creatures? Please, I beg of you, don't. Although there would never be a reply, Wu Jinqiao still looked up at the ceiling of his office and whispered softly, "Don't forsake us." A fighter jet's engine was destroyed in an instant and its pilot hurriedly attempted to eject from the plane. As this pilot made his rapid descent towards the ground, he began screaming out in despair as he watched his friends and colleagues getting massacred in the blink of an eye. Booming exploding noises and flashes of fireballs filled up the sky. The pilot continued to cry out the names of his dying friends even as the disorientating chaos pushed his head into a dizzy spin. The ground approached at the rate of knots. Just before he was about to become a flat pancake, his parachute unfurled itself in time. He messily tumbled and rolled around on the ground several times before coming to a stop. Even though the surroundings were filled with the acrid stink of blood and stinging fumes of chemicals, monsters still managed to sense the breathing of a life form from far away and began rushing towards his location. The pilot hurriedly cut himself loose from the parachute straps and yanked out a pistol mounted on his hips. Die, you sons of BTChes. Several ear-piercing gunshots echoed in the air, but as expected, they were simply inadequate to slow down the monsters by one bit. Now that he ran out of bullets, the pilot instantly began regretting his actions. He should have reserved the last shot for his own final moment. His hands powerlessly sagged to the ground. The very first monster to arrive his location as he stood there dazed and numb was a denizen of the chaos world that resembled a giant cockroach. After seeing the insect-type monster utterly filling up his view, all strength in the pilot's legs abandoned him and he sunk down to the floor. A despairing moan leaked out of his mouth. Right at that moment, all those insects rushing at him were suddenly torn apart at once as if a claw from a gigantic creature took a swipe at them. Jesus Christ! His tearful eyes anxiously sought out the origin of that miracle. And soon, he found a single Asian man gently landing in front of his eyes. Although it was only his back, the pilot found it not too difficult to guess this man's name by looking at the pair of uniquely shaped short swords in his hands. Xiang Jinwoo, Hunter Jinwoo Xiang. Jinwoo took a look at the pilot behind him. There was an incredibly intense scowl on his face that made it hard to tell whether he was an ally or an enemy. But his eyes definitely said, "Run away, now." Sure enough, a horde of monsters far outnumbering the ones that got killed was rushing towards them from the distance. Jinwu furiously swung Kamish's wraths, resulting in the monsters to get torn apart into bits and pieces like dolls made out of paper. He had cut down dozens upon dozens of enemies with those 2 attacks, but that was like shaving a tiny piece off a massive iceberg. Enemies hundreds of times greater in number seemed to have latched onto the smell of combat that had taken place here. This would be the first steps of the war. His first victims would be with these insect-type monsters. Jinwu sucked in a quick but deep breath, and in the direction of the Chaos World soldiers rushing towards his location, he spat out the 2 words that would become the turning point in this war. Rise up. As soon as Jinwu issued his command, all those insect monsters that got torn to shreds just now stood back up as new shadow soldiers. In the past, he also revived monsters that got killed during the battles and added them to his stock of soldiers. But these new additions were on a different scale altogether compared to those guys. Quite far removed from the recent past when the system suppressed the powers of the Shadow Sovereign and resulted in the creation of shadow soldiers that were weaker than their living counterparts. Jinwu was now the bona fide king of the dead, and the restrictions of the system no longer affected him. The Dragon Emperor, having never let its guard down once, finally detected the presence of the Shadow Sovereign. Towards the eastern front, right at the eastern end of the gigantic army spreading out with itself as the center, that was where the Shadow Sovereign decided to make his appearance. The King of Demonic Specters, the Sovereign of Transfiguration, addressed the Dragon Emperor respectfully. However, the latter raised its hand up and abruptly cut off the words of the former. Even though they were separated by an incredible distance, the Emperor of Dragons didn't miss the crucial fact that the Shadow Sovereign's loyal soldiers were not present within his shadow. What was the Shadow Sovereign thinking of by stepping into the battlefield without the army to protect him? At a casual glance, this seemed to be the most perfect opportunity to eliminate him for good. However, they simply couldn't mobilize the entire army when it was unknown what their enemy was scheming right now. In a way, doing precisely that might be the true aim of the enemy to begin with. Anxiety akin to a veil of fog clogging up one's vision grabbed hold of the Dragon Emperor, and it couldn't readily make its next move. The Sovereign of Destruction shifted its glare back towards the eastern battlefield, where Jinwu was going on a rampage at the moment. The number of the Chaos World soldiers were decreasing at a noticeable rate, and at the same time, that Beastard's own forces were increasing rapidly. The decision needed to be made right now. The quicker the better. Too bad, the Dragon Emperor couldn't readily make a choice when the battlefield's direction was unfolding in an unexpected direction through one man's actions that seemed to defy all attempts to predict what his next moves would be. From a certain point onwards, Jinwu gave up on consciously cutting down on the vast sea of enemies. There were simply far too many of them for that. The number of his own allies was increasing at a rapid pace, but still, the scale of the enemy forces was just so ridiculous that it almost rendered all of his actions so far inconsequential. After he sucked in a deep breath, Jinwu entrusted himself not to his logical reasoning, but to his senses. When he did, reflexive movements that seemed to have transcended the limits of human anatomy began repeating as if he was a machine created solely to murder and destroy. Just one strike from him tore through hundreds of monsters. And then, rise up. Then, hundreds of new shadow soldiers joined his army. Screams of monsters reverberating from all corners completely filled up the battlefield. And so, just how much time went by in this manner? Jinwu finally detected the approach of existences quite different from the forces of the Chaos World that he'd been fighting so far. He raised his head to spot hundreds of sky dragons, as well as dragonutes possessing humanoid appearances riding on top of them. Completely blanket the sky above. Is the army of destruction finally making its move? However, he still couldn't sense the presence of the Dragon Emperor yet. Not yet, There was no need to be disappointed, though, because he had plenty of time on his hands, after all. Besides, if that Beastard was reluctant to make a move, then all he had to do was to give it a good enough reason. A dragon that was previously hidden from his view by the swarm of sky dragons revealed itself, and he witnessed a cluster of energy gathering in the flying creature's jaw. Sure enough, the horrifying breath of a dragon made up purely of flames fell from the sky. Having accurately fired the breath attack on the target, this dragon then increased its altitude. The enemy's presence couldn't be detected. Could the human have been melted away by its breath, then? Thinking that it had reached a safe enough altitude, the dragon stopped flying up and looked down at the ground to confirm the fate of the Shadow Sovereign. The raging flames died down and the black smoke dissipated, but not a trace of the Shadow Sovereign could be seen anywhere. Where is he? It was then. A presence could be felt on top of the dragon's head. A chill-inducing sensation brushed past the back of this creature's neck, but by then, it was already too late. You Beastard. Even before the dragon could look up, Jinwu standing on its head stabbed down with Kamish's wrath. Sharp black aura shooting out from the tip of the short sword penetrated clean through the dragon's head and exited from underneath its chin. Rather obviously, the dead flying lizard lost its ability to stay airborne and helplessly fell towards the earth. Rise up. Just like that, the dragon and hundreds of dragonutes began rising up again right behind him. The Dragon Emperor also felt it. Its own army shouldn't even be compared to the ragtag bunch calling themselves soldiers that belonged to other sovereigns. But now, a portion of its proud army had been lost to the Shadow Sovereign. With that, the situation was now beyond the point of wait and see in regards to whatever schemes the Beastard had cooked up. The event of the Army of Destruction being swallowed up by the Shadow Sovereign must be prevented at any cost. The Dragon Emperor issued a new order to the ancient-class dragons waiting for their chance to participate in the war. And just in case, it issued a different command to the Sovereign of Transfiguration. Hundreds of gates connected to the battlefield in the east suddenly materialized in front of the Dragon Emperor and the ancient-class dragons. I shall not let you escape. With that thought in its head, the Dragon Emperor and its eyes burning in the flames of rage disappeared into the gate. Finally, the Army of Destruction, shrinking back and not doing anything until now, was forced to make their move after the Shadow Sovereign successfully managed to provoke them. Quite unlike in the east where the violent storms of power were on a collision course, a comparatively quieter battle was coming to an end on the opposite side, on the Western Front. The American military that had set up their final defensive line here was tragically being torn apart by the fangs and claws of the monsters. What these soldiers had bet their last hopes on were the weapons used by the hunters. Unfortunately, there was simply no way that these regular people could effectively use the hunter-issue weapons that were originally designed for raid situations. And so, the American military rapidly crumbled away in defeat. The role of the marauding army's spearhead for the Western Front was also given to the insect-type monsters that possess great agility and sharp senses. Just before their sharp mandibles split open wide to swallow him up, a certain figure stepped before the platoon commander faster than any of the insects could and took the hand grenade away, while blocking the attacks of the monsters with his bare back. The commander could only look up in a total daze at the man blocking his view, who was also at least a good 2 heads taller than he was. Thomas Andre. The surviving soldiers quickly recognized who these people coming to their aid were and bright expressions filled up their faces. It's the Scavenger. They're hunters from the Scavenger Guild. Thank you, Lord. As befitting a guild consisting of truly exceptional hunters, the current situation was resolved in no time at all. However, they didn't have any breathing room whatsoever as yet another wave of monsters was madly rushing towards them. Thomas Andre's ultra-sharp glare swept across the incoming enemies. Orcs, ogres, trolls, minotaurs, cyclops, etc. All of them were monsters commonly seen inside dungeons. No matter how many of them were here, they didn't pose any challenge to him. Except, in the middle of this sea of weaklings, there hid a nonsensically powerful being. Just like how other monsters were scared by Thomas's presence, he too couldn't make a move because of that one presence. Eventually, this creature slowly walked to the front of the horde, as if it was done observing the situation. The king of monstrous humanoids formed a sinister grin. The sovereign of beastly fangs did indeed possess powers of a predator, but basically, it was more specialized towards hunting down its prey instead. However, this particular king was different from its now dead comrade in that it ruled over monstrous humanoids such as orcs and ogres, and its speciality was in up-close and personal physical confrontations. So, it was quite obvious that it'd find this human acting so flippant when he had only a pathetic little bit of strength to fall back on, rather humorous to behold. The king of monstrous humanoids, the sovereign of Iron Body, began unleashing its enormous mana reserve, pressuring the opponent's fighting spirit through aura alone. This was a display of confidence from the sovereign, implying that it could easily kill off a measly human like Thomas Andre in a heartbeat. But then, in stark contrast to the hunters behind him with their rapidly paling complexions, the vessel of the rulers didn't seem to lose his relaxed demeanor at all. The sovereign began to wonder if this human had some sort of a scheme, a trick up his sleeve. But then, the darkness suddenly spread out from beneath his feet and in the blink of an eye, completely covered up the land. The sovereign's brow quivered greatly. Shadow. This was, without a doubt, the skill belonging to the Shadow Sovereign. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rose up from right behind Thomas Andre. The Grand Marshal Bellion sent his greeting in a polite yet still threatening tone of voice. And right behind him, over 130,000 shadow soldiers, hiding within Thomas Andre's shadow while patiently biding their time, were rising up above the ground at the same time. The elite shadow soldiers numbering over 130,000 that managed to survive the last war under the guidance of their sovereign erased their presence as much as possible and hid within the human's shadow. It was a trap. Now suddenly finding itself coming face to face with the Shadow Army, the Sovereign of Iron Body felt this dizzying sensation of being sucked into a quagmire. They got me. Currently, the army manning the western battlefront didn't possess enough power to face off against the Shadow Army. Not only that, the ones leading this army of the dead were Belian and Ygritte, so the Sovereign in charge now had to worry about its own neck instead. Most likely, the Shadow Army, no, the Shadow Sovereign, was aiming for this result. I need to let them know. The Sovereign of Iron Body urgently tried to communicate with the Dragon Emperor. However, some kind of power was blocking its attempts to send the word out. Could it be? Did the Shadow Sovereign plan this far ahead? The Sovereign of Iron Body hurriedly activated its sensory perception to locate the source of the power interrupting the contact with the other side. When it did, it discovered a certain high orc shaman standing next to Ygritte, diligently murmuring out some kind of an incantation while holding onto something small in his hand. That DMN creature's spell was disrupting all forms of communication with the other sovereigns. The spell from the Commander Grade Fangs, now that he had experienced a rebirth as a true shadow soldier, as well as borrowing the power of the Beat of Avarice, was more than strong enough to perform that role. Fangs blushed slightly when his gaze met that of the king he used to serve. Even then, he didn't try to stop casting his spell. The king of monstrous humanoids, the Sovereign of Iron Body, felt as if it was being made fun of after looking at Fang's smile. An uncontrollable rage welled up from deep within. No, hang on. This tactic was not something the Shadow Sovereign would have cooked up, never mind his shadow soldiers. Indeed, this was not how the Shadow Army conducted its business. This army used to proudly announce the approach of unavoidable death right in front of their enemies every single time. This was a human's way of thinking. The current Shadow Sovereign, the human, had perverted how the war was supposed to be fought. Didn't he possess any pride as a sovereign? Now thoroughly enraged, the Sovereign of Iron Body expanded its muscles. As his body ballooned up to a near-bursting size, thick veins bulged up on its various muscles. The Sovereign of Iron Body roared out. It then arrived right in front of Fangs in less than a blink of an eye, but its path was suddenly blocked off by Beru. The former Ant King grabbed both hands of the Sovereign and began a contest of pure physical strength. He glared at the enemy and growled in the language of the monsters. As a reply, the Sovereign of Iron Body exerted enough power to twist and yank off Beru's arms while shouting out even louder than before. And when that happened, an ear-splitting screech exploded out from Beru's mouth as his entire body quickly expanded to double his previous size. The Dragon Emperor saw it. It saw the corpses of countless soldiers of the Chaos World that died during its brief period of hesitation, as well as the number of shadow soldiers that matched those that had fallen. Figurative flames erupted out from the Dragon Emperor's eyes as it strode outside the gate. The end of its glare was locked onto Jinwoo, currently swallowing whole a portion of the Chaos World's army after becoming a literal giant storm in their midst. The man, that Beastard, must die. The Dragon Emperor didn't even have the necessary time to transform back to its original appearance, so it hurriedly fired the breath of destruction. Instead, it's him. Jinwoo's figure vanished from the spot. Right afterwards, all the soldiers of the Chaos World as well as the new Shadow soldiers were exposed to the breath and got incinerated without a trace. Jinwoo made his timely escape and settled down on a location not too far away. Ending its breath attack, the Dragon Emperor glared right at him. Countless gates opened up behind it and through them, ancient-class dragons and dragonutes revealed themselves. And so, the King of Berserk Dragons, the Sovereign of Destruction, had entered the fray. What appeared now alongside it was the main portion of the Army of Destruction. Forces capable of destroying this planet in one day had been mobilized in their entirety just to deal with the lone Shadow Sovereign. And in front of them stood the King of Kings, the Sovereign that lorded over other sovereigns, the Dragon Emperor. Just like the army of dragons choosing to stand behind the Dragon Emperor, the Shadow soldiers also stood right behind Jinwoo. Advance. Jinwoo had his Shadow soldiers, initially brought to one location, march forward again. An expression of confusion floated up on the Dragon Emperor's face. He saw my soldiers, yet he wishes to confront me head-on. Those were the actions of an insane fool. As if to mock the Dragon Emperor's suspicion, the Shadow soldiers simply rushed forward towards their enemies. Dragons immediately fired powerful, vicious flames at them. With that, Shadow soldiers were enveloped in flames before disappearing away like expendables, with nary a hint of regeneration happening among them. Almost instantly, the Dragon Emperor realized that these were simply decoys to buy time. Where is he? It quickly expanded its sensory perception. The Shadow Sovereign was using his shadow to escape to somewhere. Seeing this shameful sight, the Dragon Emperor formed a mocking grin. It seemed that the human Beastard was planning to slowly shave down the forces of the Chaos World by repeating the tactics of hit and run. But he had made one crucial oversight, something he had failed to consider, and that would be the fact the leader of the enemy's forces could chase after him no problem. The Dragon Emperor easily traced Jin Wu's shadow now being connected to the Western Front. There you are. It had never let him get away. The Dragon Emperor quickly generated a gate connected to the exact spot where Jin Wu had fled to and jumped in without hesitation. Just as it took the first step out of the gate, it was greeted by the sight of the 130,000-strong great army surrounding it. That wasn't all. Jin Wu had been waiting for the Dragon Emperor's arrival and spoke in a calm voice when it did show up. Rise up. Just one command and every single creature belonging to the western portion of the Chaos Army that were killed at the hands of the true Shadow Army rose up as new Shadow Soldiers. The Dragon Emperor took a sweeping look at the Shadow Soldiers that now numbered well past 200,000 and spoke. Draw your enemy to the battlefield of your choosing and establish the upper hand. Since the Shadow Army was facing an overwhelmingly disadvantageous number of enemies, the current tactic could be seen as a must. But still, a mocking grin didn't want to leave the face of the Dragon Emperor. It finally understood what the scheme of the Shadow Sovereign was. Although the process of uncovering the plot resulted in the loss of the western portion of the Chaos World's army, that was not a large cost to bear as long as the Shadow Sovereign could be killed here today. Even losing half of all the soldiers would not be a loss. Fear would bloom in one's heart when one couldn't predict the events of the future. But its opponent had been laid bare here. The Dragon Emperor chuckled and looked back at Jin Wu. In reality, there stood a certain sovereign that could be seen as the greatest sorcerer in the Chaos World waiting right behind the Dragon Emperor. Not too long afterwards, the Sovereign of Transfiguration waiting for the surprise attack from the Shadow Army created countless gates that connected two battlefields. Before long, a seemingly endless number of soldiers from the Chaos World poured out before the measly 200,000 or so Shadow Army. So, how do you feel now? With this, your plan has been smashed to bits. Your miscalculation will result in your death today. The Dragon Emperor stared at Jin Wu with a triumphant expression on its face. However, Jin Wu grinned as his reply. He actually smiled right back at the Dragon Emperor in his satisfied expression. He got suckered in. Indeed, the Dragon Emperor had acted exactly according to his will. The King of Berserk Dragons, of course, didn't miss that brief flash of a smile on the human's face. He smiled. Sure enough, the summoning of the Shadow Soldiers was cancelled in an instant, and they all got sucked into the dark shade below the Shadow Sovereign's feet. Just what was this human thinking? Withdrawing his soldiers now was no different from trying to kill himself. If he had no soldiers to buy him time, then he'd not even be able to escape to somewhere else, either. Even if he didn't want to lose his precious Shadow Soldiers, no one would have taken him for a fool who would expose his back to his mortal enemies while hurriedly scurrying away. Before Jin Wu could do something else, the Dragon Emperor closed the distance first. At the same time, the entirety of the forces of the Chaos World also pounced towards Jin Wu's direction. The gazes of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soldiers still breathlessly emerging from the gates were locked on Jin Wu, and Jin Wu alone. It was then, just as the Dragon Emperor arrived right before Jin Wu's nose and reached out towards him. At that moment, Jin Wu's eyes changed to resemble a dragon's. Only then did the Dragon Emperor realize that something had gone terribly awry. A moment of stillness came and went. From Jin Wu's mouth, a loud and vicious roar exploded out. It was the cry from the soul that pushed every single being near him, every single being weaker than him, into a state of pure despair. It was the dragon's fear, the vilest and cruelest skill of dragons he learned from Kamish's rune stone. He hadn't been interested in it since its powers didn't differentiate allies from enemies, but now it's different. The skill that drove hundreds of elite hunters gathered to hunt down a dragon to the pits of hell had now been used against the dragons instead. Just like how Kamish had done to the human hunters all those years ago, the Shadow Sovereign froze up all the soldiers of the Dragon Emperor, too. There was no being alive that could break from the effects of fear produced by the near-bottomless supply of mana belonging to the Shadow Sovereign, save for one lone individual, and that would be the Dragon Emperor. After making every single one of the enemy forces freeze up in an instant, Jin Wu reached out and grabbed the Dragon Emperor's arm next. The brows of the King of Berserk Dragons crumpled. Jin Wu gripped the arm tighter as a grin suffused on his lips. "You, come with me for a sec." Having succeeded in his endeavor of inviting the Dragon Emperor to the true battlefield of his own choosing, Jin Wu quickly distanced himself away from his opponent. And now, finding itself in a location very far away from its underlings, the creature began scanning the surrounding scenery with mystified eyes. A place on the opposite side of the world from where your army is. What particularly drew one's attention was this huge white-colored fortress built up on the top of a hill. The Dragon Emperor pointed at it with a black flag flapping in the wind on top. Something like that. Why did Jinwoo briefly feel apologetic to Baru all of a sudden? Of course, there was no reason to get suckered into his enemy's pace now, was there? Well, I think that building's just about the perfect size to commemorate your death today. Only then did the gaze of the Dragon Emperor fix on Jinwoo. He didn't try to avoid meeting that glare. The Dragon Emperor had been surrounded. However, its expression was not as gloomy as one would hope for in the current situation. The thing was, although it didn't mind the types of battles where it had used the overwhelming numbers to completely massacre its enemies, it also found the exact opposite of that situation quite enjoyable too, where it'd get to overwhelm the enemies alone. In short, it was an existence born solely for warfare. It was the incarnation of destruction. One who would not mind its own demise if it was all for the sake of blood, screams, madness, and destruction swirling in a dizzying storm of warfare. That was why the Dragon Emperor could smile brightly. At the end of those words, that smile vanished from the creature's face. Jinwoo also sensed something at the same time. His senses that had far surpassed the limits of a normal human continuously rang loud warning bells. Along with a chill running down his spine, goosebumps broke all over his skin. It was then, like a scene from an unrealistic movie, a truly frightening roar scary enough to stop one's heart just from hearing it exploded out of the Dragon Emperor's mouth. This was the Dragon Emperor's fear, the ruler of all dragons. The level of terror previously never experienced before slammed into the Shadow Army like a massive shockwave. A seemingly endless chain of ripples began shaking the atmosphere. Even the ground quaked violently, as the shaking akin to an earthquake rocked the world. Jinwoo detected an extreme amount of terror, pain, and confusion from his soldiers, and he urgently brought them back inside his shadow. During that process, vicious dizziness assaulted him and he wobbled unsteadily for a moment there. The Dragon Emperor finally ended its roar. The corner of its lips curled up after seeing how pale Jinwoo's complexion was. The Dragon Emperor extended its hand out towards Jinwoo. His gaze slowly lowered towards the extended hand. Jinwoo gaze briefly lingering on the hand gradually rose up again until it stopped at the Dragon Emperor's face. The creature was carrying an expression full of compassion. A gentle smile formed on the Dragon Emperor's lips now. Once we cooperate and defeat the forces of the rulers, not only you and your family, even your country, no, even more than that, everyone living on this land will gain peace and freedom. That was the promise the Dragon Emperor was making here. Did he get enticed by the offer? A thin smile slowly spread on the face of the Shadow Sovereign as he quietly listened to the tempting words. The King of Dragons also formed a smile of its own. Too bad. Jinwoo's reply was rather curt in nature. Don't make me laugh. The Dragon Emperor's expression hardened after hearing that pointed retort. You want me to trust a beastard with the eyes of someone that can barely hide its desire to kill me? The King of all Dragons grasped its forehead and guffawed for a long time. Its laughter must have contained mana, because every single wave of sound emitted by the creature caused a powerful reverberation within Jinwoo's heart. When it finally took its hand away from its forehead, both of its wide-open eyes had changed to that of a reptile's. It's coming. The massive dragon was trying to stomp him to death, so Jinwoo quickly evaded that and ran to create some distance before summoning up the Sky Dragon Kaizul. His mount was already getting ready to take off, so as soon as it emerged from the shadow, it flew up into the air. Jinwoo quickly climbed up on its back. Kaizul rose up as fast as it could. Jinwoo then had his ride change directions and descend towards the Dragon Emperor's location. As if it was waiting precisely for that, the dragon made up of flames fired a breath of destruction. Go down. Almost at the same time as the blinding flash of light exploded forth from the Dragon Emperor's jaw, Kaizul descended at the rate of knots. The flames capable of erasing everything. The chill-inducing white beam of light brushed past right above Jinwoo's head. Kaizul followed after its master's instruction to descend closer to the Dragon Emperor while barely managing to sidestep the breath continuously pouring out towards it. Jinwoo gathered every drop of his mana while riding on the back of his mount. You did well, Kaizul. The gathered mana flowed into the Kamish's wrath held in his right hand. The black aura danced and tumbled about as if to signal that it was ready for that final strike. With everything in his power, Jinwoo swung his sword containing all of his might towards the Dragon Emperor. The black aura that looked capable enough to tear through anything in a single breath split up like the claws of a predator, and took a powerful swipe at the head of the flaming dragon. However, how can this be? Jinwoo's brows shot up high. There wasn't even a scratch on the creature's flaming scales. Instead, the unscathed Dragon Emperor began raising its head towards him. Jinwoo's expression crumpled. Is it breath again? He got ready to quickly descend again in case another round of breath of destruction came at his way. But he was greeted by an ear-splitting roar instead. Dragon fear. Jinwoo had developed some amount of immunity after experiencing it the last time. But it was a different story for his sky dragon. He couldn't withstand the roar from the Dragon Emperor and froze up in mid-air. Without even giving him any time to unsummon Kaizel, in came the ruthless beam of light signaling true destruction spat out by the king of all dragons. Even though they were in a free fall, Kaizel still twisted its body to push Jinwoo away to a safer location, and collided head-on against the breath of destruction with its body. Jinwoo cried out as he watched Kaizel disintegrate in an instant, not even leaving behind ash in the process. Utterly disregarding his wishes, the Sky Dragon was erased from existence without a single trace. Jinwoo bit his lower lip and fired mana out from behind to fly into the chest area of the Dragon Emperor in an instant. And to make sure he wouldn't fall off, he grasped tight the scale of this nonsensically humongous creature. His palm was instantly scorched by the ultra-high temperature. Jinwoo gritted his teeth and raised up the Kamish's wrath held in his other hand up high above his head. The short sword held in reverse grip was enveloped in the dancing black aura. Crack! The blade stabbing down with all his might managed to break past the scale. But that was all it could do. Sensing this ominous chill creep up behind his neck, Jinwoo hurriedly took a look behind him. The giant arm of the Dragon Emperor was swinging closer to his location. To dodge that, he unhesitatingly jumped down. He rained down so many attacks, yet the Dragon Emperor remained standing, imperious like the legendary Mount Tai. It possessed the level of defense and attack power that not even giants could match up to. He realized that he couldn't subjugate this dragon by relying on the same tactics. I need stronger power. Indeed, he needed an even stronger power, the power that might bring down a giant covered in thick armor with nothing but bare hands. Just like how an insect small enough not to be noticed by one's eyes couldn't do much about a human being. One needed to become a mountain if a mountain was blocking his path. It was then. Hang on. Armor is it. A certain possibility flashed by like a bolt of lightning in Jinwoo's head. If he could manipulate the power of darkness to create regular-sized armors, then couldn't he also be able to create something much larger and thicker than that, too? When his thoughts reached that far, the shadow beneath Jinwoo's feet suddenly began growing much larger. Even the Dragon Emperor noticed this change. The blackish liquid bubbled and rose up from that shadow to wrap around the Shadow Sovereign, layer upon layer, his size abruptly increasing at an alarming rate. What is this human beastard trying to do now? The Dragon Emperor saw it. It clearly saw a gigantic shadow tall enough to touch the skies standing there proudly, and perhaps trying to reject an existence that shouldn't even exist in the first place. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of black lightning bolts could also be seen violently roiling and crackling beyond the shoulders of this black shadow. Spiritual body manifestation. No, that couldn't be right. The Shadow Sovereign used to be one of the fragments of brilliant light. He didn't have any other hidden form to activate, and how he appeared was how he looked. However, how could the current Shadow Sovereign assume such a massive form right this moment? Could it be? When a certain theory brushed through its head, the eyes of the dragon quaked in sheer surprise. The beastard. Could he be summoning the power of death to the surface world? But how could that be? How could a man who used to be a normal human not too long ago control the power of death to such an astonishing degree? Another sigh of admiration left the mouth of the Dragon Emperor. There was a reason why the previous Shadow Sovereign, Osborne, chose to hand all of his power over to a measly little human being. Without a doubt, this human must die. As expected, he's far too dangerous. While the dragon silently glared at its opponent, the giant Shadow Sovereign was also doing the same thing in silence. Having become this gigantic Shadow Sovereign, Jinwoo shifted his surprised gaze lower to his hands that had also grown into a size easily exceeding his own imagination. Is this really me? He tried to move his fingers. The ginormous body that had become the darkness itself began moving according to his will. It wasn't just his body that had grown huge, though. From deep within his gigantic frame, the kind of dizzying power that defied all attempts to estimate how big it was gushed out infinitely. He had truly become a mountain in order to bring down another mountain. Jinwoo raised his head back up again. And there it was, the personification of destruction rushing towards him. Violent flames and black lightning bolts scattered in all directions. Jinwoo propped his body with his legs extended to his rear and stopped the charge of the Dragon Emperor. Their physical strength was about evenly matched. An even contest of strength briefly played out before the dragon suddenly bit Jin Woo on his shoulder. Crimson red flames danced around the bitten part. Jin Woo didn't panic, though, and proceeded to grab and yank at the dragon's horn to pull the creature's head away. And then, one more punch to its face. This time, though, the Dragon Emperor wasn't pushed back. Almost as soon as it was shoved back, the dragon pounced towards him again, before opening its huge maw wide to take a big bite of Jin Woo's side. For the first time since he began fighting against the Dragon Emperor, Jin Woo couldn't hold back and spat out a pained cry. He used his elbow to smack down on the dragon's head several times, but the creature still lifted him up in the air and began shaking him around without mercy. An incredible pain akin to his waist being snapped in half rushed up from below. Deciding that enough damage had been inflicted on its enemy, the Dragon Emperor threw Jin Woo to the ground. That was followed by another round of breath of destruction pouncing on him. When the conflagration-like breath swept by, one of Jin Woo's arms had vanished. However, he didn't scream in pain. He just gritted his teeth. Whenever the two collided, the ground quaked and the heavens screamed. Every plot of land being showered by the falling flames was scorched black. Every square inch being struck by the black lightning bolts was ripped apart without mercy. A desperate battle ensued. From the sideline, Fangs witnessed the battle between two sovereigns with dazed eyes. At this grandiose yet frightening spectacle unfolding right before his eyes, the High Orc Shaman was left completely flabbergasted, unable to turn his head away nor close shut his slack jaw. What if the Absolute Being created these beings in order to witness a fight of this magnitude? If that was the case, the High Orc Shadow Soldier thought that he might sort of understand the reasoning behind that decision. Indeed, the battle between these two was no doubt a world-ending calamity, but, at the same time, it was a spectacular once-in-a-lifetime event as well. Tears slowly fell from the eyes of Fangs as he continued to take in the sight of two godlike beings colliding with everything they had. The power of destruction and the power of death smashed into each other, writhed around, and shook the world to its very core. Lightning bolts, sparks of flames, and the screams of air being torn endlessly reverberated throughout the land. Eventually, the light receded and silence descended on the land. Jin Woo reverted back to his human form from the giant shadow. He lay sprawled on the ground and panted heavily. His entire body was burning up as if flames had scorched him. He was covered in wounds from head to toe. His current status was an utter mess. He did his absolute best to control his heavy breathing while sucking in a lot of air. A short while later, he forced his fatigued body to slowly stand back up. Just beyond the veil of thick fog kicked up from the explosion, someone was making its approach towards him. Jin Woo could only marvel wryly as the Dragon Emperor, in its human form, revealed itself. What a monster. The Dragon Beastard was not okay either, but compared to Jin Woo's own condition, it was noticeably better off. That's my line. Too bad. Jin Woo wanted to save the energy required to make that retort, so he had to swallow back his opinion. Instead, he wordlessly summoned the pair of Kamish's wraths and held them tightly. The Dragon Emperor also unsheathed its sword as well. Even though it no longer possessed enough strength to maintain its spiritual body manifestation, the King of all Dragons still scrounged up every little bit of remaining energy in order to kill the human for good. The Dragon Emperor arrived before him in just one step and swung its longsword at him. The pair of short swords and one longsword clashed and clanged chaotically. Every time sparks flew off from their clashing blades, sweat and blood sliding off their wielders' bodies rained down on the surroundings. It was then one of the Kamish's wraths shattered after its edges had been badly damaged from attacking the Dragon Emperor's toughened steel-like scales earlier. He managed to tilt his body in time to let the longsword cutting down diagonally brush past him, but that resulted in him losing balance for a brief moment. The Dragon Emperor didn't miss that opening. It thrust forward its weapon in the blink of an eye and penetrated Jin Woo's midriff. His actions came to an abrupt halt at the weapon that was uncomfortably close to his vital point. The Dragon Emperor chuckled as it addressed him, not even once doubting that it'd end up as the victory. The dragon in human form looked down at the face of its helplessly cornered enemy. Jin Woo readily agreed with the Dragon Emperor's assessment. You're right. Its conclusion is around the corner. The dragon formed a half-puzzled and half-satisfied expression and scanned Jin Woo's grievously wounded body before asking him a question. It was then. He seemed energyless and defeated, pretty much ready to give up. But in an instant, the light gleaming within Jin Woo's eyes changed. The Dragon Emperor urgently thrust the blade forward. To its great surprise, however, Jin Woo unexpectedly pushed himself forward instead of dodging backwards. The longsword brushed past his artery with barely a hair's width. I can do this. By paying the price of a grievous wound, Jin Woo got near the Dragon Emperor's vicinity. He then summoned his father's short sword stored in his inventory. The dragon's eyes widened. Even before the creature could decipher this new turn of events, Jin Woo's short sword stabbed deeply into his enemy's chest. The blade penetrated past the chest armor and stabbed the dragon's heart. Out of the blue, a loud chorus of vigorous warcry exploded forth from the heavens. The Dragon Emperor raised his head. It was greeted by an unbelievable spectacle just then. The army of the rulers, the soldiers of the heavens, were endlessly pouring out from a gigantic gate that wasn't there before. Their flapping wings began filling up the gloomy, clouded sky with the colors of whitish silver. Impossible. The Dragon Emperor inwardly freaked out. Without a doubt, there was no gate when it arrived here. So, just from where did that gate come from? And how could the soldiers of heaven enter this world so quickly? One would need an incalculable amount of energy to open up a portal connecting this world to the other side. So how? When its thoughts reached that far, the Dragon Emperor looked down with its trembling eyes at Jin Woo on the ground, currently panting heavily on his knees. It wasn't the difference in experience levels, but he had been working towards this end result from the very beginning. To call the allies from the other side by tearing the space up with the collision of two great sources of power. The reason for attracting the attention of the army of the Chaos World. The reason for bringing it to this desolate location. The dragon took that as the human not wanting their battle to be interrupted by outside factors. But as it turned out, the Shadow Sovereign had a different goal altogether. Even then, the Dragon Emperor couldn't finish its sentence. There was a way, the vessels of the rulers. Weren't there still a few vessels, connected to the rulers through the lending of their powers, left on this planet? And that was how the fragments of brilliant light were able to prepare a gate in this location. The Dragon Emperor glared at Jin Woo. Just for that 1 in 10,000 chance, he had chosen the method where even if he lost the fight, he'd still win the war before starting this battle. It was a complete defeat for the dragon, who only focused on the fight in front of its eyes and nothing else. Jin Woo, barely managing to hold back the dizzying pain from all of his wounds, formed an energyless smile. It was you, wasn't it? It was you who told the sovereigns of White Flames and Beastly Fangs to ambush the Shadow Sovereign from behind. Rather than answering right away, Jin Woo looked up at the sky filled with innumerable winged soldiers. He lowered his gaze back down to the Dragon Emperor a little later and formed a grin. Osborne wanted me to pass along this message. Jin Woo slowly unfurled his middle finger. The Dragon Emperor exploded in pure rage just then. The deadly sharp claws rushed towards defenseless Jin Woo kneeling down on the ground. Too bad, those claws couldn't reach him. The dragon raised its head next. From above, 6 angels, each with 3 pairs of wings, slowly descended all around the creature. Indeed, the conclusion of this battle had been around the corner. The Dragon Emperor recalled that brief conversation he shared with Jin Woo and began forming a self-mocking smile. Soon, the spears belonging to the rulers penetrated the Dragon Emperor from all directions. While he was stewing in his emotions, the most brilliant light finished giving commands to its soldiers and returned to where he was. A truly beautiful life form that no known expression in human language could adequately describe folded its proudly unfurled 6 wings at once, after landing in front of Jin Woo. Other rulers also landed behind the most brilliant light one by one. It studied Jin Woo's current condition. At a casual glance, he seemed to be any other regular human being. However, this lone human managed to bring an end to the war between us and the sovereigns. Who could have imagined such a thing? Who could have thought that the curtains on the eternal war, with seemingly no end in sight, as designed by the absolute being, would be closed by a weak existence in a world so far away? Jin Woo wordlessly looked at the ash falling from the sky before shifting his gaze to look at the brilliant light. There's a favor I want to ask you, although it might come across as a bit too big for a gesture of saying thanks. The brilliant light formed a slightly puzzled expression. The power of the Shadow Sovereign could very well be on the same level, no, maybe even greater than its own. However, such a being was asking for a favor. As if to lessen the confusion within the head of the brilliant light, Jin Woo answered first before the obvious question could be asked. It's something only you can do. The angel with 6 wings nodded its head. The Shadow Sovereign played an important role in killing the Dragon Emperor, and the rulers now owed him a large debt of gratitude that couldn't easily be repaid. There certainly was no excuse not to fulfill his favor. However, a rather difficult favor came out from Jin Woo's mouth. One more time. Can you use the Chalice of Rebirth one more time? The brilliant light felt a shock akin to someone hitting it at the back of its head. Even the other rulers standing behind it couldn't hide their astonishment. As their leader, the brilliant light simply had to confirm it again. That's right. Jinwoo nodded his head and explained himself. And after reversing the time flow, I'd like you to not send anything to Earth. I shall kill the sovereigns and their armies in the gap between the dimensions. The brilliant light was left flabbergasted by what Jinwoo wanted to do after the time reversal and couldn't immediately say the words stuck in his mouth. Alone, he wishes to fight this war all by himself. Jinwoo had heard the explanation on the Chalice of Rebirth from the former Shadow Sovereign. Even if the tool of God was used and time was reversed, the higher beings such as rulers and sovereigns would keep their memories. In that case, since he had inherited the power of the Shadow Sovereign through becoming one with Osborne's ego, his current abilities wouldn't disappear. Jinwoo was planning to take this power as well as his memories and willingly enter the gap between dimensions. The brilliant light spoke in a disbelieving voice. Jinwoo looked down at his father's short sword and calmly made his reply. Far too many lives were lost during this battle. I just wish to bring them back, that's all. If it meant he could bring them back by reversing time itself, then Jinwoo was fully prepared to fight the sovereigns one more time. The brilliant light closed its eyes to give itself some time to think, and suddenly realized that it did empathize with Jinwoo's answer. Regardless of what, though, reversing time remained a very dangerous action to take. Those words implied that a future far more cruel and horrible might be in store for this world. Meaning, the current development might be the best end result for everyone. The six-winged angel confirmed Jinwoo's decision for the last time. Before he answered, Jinwoo quietly closed his eyes and thought of the important people in his life. The eyes of the shadow soldiers inserted into their shadows allowed him to see them in real time. His mom and young sister were holding each other's hands with worried faces, anxiously watching the news coming from Japan on their TV. Cha-hien had her eyes deeply closed as if she was ardently praying to someone. Meanwhile, the association president Wu Jinqiao was also watching the news broadcast with tearful eyes. Jinwoo felt their heartfelt emotions and a certain corner of his chest warmed up gradually. And when he opened his eyes, his mind was already made up. And going back to those people who still remained, and even to those who are no longer here. The faces of Association President Go Gun Huey, Adam White, and his father all brushed past his mind. Lots more people besides them were sacrificed in this war. Jinwoo swore that no one else would be lost ever again. The brilliant light clearly saw his unwavering determination. For a moment there, the angel thought the face of the former Shadow Sovereign had overlapped with that of Jinwoo's just now. It was the face of its stubborn comrade that refused to step aside even though the soldiers of heavens completely blanketing the skies threatened him so he could protect its master, the absolute being. He might have been a scary enemy, but at the same time, the angel greatly respected him. Hold on. Jinwoo quickly asked a question. What will happen to my shadow soldiers that didn't exist in the past? For instance, soldiers like Baru. Osborne's original soldiers would still remain within his shadow, sure. But what about others like Greed, who was a human named Hwang Dong-su back 10 years ago? Or Baru, who didn't even exist back then? The brilliant light explained according to what it knew. That meant that Baru would continue to exist, while Greed would disappear. He could now hear the soldiers crying out in sorrow from inside his shadow. Jinwoo bade his goodbyes in his mind to those soldiers about to part ways with him and raised his head up with a smile. I'm ready. The brilliant light summoned out the Chalice of Rebirth from subspace and nodded its head. The blinding light enveloped the entire world. A small, easy-to-miss article about a middle school student who went missing after leaving behind a letter with the words "I've something to do" appeared on the corner of a certain local newspaper. And about 2 years later, the world became noisy for a brief moment after the middle school student who went missing suddenly came back home completely fine, as if everything had been a dream. But everything soon returned to its usual calmness, as it should. And then, time marched on, quietly. No incidents of gates, monsters, or hunters stepping forward to hunt those monsters ever happened again. Yu Jinho found himself in the middle of a freshman welcoming party, but his expression remained quite stiff. The enticing odor of pork belly strips sizzling on the grill coming from here and there tickled his nose. But thanks to how tense he felt, he just couldn't work up his appetite at all. But how could this be? Although he was hiding his family background, for the time being, he still lived a life fitting for the last-born son of a wealthy keyball. For some reason, though, this diner specializing in the frozen pork belly didn't feel unfamiliar to him. But how come? Yu Jinho tilted his head this way and that, leading one of his university seniors to lightly tap him on the shoulder. Hey, Jinho, come on, man. Loosen up, dude. Someone might think you're being led into a slaughterhouse or something. Yu Jinho got flustered and his voice naturally rose higher. And no, that's not it, senior. What I'm saying here is, stop doing that for the time being, alright? You know, it'll be prudent to behave yourself in front of that senior, just in case. We have this really scary senior in our faculty, you see. Yu Jinho's expression stiffened a lot worse now. You know, that kind of a guy. He doesn't just punish or discipline the juniors for no reason, but just by standing next to him. His incredible charisma is so. If one were to talk about such a person, Yu Jinho also knew someone like that pretty close by, too. He briefly recalled his father's face, often referred to as the CEO of Iron Blood, before roughly shaking his head in order to get rid of the distracting thoughts. Perhaps he was getting properly drunk now. The senior began talking enthusiastically about this mysterious and scary senior all of a sudden. Hey, you know that athlete named Cha Hyun? Are you talking about Cha Hyun, who became really famous not too long ago as the idol of the athletics world? That Cha Hyun is the GF of our scary senior, you see. Here he comes. The senior jumped up from his seat after seeing a certain man enter the diner and hurriedly bowed his waist. Senior Nim, thank you for coming. After seeing the polite, disciplined greetings of his seniors, Yu Jinho realized that the drunk senior hadn't been exaggerating a thing until now. With the entrance of one single man, the atmosphere of the noisy, boisterous freshman welcoming party changed instantly. Dear Senior Nim, why did you have to choose the spot next to mine when there are so many available elsewhere? Yu Jinho spat out a sigh deep inside his heart, his head still lowered in dejection. But then, that scary senior suddenly presented him with a glass filled with a clear liquid. Take a cup from me. To think, a glass of booze given to a freshman was not one of those tiny little soju cups, but an actual glass cup. Yu Jinho thought that this action was as expected of a hardcore senior and cautiously took the offered cup, hoping to not make any mistakes here. I'm actually not that good with alcohol, though. He squeezed his eyes shut real tightly and forced the liquid down his throat. But then, his eyes shot open wide in surprise and he ended up asking a question at this unexpected development. Isn't this soda? It is. That supposedly scary senior was making an expression that was definitely not scary at all as he shook around a soda bottle. Why don't you and I drink this instead? For an unknown reason, the senior was forming the face of a person running into someone he really wanted to see after a long time of separation. Oh, and Jinho, I'm gonna feel really bad about myself if you keep calling me senior this and senior that. Okay. The senior filled the empty glass up with soda and spoke in a friendly tone of voice. From now on, call me Hyung. Hey, you don't want to. The once affectionate eyes of the scary senior suddenly changed to something far more serious. Yu Jinho instinctively straightened his back and energetically shouted out his reply. And no, I shall, Hyung Nim. Huh? After involuntarily spitting out the words Hyung Nim, Yu Jinho suddenly grew puzzled by how they felt so familiar to his tongue. Besides, hang on, have I ever told the senior what my name is before? He continued to tilt his head this way and that, and in the meantime, the senior lightly clinked their glasses. Cheers. For some reason, Yu Jinho realized that grin on the senior's face was not unfamiliar at all. The corners of his eyes grew reddened with moisture as he energetically clinked his own cup with the senior's once more. Yes, cheers. Yu Jinho's somewhat dissatisfied voice came out from the phone's speaker. Ah, Hyung Nim. Why haven't you come to the faculty classroom yet? Jinwoo replied with a grin. I've got a small errand to run today, you see. Hey, Jinho. There's this really important matter I gotta take care of first, so can you sub for me during the afternoon class? Thanks. Hyung Nim. Hyung Nim. Jinwoo distanced his ear away from the voice desperately calling out to him and ended the call. Jinwoo raised his head and caught the name of the hospital written in large font right before his face. Seoul Il-sin General Hospital. There was someone he had to meet staying in this place. He stopped walking for a bit to fix his attire. Then, just as he took a step towards the hospital, a rather familiar face brushed past him. He didn't mean to get noticed, but perhaps because his gaze had lingered on for a moment too long on her, she stopped and turned around to face him. It was Ju Hui, the rank B healer who got scared often but still entered the association and did her best so that the power given to her wouldn't be wasted. She used to be like that, but now she was staring at Jinwoo with the appearance of a regular university student. He ended up forming a gentle smile after realizing just how well not being a hunter suited her. Ju Hui intensely studied Jinwoo for a long time before she opened her mouth in a hesitant manner. Excuse me, have we met somewhere before? The words of happy greeting rushed up all the way to the tip of his tongue. However, he chose to shake his head instead. No, I don't think so, and then turned around to leave without looking back. For a little while there, Ju Hui tilted her head this way, and that as she looked at Jinwoo's departing back before she too continued on her path. He heard her distancing footsteps and formed a satisfied expression. He had protected her. He had protected the peaceful everyday lives. Whenever he ran into the evidence of peace created from his sacrifice, it felt as if he had reaped the benefits of all his hard work. That was why. That's enough for me. That was enough for him. Jinwoo stood before the entrance of the hospital and took a look at his left palm with untreatable burned skin. He then slowly stepped inside the building. If someone asked him about this wound, he'd always reply like this, that he got this injury while saving the world. When the doctor in charge walked into a hospital room, a certain patient lying on the bed gestured at him to come closer. "Can you help me sit up, please?" The doctor hurriedly ran up to the bed and cautiously helped the upper torso of the patient lying on his back to sit up. "Thank you." It was then the doctor spotted a wooden bottle he had never seen before on top of a table next to the patient's bed. "What is this, Chairman?" The gaunt patient, as thin as a desiccated tree, painfully coughed and wheezed before making his reply. "The young man gave it to me just now." The doctor formed a flustered expression. This was a VIP patient's room in the hospital, which meant that there were 2 guards constantly manning the front entrance. No one could enter without express permission from the doctor himself. But just who managed to sneak in here to leave behind that bottle? It is a truly strange thing, indeed. However, what that young man told me was even more incredible. That young man told the tale of a time now long overwritten, when the patient used to battle monsters alongside him. The young man continued on and said that he came to visit him with this gift as a thank you for everything that happened back then. And then he just simply vanished, as if he was a mirage, as if he was never here to begin with. If it weren't for the physical evidence, even the doctor in charge wouldn't have believed it. But there it was, the gift supposedly left behind by that young man. While the doctor stood there wondering how should he respond in a situation like this, the patient's trembling finger was now pointing at the wooden bottle. "Give it to me." The doctor picked the bottle up and placed it in the patient's hand. The old man sitting up in the bed studied the bottle and chuckled. He said that, as long as I drink what's inside this thing, my disease will be completely cured as if being washed away. "Chairman, you can't possibly be believing in the words of a... I'm tired." The chairman cut the doctor off. "Let me ask you this one thing. Even if I don't drink this, how long do I have left anyway?" The doctor couldn't make his reply. Even now, the absolute best that modern medicine had to offer only barely managed to keep the patient breathing. That was all. At this point, one could even claim it a miracle that he was still alive. The chairman lightly tutted as the doctor was unable to say anything. "If I drink this and things go wrong, I want you to write this down on my gravestone. Chairman Go Gun Huey, buried in this place, having never given up, and fought against his illness right until the end." Mr. Chairman. As a doctor, he knew it was his duty to stop this, but he couldn't bring himself to do so when Chairman Go Gun Huey formed a determined expression on his face while opening the lid of the bottle. He then began drinking the liquid inside with some difficulty. After making sure that every drop had entered his throat, Go Gun Huey began recalling the face of that young man who left this bottle behind. He recalled those eyes specifically. Go Gun Huey felt that it was definitely worth it to trust a man with such a powerful pair of eyes. And then, once he finished drinking every drop of this medicine, ba-dump, 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 his dying heart began pounding healthily once more. His heart was beating again.
Thanks for watching. This concludes the rest of the entire series. I'll be posting the entire Season 3 in one video soon, so stay tuned for that. Also, note that Lulan is a manhwa channel, so don't hesitate to check out other videos of other manhwas on the channel. You'll be surprised by the gems you'll find on here. Alright, that'll be all for now. Till another time, see ya!